Hello, everybody, and happy Friday. Oh, did the stream start? I hope it started. Anyway, hey, everybody. Hey, Hideo. Hey, Tokengard. Today, what I'm going to mostly be doing is trying to get through my to-do list. Maybe we'll start to work on something else. I wanted to get done with the tech tree and chip stuff this week, and that's pretty much done. So next week I want to start out on animating bots shooting with their weapons. And that's going to involve fixing a pretty important bug too. Then we start on the tutorial, and then we should be good. For the month of June, we work on the tutorial. We make sure that getting into the game is as easy as possible. Hey, Tim. Hey, I'm Perry. And yeah, I had a good day off. I played a lot of Diablo 2, actually. I'm hyped for tomorrow. Tomorrow's a D2 stream. Okay, so Adam is going to be... a more relaxed stream. Adam will just be tackling items that he feels will be... Okay, hey pro Sam. Sorry, Adea. Okay, so Botland isn't really online yet. We're gonna upload it, and we're gonna have a little bit of a difficult time doing this because everyone's defenses are going to be broken. Yeah. Hey, EJ. Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit tough. So replace buff ID with ID. No, wait, we can't do that. I could change all of your chips to just... Oh man. To just regen chips. The forwards regen. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. Create all. Oh, Twitch was giving you troubles? Well, hey, Tim. Yeah, I watched you for a bit after I hosted you. I mean, I said I was going, and I did go, and then I came back and I watched for another little bit. And it looks like there were a couple of people from my chat who were chatting in yours, which I thought was nice because every once in a while I'll host someone and just there's no interaction from my side of things. And that's fine. Not every streamer is going to be doing something that's similar to programming, so it doesn't necessarily mean that you're already interested in that topic. But that was nice to see. Okay, so these machines will start up. We can, I guess, make changes before you even upload at Botland. Hopefully not about me game deving. Wait, what? Hey, Recon's Trooper. I'm usually game deving other than Wednesday night. Oh, okay, okay. So we need this thing to be online. I need to SSH in this. That wasn't me timing you out, Recon's Trooper. Although, in general, I like to avoid language like that, so I don't disapprove of that timeout. Oh, whoa, what am I doing? I gotta do this off screen. I'm on autopilot. Okay, so next, we need to connect to the database. And then we need to perform a bunch of things that may or may not just totally fail on us. This will be a whole lot of fun. Are you ready? Well, first, we've got some... Let's do this. Select serialized defense from users where serialized defense is not null. This is going to give us a ton of stuff. We'll say limit 5. Okay, all I wanted to figure out is what are the main names here. We have regen with 0. What else do we have? Looking at your Twitch profile. What? Huh. Damage boost, armor boost. So damage boost is 1. What is armor? Where does anyone have armor? Well, none of these people do. This is gonna be super obnoxious. I could just look at the history here. Yeah, I think that's probably a better idea. We'll do one more. If it's got it, then great. If not, we'll just look at the history. Yeah, we'll look at the history. Oh, there it is. Oh, we found it. Okay, and then there's just one more, which is probably called something about cooldown. So this would be 2. So what I need to do is just do it instead of writing it down. The thing is, I need to figure out how I'm going to do this. And I'm not totally sure. Okay, so when this file came to be, we still had, oh wait, yeah, we still have it. Percent global cooldown, here it is. Yeah, the /host command, there's also auto hosting, so that whenever you're offline, you can have it host another channel. Okay, there is a way to do this, but I suppose the first thing I should do is download the database from prod, just in case I wipe everything out. Or, no, I'm not going to do that. If we wipe everything out, we'll just start from scratch. And everyone will lose everything on botland. So bump client version deploy from PC. Oh, thanks, Tim. Okay. Yeah, I think I should get an email about that. I just don't know where the email goes. I probably have some filters. They're renaming it to WebStorm. Got him. Alright, replace. Okay, this is what we have to do. So update users set serialized defense equals replace serialized defense. We need to replace the word buff ID. This is gonna be pretty tough, and we gotta make sure that we're doing this right. There's a lot that could go wrong here. Also, I think we need to run the migration. I don't like this. So run migration on AWS. Write a note for how to do this in the future. Well, let's start with that process, which I suppose we can only do once we put everything online, huh? Okay, well, I'm not going to back up the database. That would be a good idea if I cared more about the data, but I don't care so much about the data. So if anything goes wrong, you guys will just all lose your stuff. That's okay with me. Wait, what's the panel thing? Hey, Spurman. That tree as a pane thing is dumb? I want to find out. Atom, editor. Well, it's okay in alpha you lose all your stuff. This is just one of the side effects of having throwaway product. Is it this? I want to know what thing you guys are talking about. Because shouldn't you be able to just turn it off? Because it's an open source editor. You can just inspect element and everything. chips ID. Yeah. And we need to replace. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Well, let's try it out. We'll do some tests over here. Also, the only way we can easily do migrations is if we've already uploaded all this stuff. Hey, Subemote. They made all bars dockable. Wait, so far that looks fine. What's the issue? When you change editor layout, all the panes go flying around. Oh, okay. Yeah, it does sound annoying. Okay, here's what we do. We go in here. We edit chips so that we have some like buff ID : regen. This is a really dumb idea, but it's not gonna stop me from doing it. All right, there we go. So now where ID equals 1. So here's our fake defense. We have buff ID regen. We need to replace buff ID with just ID and make sure this works. So let's try this. And then let's make sure it worked. Yes, good. Okay, so that one's done. Next is to replace regen with 0. I think we need to put this in quotes. Okay, let's try that now. This is such a bad idea. All right, that worked too. Cool. So then we just copy paste this line and we run this a bunch of times. Easy peasy. So that gets replaced with 1. This gets replaced with 2. And this gets replaced with 3. So we run these. What, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We run these 5 queries. And we also need to do the migration. Hey, Zipper. Yeah, I know. I really should have. The problem is I didn't know what stuff I would eventually want in here. I think I switched to this shortly after we'd prototyped it last year. And it turns out that, yeah, we want bots and we want chips in here. And these are pretty easy to get now. So I should probably start normalizing that. It would probably take me like a week to go through everything and do that. And then there's one other problem that I'm going to have, which is that the format of this changes between phases. But yeah, I agree. It should probably be normalized. No, ProSam, this is slightly different. With TLS, that's going to happen at some point. Normalizing this database may not happen at some point, even though I agree it's a good idea. Okay, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this. This may involve. Well, first, okay, fine. Let's publish this new version. Yeah, client version to 0.1.34. Yep. Cool. Okay, so this is being worked on right now. Yeah, the only real way for me to do this migration, there are 2 things I could do. I could either deploy the account server code, which is going to contain that migration file, or I could manually SSH, copy all the files myself, and then run the migration. New re-release Electron official GitHub client. Yeah, Zipper, when starting the project, there were a couple of times that I just put JSON into the database. And yeah, looking back on it, I don't think that's a great idea, but part of it is it's easier to change JSON structures in a database and not really have to modify too much code. So it was an intentional shortcut that I took. Hey, Capilar. Hey, Uncocha. I should have migrations run automatically. I don't have that, do I? We need to look at database. This. Do migrations run? Yeah, here it is. We should make a tag just for this called migrate. That would be a great idea. Yeah, that's a great idea. Connects migrate latest. Oh, but in order for this to work, we need to... Oh no. I need to have installed everything else, right? Like package JSON and everything. Okay, well that's the right way to do things eventually. And I will eventually need to do things that way. So to do split out an Ansible task for migrating the database to the newest version. It needs to pull the Git repo, install package.json, then run connects migrate. Hey, donkey magic. Thanks for following. Okay, in the meantime, we can try this the dumb way, which sounds like a great idea to me. All right. Also need to update the change log at some point. Hey, Pet Goes. Yeah, what's been up? And by the way, I know it's been a long time. I made a recap video specifically for people like you who want to catch up on everything that's happened. It is right there. That covers everything that's important from 2017. So next I need to do this. Yeah. And then we'll have I could just run this on everything. I think it's a bad idea though. We'll just run Ansible on the account server. So this will take some time, but then, well, actually we could kind of pipeline this a little bit. There are a few other things we can do. One is update changes. Or at least write this down. The other thing to do is SSH into the account server because we're going to need to make some changes. We'll need to connect migrate manually. Okay. So somewhere in this folder structure it hasn't been pulled yet. It's in the process of that. Okay, now it's been pulled. So somewhere in this folder structure, we're going to have a database folder. And in here, there's a migrations folder. Hey, Usafe. Hey, Wasabi. Now we need to use the migration. Here it is. Connects migrate latest env development. I don't know why I would say env development for that. That sounds like a bad idea. Huh. Probably shouldn't have that set. But for right now, I guess that's what we're doing. So let's try it. Actually, before we try it, let's do this. Describe or show tables. Yeah, we have no chips table. We have 15 tables, but none of them are chips. Now we do this. Connects, command not found. Oh boy. Well, I guess I have to install this globally. Then we run this. Database user is not a string. Oh no. Oh, this is going to be more annoying than I thought. Yeah, I don't have any of this information. It's all stored in the vault. Well, I guess we have to run this. Time to get creative. So on this machine, we go into whatever that file is. What is this? initdatabase.yaml. initdatabase.yaml. Oh, it's right in this folder. But of course. Okay, so what do we want to get rid of here? Oh, wait, this already mostly works. All we need to do is just put a tag here. Okay. All right, let's do that. Well, let's not do that. Let's just write it down. Note initdatabase.yaml already has this set up. I just need a tag for migrate, and then to write this down in OneNote. Well, we're still gonna get creative here. So we're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna get rid of this. Initialize. Nope, we're gonna get rid of that too. And there. This is Hemodynamic bind. This is the best idea. This is the only idea. Oh man, this isn't gonna work. Alright, here goes nothing. Whoops. No. No, I forgot to. Whoops. Alright, I gotta run the init database thing, which also involves me having another thing in my prod host. Hey, Blueberry King. Yo, no, that's already set. Yeah. So, what do I have to do then? There's one step, and I just knew it, and I forgot. What was it? Oh yeah, running the right script. So, this. How do we run this? initdatabase.yaml. Well, let's take a look at... Oh, thanks, Pecos. And I saw Animaniacs a little bit. Ansible account server. Where's init database? Here it is. Well, here it kind of is. Run this playbook. Yeah. Okay. Is it gonna work? Come on. 85 filter. Also SH on Windows. No, I'm SSH'd into a VM on my computer. So this is running Linux. That's why I have VirtualBox here. Oh, I see. Automatic bind. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's quite a lot of red. Walls global production message. Linux error. Permission denied. What? Hey noob. Do you prepare the release, or what am I doing right now? What I'm doing right now is I'm trying to... Okay, so here's what used to happen. As of last week, the database had something like this in it. it said, oh yeah, for chips, you've got one with a buff ID of regen, or you have one with a buff ID of percent damage dealt. Now, this week, in the database, we have chips with just ID 0 and ID 1. So I need to convert these, and there also needs to be a chips table to begin with, and I can't figure out what I'm supposed to do in here. What's the reasoning behind sticking with Windows rather than running native Linux? I don't know if my development process would speed up by doing that check. Okay, I don't know what failed here exactly. Granted, I did delete a lot of this stuff. And Connects, oh, Connects is installed globally. That's why. Oh, I need to make this more resilient to that kind of failure. Hey, Thorax. I haven't seen you in a long time, Thorax. I should make this resilient to Connects already being installed. Okay. I know what to do. We go edit this file again. Well, as soon as I find the file. Vim init database. .yaml. We get rid of the connect stuff. And then we're done. We just run this. And everything works. Right? Don't make a fool out of me, prompt. I said everything works, and now you have to work. Why is Connect installed globally? Because I manually did it when I SSH'd into the machine. Oh, it's still not working. It made a fool out of me. It's all packaged JSON. No repository field. I don't know why this is failing. We don't even need this to run though, that's the thing. So let's just put a tag here. Tags, is that how you even do this? Let's take a look at account servers YAML. Tags, there it is, yeah. Then we put, so we type something like this. There. And then the tag we're going to put instead though is migrate. So we're basically doing the task that I didn't really want to do right now. Does this work? Failed. Oh man. This is just unreal. What am I supposed to be doing? Path can't be found. I don't even. Node global bin. This is probably that it can't find the migration folder. I'm not actually sure what's going on here. Hey, pawn. And hey, Lanky Ninja. What folder can't be found here? So account server dir / account server / database. Didn't I already test that out? Account server dir / account server / database. Yeah, that looks correct. So I'm assuming you can find that. The only other... No, everything else here should work. Maybe that means that this variable wasn't set? Is there a way to print this stuff out? I don't remember this in Ansible. Basics, configuration, inventory, vault, roles, playbooks. Uh-oh. Well, I don't know how to do this. What I want to do right now is just print out a message. Note, I don't know about -v, but -vvv definitely prints out more information than you should be comfortable showing on stream. Hey, Spen. Nice to see a person willing to stand behind what they say. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that I'm not doing that, but what are you talking about? Where did I do this? Basics. Maybe I wrote in basic? Testing Ansible? Nope. Never wrote it down. Okay. Oh, I was referring to pawn. I see. The echo command? Yeah, I want to. I'm just not sure how to structure that. Echo in playbooks? Debug. Print statements during execution. Okay, this is what we want. Debug echoing / debug logging values during a playbook. The reference here is this. Alright, this should be pretty simple. Debug message. Yeah, here we go. So that's all we want to do. But we can't type it into here. Hey, Axo, you work standing up? Not right now, I'm not, but in general, I do throughout the day, yeah. I'm going to figure this out. You can't beat me, computer. Because I'm a human. Okay, so message. Oh, we also need a tag for this, don't we? Oh, man. This is... Just add something like this as a task. Note, make sure it has the same tags that you're trying to run with. For example, if you start Ansible by typing with -- tags start, then it will skip your debug task unless you also give it the same tag. Cancelable. I just noticed though, why are you using Ansible? Do we have to keep typing this command in? Okay, so what we want to find out is this. What is this set to? This is probably totally fine. I don't know what's failing here. There. So we just copy paste this into here. Uh-oh. I didn't realize it was in insert mode. Alright, paste this here. Then what's going on? There. Now we run this. Alright, here goes nothing. Well, apparently there went literally nothing because I don't see any change here. Apparently... Is this a tabbing problem? I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. The GIF version. Debug here. Message is not a valid attribute for a task. Well, I just copy pasted this from here. Message is the only value for this. Oh, dash name is what I need. Oh, shows me how much I know. Alright, fine. Then let's go fix that. Debug : So I don't need a name for this. I screwed something up. What's the alternative to Ansible? Yeah, there are a few. 85 filter list. name. So I have dash debug, just like they did, then a colon, and then message on the next line. Is message supposed to just go above this? Because I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, the thing is, Lanky Ninja, I didn't try them both. I looked into them briefly, I think, and settled on Ansible, and then I started using it. The default is hello world. What if I? What? Okay, fine. Let's not put a message. As dumb as that sounds, it should print out hello world now. I just want to make sure. Oh, hey, it did. Well, so then why isn't the message parameter working? What am I doing differently from what they have? I put a bunch of spaces, and I put the message parameter, and then a colon, and then whatever I want. This is a test. And it's going to complain that message isn't allowed there. Or that debug isn't allowed. Maybe it's because I need the name. Alright, let's try that. Name what is going on. Debug. I don't know the format for this though. Yeah, then I need to tab in these. Now the message isn't printing out. Hey Kifurba, I always work on Fridays. Well, Tim, part of the problem is I have to use just one monitor for the majority of what I do because I'm streaming. If I weren't streaming, I might not use transparency, but it's helpful sometimes to know what windows are behind this. And actually, I guess you run into that too. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Maybe you don't need a tag for this. It ran the first time when I didn't give it a message though. Let's try cutting out the message again. Just making sure this is running. It's not even running anymore. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Huh. Hey, Nuffly. Want to make a simple game with simple shaders, so I want to use shaders as well? Why not just use Unity for something like that? I think you'll have the most resources. Otherwise, you could go with something like Pixie for JavaScript. Or probably Phaser. Pixie's what I'm using. Maybe it doesn't like tags along with the messages. Yeah, it could be that. In which case I'd end up with something like this, which just looks wrong to me. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Igor. No, I don't think you'd use Unity with Pixie.js. I'm suggesting one or the other. Unity supports something similar to JavaScript. It's sort of like TypeScript, actually. Yeah, no, this is going horribly. I just don't know what to do here. I got this working originally when there was no name property. Let's just try this again. Dash debug. And if we just don't put anything else here, what happens? Yeah, we need the tag. I'm not doing VVVV. Okay, so that works. I just can't get a custom message here. I wonder if they changed the name of this or if I'm not using the right version. How do I figure out my Ansible version? Ansible playbook -- version 2.0.1.0. And what version is this talking about? I don't even know how to find that. Well, verbosity didn't exist until 2.1, but message presumably existed, especially since it's there as hello world. Ansible. I just want to figure out what version they're on. I don't know how to even do that. Maybe I should just try updating him. Is this really how I installed this stuff? Oh man. I don't even see the Ansible part of this. Pip install Ansible user. There we go. There's got to be some pip way of checking what version this is at. Pip help. Pip. What do we have? Show information about installed packages. Show Ansible. Okay, great. How do I find out what the new version is? Well, maybe it's the install command. Ooh-wee. Upgrade. Here it is. Upgrade all packages to the newest available version. I just want to upgrade one package. How do I do that? Well, I guess we don't care. Okay, so pip install dash ansible dash u, maybe this. Also dash dash user. No, we probably don't need to do that one. Does this work? Downloading and unpacking Ansible. This is version 2.3. Oh, good. More problems. I think we need to specify dash dash user. Wow, I actually did something right. Nope. What's that? More red. I don't even know what this is telling me. Cleaning up command python -c failed with error code 1. Why did I upgrade? Because I thought maybe there's a version problem here. I wonder if it updated anyway. Oh, it did. Okay, cool. So we just need to take this. Oops. I didn't mean to click that. Updating Ansible. So updating Ansible is pip install Ansible. We should be able to just copy this text. Cool. Okay, next we just run this again and everything works. Gathering facts. Whoa. Changed false message. Hello world. Okay, that kind of worked. So now we go to init database. Hey, Horror TV. I missed the U. Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you, Horror. Okay, so we just have to add in the message parameter now. Message. This all be on one line? No, 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 no. This has got to be a joke or something. I did almost exactly what they had here, right? What am I doing differently at this point? Message, and then on the same line, just a colon and whatever the message is. Compare the left side of my screen to the right side of my screen. This is one of their examples. I just want a debug thing with a tag. Maybe we put message on the next line. That doesn't make any sense though. This looks like YAML being stupid. It could be. I guess they tab this in more. Oh wait, is that the only problem? Oh darn it. Okay. Oh, this is all my fault. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. I figured it out. Great. So we want to change this to... All I wanted to do in this entire time was figure out the account server directory. And this is account server dir. And this will tell us that it was set this whole time. There it is. Home BL deploy botland account server. So now we go over to the account server. Home BL deploy botland account server. It does exist. This thing's a liar. So what's wrong here then? Connects, migrate, latest, change directory into here, /account server /database. Right? I have /account server /database. Yeah. And then I get the error. This. No such file or directory. Oh, I think I know what's going on. I need to switch into migrations folder. Oh boy. Alright. Is this Ansible script not version? Why are you editing on the server without an IDE? Because this isn't the proper way to do things, and I wanted to wait until I did things the right way. We need to copy this way. You switched to Vim yesterday. Note, spacing is very important. Just copy paste what's above. Interesting pre-recorded stream today. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, let's try running this manually. I did this at some point, the migration bit. Where is that? Here. Connects, migrate, latest. Where do we run this from? Because it's apparently not here. Oh, it's apparently here. But first I need to run something else. No. No, which connects? We want... What? No, something doesn't make any sense. Also, we need these things set correctly. There's a connects file, which will set everything in the environment, I think. And then we go back to here and run this. Aha! It does work. Okay, so then we run this from the database folder. So when it says folder can't be found, I have no idea what it's talking about. And that's the conclusion we've come to. So I guess we get rid of this $$ database. Okay, let's try something just for laughs here. Let's remove all of this, and let's see if it can't even find that. I want to find out where this error is coming from. No such file or directory. It's still happening. Maybe it's because connects can't be found? That's probably it. Be nice if I could get back to where I was there. I can't go to the end of this line. Shift U will move to end of line. You will undo. Yeah, I didn't Control Z Vim though, so I couldn't undo the change I had made. Like watching a person run down the side of a swimming pool and falling over into the water. Yep, sure is great. So connects can't be found. Maybe. Oh, wait a sec. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Connects can't be found for this user. I'm running as a different user than one I installed it as. So I need to do connects install -g, or whatever. I said that wrong, but I typed it correctly. So we install connects, and then we run this. Yeah, this is why I should have just done this right the first time. Now everything works. Whew, everything worked. Haha. I showed it. Okay, so cool. Now we just now we have a new database, right? Show. Oh, we disconnected from this. That's wonderful. I'm not at all frustrated right now. Well, we have to reconnect to the database, but this is pretty simple. So we'll just do this here. MySQL. Show tables. If this says 16, we're fine. It says 16. You know what that means. We're fine. So next, we run whatever it was I was trying to do originally here. This stuff, I suppose. So here goes. We're just going to copy paste these in willy-nilly. And they better work. You know what's interesting about this? 67 people had chips in their defense. 27 people had regen. 31 had damage boost. 12 had armor boost. And 5 had haste. So we're done with all of that. Now I need to invalidate matches. We need to run the rest of these things. Okay, great. Great. So what do we do now? CD convenience scripts. What do you think of Android's new official programming language? I haven't heard any information about this. What is Android's new official programming language? Also, what is going on with my console right now? Why is everything showing up twice? Alright, well, that doesn't matter. So then we invalidate matches. So this part's done. This is done. This was super obnoxious to do too. Oh, I thought it was just supported. I didn't realize it was the official language now. It's like Java but good. Yeah, I haven't looked into this. In fact, I only heard about it on the stream a few months ago when actually it was when someone was bothering one of the Pixie devs in the Kotlin channel. Interesting. Hey, Digi. Yeah, Digi. That's what had happened. It was the Ivan. Okay. This is almost done. Then we invalidate matches, and then we call this. Do not do this on screen. Oh, good thing I wrote that. Post to grant chips using a BL token set to super token. Okay, well, I got to do this off screen. So let's start with this one. Everything is... Uh-oh. Failed. What, so the account server is not running? I have no idea what's going on. Let's try something. Okay, let's try something else then. Kill. Why can't I type in here? This is quite a way to start the day. A lot of silly steps I've got to do here. And here it is. Account server. So we're going to do -- tags stop start and just hope that this works. Thanks, Manekvine. Hey, Type 10. Hey, VRTXT. And hey, Kukuruku. Okay, so it looks like that worked. So now if we go to play.bot.land, the game should load, but everything's going to still be broken. The game's not even loading. The account server is online. I don't know why this thing can't connect. Oh, there it goes. Okay, cool. So then the next part, I need to go invalidate the game server version. So we have replays right now. I'm going to go invalidate them. Set expected game server version, send. There, done. So now this won't exist. Replay not found. Yep, and if I refresh the page, it'll tell me that it was deleted. Replay was deleted. Perfect. Then I need to do this last part. Give everyone access to all of the chips. So right now, if I were to go into my defense, it shows that I don't have any chips. And that's a problem, and there are bugs around that too. But we need to give everybody access, and I said I need to do this off screen. So let's go try this off screen. Sorry, I can't show you this. But there's some very sensitive data as part of this. Okay. Hang on a second. Okay, so we post to grant chips, and we specify a super token. And that's it. We hit send. Granted chips to all players. Okay, perfect. Now I should have chips in here. Well, if I refresh the page, maybe. Oh, thank God. All right, I think everything's going to be working. I'm setting up Vault at work. How do you like it? How easy is it to integrate for you? It's not too bad. It's pretty straightforward. It lets you put your secrets, I guess, onto your machine without them being in plain text. But it all depends on what you're trying to use them for, exactly, Lanky Ninja. And hey, why not? Okay, there's one last step to do, and that's to start a game server, and all I need to do is click a button for that. Done. Okay, cool. We finally did it. That took quite a long time. So Botland will be online and totally running in about 4 minutes. Oh, integrations with MySQL. I didn't even know about that. All right, done with that. So now we update changes. No, at Type 10, it's more like, here's the password to my database, and here's the, I don't know, secret key for anything. You can put any sort of computer secret in there. Check out the article I linked in on Wednesday. I don't think I have yet. I tend to take all of my post-stream notes, and I'll do them on one day sometime. I just haven't gotten to them yet. Okay, we need to go to the last bump client. Here it is. So a lot changed. We have 200 lines of stuff that changed. As far as what you guys probably care about, there are a couple things. One, now your missions show on the pre-attack screen. Two is that you can buy chips. So if you go to store and you go to the chip screen, I gave everyone every chip, but if you start a new account, you won't have any chips, and you'll have to actually purchase them. Also, I forgot to write something briefly there. Surely using a standardized vault of sorts is actually counterintuitive to keeping a secret, because one failure means all fail, right? Or does it allow you to set your own salt and hash? So there are different levels of... You could use multiple vaults if you wanted to, but I guess I think of it this way. If someone gets access to the machine that has the vault, they probably have access to everything anyway. For example, if someone got onto my machine that has the vault password, they would be already in my AWS somehow. And at that point, they don't need the vault. They could just control pretty much everything. So yeah, it's pretty similar. You'd have a single point of failure from a secret point of view there. And does allow you to use set your own salt and hash. I mean, you set your own password on this thing, and it should be a strong password. Also, they need to get access to your vault. And like I said, if they have access to your vault, they probably already have access to whatever they need to screw up your life. Hey, Bukar. So what I have to write for this, what's it called? Botcoin cost of chip to do alpha balance. So if we search the code base for to do alpha balance, we'll find a whole bunch of things that are just numbers that need to change eventually. Or it won't do anything. Oh, nice, Bukhar. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so any numbers, like how many salvage packs do you start with? How much money do you start with? How much experience do you start with? All these things are just numbers somewhere. And I need to change them. Well, this is another number that needs to be changed. Vault is basically safe for storage medium for login details that can be hooked into SQL. And so I'll give you an example for what I use it for. When I set up an account server, it needs to connect to the database. Now locally what this looks like is this. Username is Adam, password is just the word password. The database is called Botland. But on production, it looks totally different. Username is, I don't even know what, it might actually still be Adam. Password is just some total garbage I've never even looked at. And the database is also actually still Botland. So this password is something I would put in the vault, and then I would give the vault credentials to the machine that's setting these up. All right, see you Monetic Bind. Did you type by Monetic before Monetic Bind type by? Because he does leave at 9:41 every day, or at least very close to that. But I'd be surprised if you noticed that too, type 10, or if this is just a Twitch issue. So fixed cloaking effect on dragged entities. Previously, so this is what I spent a lot of time on Wednesday working on. I don't know if you guys remember that or were here for that. Previously, the way that this transparency effect worked is that wherever there was an overlap, you'd see it as more opaque. So this tiny ellipse right here would be more opaque because this is where the body part meets the foot part. But I fixed that. So that's no longer being done. Hey, Codebreaker. Oh, he said it was time to head out. Reading comprehension takes a nosedive. Well, I was pretty focused on everything I was just doing. But yeah. Look up slightly. Yeah, I see it now. So previously, when cloaking entities, dragging them, or drawing the preview entity. Hey, yo. Oh, by the way, tomorrow, for anyone who cares, you can always join in and watch the Diablo 2 run that we're going to be doing. It starts at 2, which means that, so right now it's 9:43 for me. So if this were tomorrow, it'd be about 4 hours from now. So that means it's 28 hours from now. So previously when cloaking entities, dragging them, or drawing the preview entity, the alpha would get combined where the torso overlapped with the head or the foot. It's going to start at 10-ish. Well, I don't know what time it is for you, but I guess so. If it's currently 6 p.m. for you, then yeah, it would start at 10 for you. You guys going to use headsets? Yeah, we'll probably be on Discord. For me, it starts at 0 a.m. Yeah. Now I apply alpha through a shader to avoid this. Yeah, 5:45. Okay, cool. There's a bug where we wouldn't restore the attacker state when custom testing your defense. Fixed bug where match results still showed. I don't know if you guys ever saw this. Nerf some level 1 hardware. I should probably write this down so that you guys know what changed. How many lines are in the to-do? There's about 2,960. Where is this? Because I need to update this in more places. Yeah, so melee level 1 damage down from 350 to 300. Artillery level 1 damage down from 300 to 250. Shield level 1 duration down from 10 to 9. And reflect level 1. Wait a second. Yeah, okay. Just making sure. I thought I buffed it. Chance to reflect down from 55% to 50%. Make clear all, also remove chips when you're editing your defense. Guess I had this dot preview entity handler. Oh, that doesn't matter too much. I'm not gonna write this down. Fixed bug around showing X. Yeah, I don't care about that. Oh yeah, so some of the big changes here are chip changes. You can now buy chips. Note that I granted all of the chips to all existing accounts. So there isn't a need to buy chips yet, but it's possible. Then placing slash relocating chips now works very similarly to how placing slash relocating bots works. You can click to select a chip and then paint it into the arena. Alright, cool. Swapping chips by dragging them between sockets also works. Great. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Doesn't matter. Buying chips. Only show own chips. Use real chip inventory. Validating depends. Add chips table. Yeah. Yep. Just seeing what patch notes here are going to be relevant for you guys, and so far none of this stuff is. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Oh yeah, I forgot about this part altogether. Wow. Hey HD Song, you ready for tomorrow? And hey Endurin. So hardware requirements have been implemented. Special hardware like infernal lasers, stunning lasers, vampiric lasers, I need to update. Hardware wiki to reflect level 1 changes. Now require the basic hardware. Special hardware. These. What else do we have? There were 2 more. Area repair and Inferno Zapper, yeah. Inferno Zapper and area repair. Now require the basic hardware. Lasers, missiles, zapper, and repair, respectively. If you don't meet the requirement, the hardware will show up red in the store. Oh yeah, these two things too. Yeah, there are actually a decent amount of changes from what, like a week ago? When did this start? 5:15. Yeah, 4 days ago. This is pretty good. I just need to write these down too. Instead of showing a relatively bare page, when you click the attack button from the news page, we now show your active missions. Cool. Hey James, what's the shortcut to skip back a word? I think you mean control left and control right. And you can combine it with shift if you want to select a word like that. If that's not what you're talking about, let me know. So we'll put this on the changes page. Ooh, looking good. 0.1.34. What happened to 0.33? Why is that not listed here? I think there's a numbering problem. 3.2 was pushed on the 12th. Which is this. So 3.1. Apparently, okay, I see what happened. 3.1 was 9 o'clock that morning. 3.2 was 10 o'clock that morning. So then these were numbered wrong. So this should be 2, and this should be 3, and this should be 4, yeah. Hey, Swift Apocalypse. Hey, HD Song, I meant to ask you, if you don't mind sharing, and you don't have to share this publicly, but what are you studying in school? Bug fixes and incorporating feedback. So the majority of this was, I'd say, tech tree and chips. All right, let's preview this. Cool. Yeah. So there are a lot of user-facing changes in this version update. Normally we don't have this many. I think these are definitely good changes. So if you guys don't mind trying out Botland again, if you haven't ever played it, or if you haven't played it in a little while, go to play.bot.land, register for an account. You don't need to type in your email address. All you need to do is just type in a username. So just make something, doesn't matter what, type in a password, and then connect. You will be on a page that looks like this, except for you probably won't have anything in your battle log because no one will have attacked you. You should have a mission in the missions tab, and you can edit your defense and go attack other people if you want. So yeah, let me know how everything kind of works and feels. I should also make sure this stuff is fine too. Huh? Yeah. Nice. And we should be able to save the defense too. Yes, perfect. Bachelor in Science for Chemistry. I see. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you happen to be doing something in computer science, I was just wondering, like, who are the teachers? Are they? And hey, Zadul, thanks for following. Because I had sent an email to the school you go to, and I said, hey, would you like me to talk about something that could help your students? And they never got back to me. And I don't blame them. I wouldn't get back to me either if I were them. Where is hardware? Here it is. I shouldn't have closed that other tab. We still need the changes page open. Yeah, so I need to go reflect all of these changes in there. That's fine. Should be pretty easy. So melee, let's start with that. Melee now does 300 damage at level 1. Artillery does 250. Shield has a duration of 9. And reflect has a reflect chance of 50%. There. So we're done with all of that stuff. Ooh. Now we can finally start the work for today. That took an hour. So today I really just wanted to get through some of the items on this to-do list. And part of this is pruning items that no longer make any sense. So I think it's a good idea to do that process first. And there were some things I said I wanted to look into up here. We'll start at the bottom of this to-do list, because I think at the bottom is going to be the ones that are the oldest, probably. Whoa, didn't expect it to be this old. November 18th, 2015. Okay, this is like 2 months after I started Botland. Support ternary conditionals. Blockly has this block, but it hasn't ever worked. Yeah, this is a user-defined code thing that I don't think really matters too much. But this is super old. Alright, Pixie.js points to the map file internally. I need to remove that reference. This doesn't really matter. Move game server. I guess I could specifically cancel these from the game server folder because it's shared code. I don't care about this either. Allow users to make an on-destroy function, ensure that it's being tested. I think I have this written down. Yeah. Add menu buttons for Blockly in JavaScript. Add them next to chat. God, this is super old. Fix the bug where no save state for XML or whatever results in invalid UIs. I'm just going to delete this. Refactor will melee hit and will lasers hit. So they share similar code. Yeah, that's still probably helpful. Yeah, HD song, I don't think I'm going to get that opportunity though. Because, so this was probably created like sometime back in 2015. Because they never got back to me. I'm not going to push it. And I'm not sure if it's even a good idea to go do something like that. Hey, Captain Fantastic. Their laws are not emailing back. Alright. Note, this to-do item was created. Oh, there was something else I want to look into today. Chip tests, potentially. Back in 2015. Okay, let's keep looking through this. Make a journaling system so I can figure out what happened. Just record all network messages and replay them. I'm going to cancel this. What is this? Max old space size 300. I may need to do this for NPM as well. Oh, this was some weird issue when I was running on DigitalOcean or something, right? What was going on with that? I had 0.5 GB of RAM and Node wouldn't garbage collect because it assumed it had more RAM. Well, Tim, part of it is figuring out what benefit you would even get from doing this. Because if I went and spoke at a school, I would want to have the students get some value out of it. So I would talk about things that are important to them. Actually, I am giving a tech talk, not a TED talk. I have to keep saying that. I'm giving a tech talk in 6 days. And I've been practicing it. And the more I realize it, the more I realize really Botland doesn't have a place in that talk. Like, I can share what I'm doing, but I'm probably only going to devote like 5 minutes to it out of the hour that I'm going to be there. And it feels kind of bad because it makes me think, what was the point of me signing up for this thing anyway? I spent a bunch of hours. Hey, Corpo. And hey, Nauro. I don't know if I said hi already. Yeah, I wonder if I made any comments here about this. So anyway, that's why I was saying that I'm not sure if I would even do a talk at a school if I was invited. Because I'm not sure if it would help. Okay, so garbage collection does not automatically happen if memory is about to fill on the machine and the available RAM is really low to begin with. See this article and make sure to start Node with max old space size. And what's this article? Oh, hey, I actually commented on this. I ran into this exact same problem on my project. Yeah, so Spen, that's exactly why they wanted me to go to this tech talk. I'm giving a tech talk to students, and the example questions they had were things like, can you tell us about your history? How'd you get into the industry? What do you feel about the industry? How can you interview better? So I I put a ton of time into this presentation, and I'm going to talk about everything. So I hope it's going to be helpful for them. And Axel, what are you confused by? Because yeah, I haven't put a tutorial in the game yet, but you should definitely let me know where I can help. I'm just going to copy paste these notes completely. Here is some notes spew from 11/20/2015 when I ran into this issue. Yeah, this is kind of bad because I'm not really doing anything about this, but whatever. Just make it fun. Don't blaffer with tech terms and stuff. Keep it human and funny. One thing I've learned after all the lectures I've been to, if it's funny, people will listen. Oh, Pecos, I don't think I have a problem with presentation and coming up with all of the material. So in general, the way it works is there's like 4 minutes of intro just to talk about, hey, what's going to be going on today. Even then, it might be three minutes, something like that. Then there's about 20 minutes, 20 to 25 minutes on soft skills. And these are things like organization, feeling burned out, what else? Feedback, interviewing. I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff like that. Then there's about 10 minutes on bugs and testing. And it's more just the importance of testing, how to find bugs. And there are some kind of like fun things that I do in here that I have planned at least. I'm not going to talk about them now. And then there's like 5 minutes remaining for Botland and 15 minutes for Q&A. So we're not even going to talk about code at any point because they said these students, some of them are just starting out. Your talk we put up on YouTube? No, I'm not going to be taping it. You can remove chips using the inspector while testing a defense. Oh, interesting. Yeah, good job, Hideo. I wonder, that was probably always possible, but still, that's a good thing to write down. Oh, you know what, Hideo? Can you file a bug on that? So, Axel, let me run through a simple tutorial in a second. I just want to finish reading through chat. We had a data thing a while ago, but that was just talking about how we could use big data on our project. Is it burned out or burnt out? This is the same question of should you use learned or learnt. You generally use ED in American English. And you typically use something like this in British English. What else? Okay. Yeah, so Axo, are you there? Oh wow, HD Song. Yeah, if you want HD Song, you can put me in touch with... Well, I don't know how this would work exactly. I guess you'd have to put me in touch with the computer science students or get them to kind of fight for, hey, we want this guy to come talk to us. Oh, and by the way, he already emailed you. I don't know. All right, Axo, so check this out. I'll show you from scratch how you play. So we'll register for a new account. So this process is pretty straightforward. Then the first thing you're going to have to do is edit your defense. So you'll start with the ability to place, 9 bots? I can't actually read what that number is because my webcam's covering it. So the first thing you'll do is you'll click this giant plus button up here. And this is where you can edit the hardware of your bot. So you could just drag onto your bot whatever it is you want to use. And you can click these and see what they do. shoots an instantaneous projectile, blah, blah, blah. There's a bunch of stuff here. So let's just do something really simple. We'll just put lasers on our bot, and that's it. So then hit the create button at the bottom right, and you can start placing these bots in the arena and do this according to whatever strategy you want. At this point, you could hit the test button if you want to try out your defense. And then there are a bunch of presets you can test with. So maybe we test it against this and we find out, oh wow, we're really weak to a reflect strategy here because we're shooting ourselves basically. And nope, turns out I lose this. So I'll cancel this and I'll test. I might go back into my defense and I might edit this by clicking it and changing it to, okay, let's also put artillery on the bots. And now we test it again that same way. And now maybe we do a little bit better. Who knows? I'll speed this up a bit. Yeah, we did slightly better, but not great. But when I'm happy with it, I can save my defense, and then I can just go attack other people. So I go to cancel, and I attack, and I choose another player. And there we go. So now I'm attacking somebody else. I can see what bots they have. I go through the same process. I make a bot. I put it down, and I test this out. Hey, Mr. Jin. If you want the reference for notes, it's number 76. Okay, thank you, Hideo. Okay. So putting this in the JS window breaks the validator but doesn't show anything wrong. It's an empty update function. Oh, that button shouldn't be showing up there. No. Alright, cool, Axa. Yeah, Sven, it's definitely very expensive. You have to apply for a department after you've been accepted. Huh. Yeah, interesting. I wonder if this is still a problem. Also, this is definitely a problem. So let's write this down. After you can edit blueprints after our match is over. I don't know the exact repro, but it's something like this, which is one, attack someone else, or well, one, attack someone else, two, at the end of the match, the quick edit script and blueprint buttons still show and can be clicked. Store and requirements seem to work pretty nicely. Oh, good. And hey, Cocoa Pounds. I could have sworn I'd stopped this from happening, though. I wonder what do I do? Apparently I didn't stop it. Does this happen every time? What if I just hit forfeit, actually? Yeah, it still happens. Yeah. No, this happens even if you forfeit, and that makes for a faster repro. When do you think you'd be pushing it to Android platform? I'd love to see how that works. I have a feeling that would happen sometime between beta and release. I think it's going to be necessary to have the game launch with mobile platforms. Until then, Pecos, you could load it on a tablet if you want. You could also load it on a phone. The problem with loading it on a phone is that nothing works with small screen sizes yet, because I haven't set that up. But if I go to play.bot.land on my phone, it will eventually load. There we go. And yeah, I could log in, but you can already see even on the main screen, like things are cut off. If I rotate my screen, it's still cut off, and you can't move this either. So there's a bunch of little issues. Okay, so that bug is there. The other thing I wanted to check for is this. Is this still an issue? So we edit our code to do this. And then we hit create. And what happens? This is no longer a problem. Putting this in the JS window breaks the validator, but it doesn't show anything. Yeah, I don't think this is a problem anymore. I don't think this is a bug anymore. Can't you set the max width and height? Yeah, oh, I totally can type 10. I just haven't started doing those kinds of things. So at some point I'm going to need to do those, and that's when we'll start preparing for Android and iOS. More interested in the programming actions you have to take to do that? So I will very likely have to start using an extra library or something like React Native in order to get it to feel like it's an Android application. But we'll get to that probably at the end of 2017. Wait, what? What's this? If you can only place one chip, place one and try to place another one. When hovering over a socket, the cross disappears. It's a valid location. The function validating the position should also take into account if we can even place a chip. Oh yeah, so Hideo, this is something that even happens for bots. It's just something that's not done. When you're at the max, instead of showing an X, wherever you try placing it, it should show at max. But that doesn't currently happen. But yeah, I'll write that down as feedback still. Show at max over a bot or a chip if you're about to place it in a valid location, but it won't work because you have too many down already. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that feedback, Hideo. I think that's good. Okay, so bug, the code is getting converted into something totally wrong. Array 1 is not escaped, then array 1 left is failing. Make sure this doesn't screw up any escape built-in call. Wow. Okay, let's try this out. So we paste this code in here, and we get this as a result. Okay, so update looks totally fine. Then move random. How does this work? Oh boy. Yeah, that's not good. Array 1 is not being escaped. I wonder why not. Wow. I think I know why not. Yep. That's too bad. Isn't it possible to triple major? I don't know how frequently that happens, but it's probably possible. I think people double major every once in a while, but even that's not really common. Also, bot.undefined. None of this stuff works. None of it. Oh man. Yeah, I should probably spend some time trying to fix this bug. Alright, this is one of the things we'll tackle today. Because this is probably pretty severe. Assigning an array like this is not valid. It doesn't even give you any coding warnings, and it should. I'm pretty sure this is not a problem anymore. But let's just write this down too. And once we've generated a few of these, hey Saphirico, we'll start working on this. Team balancing. This is timestamps. Don't care about that stuff. When you type something like this in JavaScript, it should be a warning. If we know that there's a built-in function named will artillery hit, and because you didn't invoke it, we can display a warning saying, are you sure you just wanted to check if this thing exists? That's interesting. That's not worth doing right now, though. Combine ETA screen into botland. Not doing that. Given an entity, there should be a way to find out whether it's your own, an allies, or an enemy's. I'm pretty sure this is done. Christmas lights. Oh, I remember this. Okay, so back in 2015, this date is when the stream was about 2 months old, and for reference, it's about 20 or 21 months old or whatever now. We had Christmas lights up, but my wife wanted to keep them in the living room, so I couldn't set it up so that you guys could control them, but I wanted to do that. And then last year, I was on vacation at that time. I still wanted to make it so you guys would be able to control the Christmas lights. Oh well, let's remove that from the list. Projectile was fired is taking a hardware ID when it should be taking the new... I don't know how this works now, but I've probably fixed this. What does this triple major thing mean to you guys? I don't know if I've heard of anyone doing a triple major. I'm sure it happens, but even for a double major, I imagine it's a lot of work. I just did a major, and I guess I had a minor, but that was just a coincidence, just because I did the amount of credits I needed to get a minor. And I also had what they called at my school a concentration, which is like a mini minor. So really, none of that matters. What matters is I just did the classes I wanted to take, and they ended up categorizing them a certain way. I got a computer science degree, and that's all I cared about. Did you just remove Christmas lights? Yeah. Why no Christmas lights? First of all, I don't even know where these Christmas lights are. After we moved, they're probably in a box somewhere, and I don't know. But the second thing is, so the way that this would work, we have what's called a Wemo. I don't know if you guys have seen this before, but it's this. And it's just a single plug, and it's got a button on it that you can press to turn on the plug, or you can activate it via Wi-Fi. So for example, on my phone, we have it connected to a fan. I can just press a button, and then the fan turns on. So what I was thinking is, I would write a script so that I plug in my Christmas lights into this, and then you guys could turn them on or off. But I don't know, I don't even think that'd be that entertaining, really. Who would turn them off? I don't know. I guess I'd have to make it so that they automatically turn off, so that people spend points to keep them on. Do we have a damage source here? Yeah, we do. Yeah, so this is already done. Don't place bots on enemy landmines. This isn't even a problem anymore. Hey, Glowing Soul. No, Sven, it's the same way that my lights work. You can control the lights with a token on stream, but then after I turn my bot off, they won't do anything anymore. Add metrics for how long the average lifespan of a bot is. Keep track of how long it is after it's engaged with its first enemy. This is pretty interesting, definitely. I don't know if we're going to end up doing it, but I might as well add it to the metrics thing. I can figure out if I want it then. Balance data. No, I haven't been using the ergodox. Artillery splash should be a percentage of the main damage. Started at 5%. This makes the tiers... What? So this buffs splash damage a bit on the lower end. Why did I even... This is interesting. I think I did this so that if your artillery damage went up, that the splash damage would scale automatically. But this is just a potential balance thing I could do in the future. I don't think anyone's ever going to complain about this one way or the other. The splash damage of artillery wasn't meant to be important. I'm just going to cancel this. Can you flashbang rainbow? You could do all the different colors. Red, orange, yellow, green. You can simulate having a rainbow there. I still think this should be done at some point. Change teleport to always be level 2 or 3 instead of a post teleport cooldown. Make it only use it once every X turn. Yeah, don't care. Make a global damage and healing scale so that we can increase or decrease the... I'm not doing that either. Add wiki.bot.land to basically everything. Delete. Hovering over chat should make it transparent. Look into Docker and Jenkins. Yeah, it's not going to happen now. Change the color of show chat. There's no chat anymore. Automate deployments better than what I'm doing now. This is probably done. Make sure to add in licenses from MySQL and any other related libraries you're using in the client. MySQL is never used in the client, but this is an important thing to do for any libraries that are used in the client. Make my post messages return HTTP code 201. Include a location header. I don't think I need to do any of these things. Change text to I have read to and agree. Oh, why? What? What does it say right now? That this is such a problem? I have read and agreed to. Yeah, I already did this. I'm saving tokens to the database, so I never do anything with the saved tokens. Yeah. No, at least we're marking a bunch of these things as just old news. What are you using to? I'm using plain tasks for this. Well, the much nicer way is this, Sven. You get a link and you just click the rainbow buttons. So red, orange, yellow, green, blue, pink, and there's your rainbow. So we could say completed to-do items. Alright. This is true. Make giveaway run automatically throughout the day. I'm not going to do this, but I think that's a good idea. And yeah, on the lights page, so that page that I just brought up, right now I have them labeled as 1, 2, 3, and 4, and you just have to know which one's which there's no way for you to know unless you've actually clicked them and tried them out. And I was thinking, should I have icons or like a little room map? But I'm not going to do that. It's a good idea. Write my own gulp watch or use a well-known tool. Canceling this too. There's going to be a lot of things we just remove from this list. Light system improvements. I'm not doing this. Although randomize all is a pretty interesting idea. That would be kind of nice. How do I check my tokens? Yeah, points. Maybe I should write these down. No, I'm not going to write them down. I'm not going to ever do them, that's why. So when converting from Blockly to JavaScript, put return before all of the terminators. It's been confusing a lot of people. Most people are coding directly in JavaScript to begin with. Be a warning or something. That's interesting. I don't know if I'm going to do this. Decide later. When a socket connects and hasn't authenticated, I'm canceling this. I'm sending too much information back from the REST API that retrieves a user based on a token. Nah, not anymore. Twitch command to get the score of it. No, doesn't matter. Zonked Zebra. How long have some of these people been gone from chat? Oh, whoa. This person was here 17 days ago. I don't think I've seen them type anything, though. Zonked Zebra. 22 hours in chat. Wow. Instead of throwing auth token stuff in each route, I could make middleware. Oh, you know what's an interesting refactoring is putting all my middleware into a separate file entirely. That'd be helpful. Yeah. So some of this has been done already. There we go. Setting shared variables through Blockly is super annoying. You have to rename a variable to shared A. Yeah, that's true. Guess we put this over here. There's no need for object.assign inside of React set state. Search for object.assign in the React and Redux folder. Well, that's easy enough to do. In fact, I'm not even sure why this was a to-do item. Yeah, something like this. This is apparently not necessary. So I just need to do email address here, and this should be fine. Let's try it out. So this is on which page exactly? The login component. We have on-change email. That's this, I suppose. So if we say like hi@hi.com and hit register, yeah, that works. Okay, great. Let's make some commits out of these things for reference. Excuse me. Okay, where else do we have to change this? React and Redux, yeah. Anywhere that we have set state, that's pretty much where I care about this. And this is very easy to search for. And that's it. We're done, apparently. Yeah, the rest of these are all in reducers, which is fine. It's just a joke. Call set state without object.assign. All right, what next? So this is done. Think about how to change code in create bot base so I don't have to worry about throwing to my own catch. I'm just gonna cancel this. Oh, actually, you know what? I probably got rid of that altogether. I did. Yeah. You don't have lockers, type 10? Huh. Shouldn't be deploying a shared folder inside of game server. I don't care about this stuff. Shouldn't be deploying source maps in Git. There's no point on the server. Yeah, there probably is no point. So I think this is something I should still leave here, but it's just such a low priority to do item. This is probably done. Yeah. And the REST client says hitting URL on the command line and probably shouldn't be printing that. Maybe you should just go to logger.verbose. Yeah, one of the lower priority things we're going to have to do is cleaning up the logging. Again, not really a thing to do for today. Yeah. Solo tables / seats. Yeah, if I recall correctly, in almost all of my classes growing up, we had just every student had their own desk and chair. In fact, they were usually connected, the desk and chair. Yeah. Hey, Lukamba. Yeah, so we're going to be removing this many things from the list eventually. All right, make sure this is set. Fixed to-do item in database is constant. There's going to be a ton of to-do items in there. I'm just going to get rid of this. Refactor code execution systems that aren't so many utility functions. This goes into the refactor list. Deleting this. Give a single item to a player when they log in for the first time that day. This should be part of this pseudo money reward system. I'm canceling all of this. Well, that's good, Hideo. And thanks for testing it out. Put the promise polyfill into my license file. Yep. Hey, J Bugsy. How's it going? Make it so the scroll wheel moves the Blockly canvas around. That is a good idea. I wonder if it just automatically... Oh, it already does that. Well. Well, no, it doesn't really do that. It does this because it acts as a click. So if you middle click a block, you'll move the block. I'm going to cancel this one. Also, Norium, when were they last seen? October. So 8 months after they suggested this thing. Huh. What I'd like to test next is some progression. When will you reset the database without giving chips to everybody? Probably in June or July, because we're going to have to go through the whole tutorial stuff. Hey, Mitchell. And at that point, we're hopefully going to have more chips too. Well, that's part of this, Mitchell. There are the 4 Ds. Do, drop, delegate, and defer. So this is impossible for Botland. Or mostly impossible. I don't have anyone to delegate to, so we pretty much can't do that. So I'm going through the list and just figuring out which ones have I already done and which ones are no longer relevant. And then, yeah, all the ones that stay are just defers for right now. Thought you'd want to test that before. No, I think when I have more chips, it might be worthwhile. But for right now, they're only those 4. So I don't think it'll help too much. Plus, the other thing I think is that your strategy isn't affected too much by having just one chip. I have this design document here. And I know you know this, Hideo, but I'm saying this for everybody else. The number of chips you have goes up with your level. So the way this will eventually work is you'll get your first chip after about a week of playing, or in your first week of playing. You'll get your second chip in your second week of playing. You won't get your third chip until you've been playing for almost 2 months. And those first couple of chips probably don't matter so much. Hey, Wraithy. And hey, Anupam. And yeah, the keyboard model's there. Yeah, I'm deferring a lot. This is done. Look into incorporating shadow blocks from this demo. Yeah, this is something we should just write over here. Just moving things around. Hey, Rusk. Yeah, but I think progression is kind of meaningless if it doesn't affect your strategy. So if you're buying more chips, well, anyway, we will be testing that. I just don't think it's super important yet. This is already done. Get X and get Y. I'm pretty sure this is done too. Right? Functions. Well, we have X and Y. Do we have get X and get Y? Get entity, get X and get Y. Yeah, we do. For use Sinopia, make sure to bake the NPM module into the AMI that I create. Oh man, I don't want to modify AMIs anymore. See whether I can compile user-defined code into native functions. I think I did this already. Make sure arena tiles are in the same sprite sheet. Redux needs to be npm install saved in the client. I don't know why I wouldn't have done that already. Redux. Yeah. Figure out whether we should make render textures for people's names. Yeah, this should be done eventually. I just made botland util a module, but it contains some client-specific util functions. I should refactor it. Did I already do that? Util index? Yeah, those are gone. I wonder where they moved to. I don't remember this. Although then, even some of these shouldn't be done anyway. Hey Bognar, when will I ship the game? All I'm doing right now is preparing for beta. Beta is going to be in August, hopefully. And here's a document that talks about some of this stuff. There's also a document for release, but that's not the focus right now. So beta is the plan. So by the end of June, I want to get these features implemented. Audio, really all we need is placeholder music. Add music to the game. Yeah, so this stuff it needs to be done by the end of June. Then from June until the release of beta, it's just this stuff. We're not going to be working on any new features unless those features are necessary to do one of these things. So for example, content, more chips, we might need to work on a bug fix for that. But yeah, this will be a very exciting time, I think, when we get done with the tutorial. That'll finally mark that we're ready to start progressing just straight toward beta. It'll be very interesting, very exciting. Okay, so this has been done. And that's when I'm going to start to ramp up a little bit how many users we have playing Botland. Which means probably going to try to encourage people somehow, at least when they're on the stream, to play more. Because once the tutorial is in, we shouldn't get feedback that, hey, I don't know how to play the game. If the tutorial isn't doing its job, then that's feedback that we need to fix the tutorial. But if the tutorial works, people should know how to play. It doesn't mean they'll want to play necessarily. How come you use a mixture of things to do in Google Docs? So I use Google Docs for anything I want to share with you guys. That's never for just my own reference. I use OneNote every once in a while for something that I consider to be more permanent. And I try to use this to-do list for just Botland stuff that once it's done, I don't really ever care about again. But in general, if you ever see me violating any of that consistency, it's just me being careless, really. Change how I do simple deserialization so that I make use of map. This doesn't matter. For use Sinopia, yeah. So I missed this one the first time around, I guess. Hey, this is done. Nice to see some things actually get removed from this list. A lot of the stuff from a year ago is easy to remove from the list because if it's been a year and I haven't done it, is it really that important? And some of this stuff is yes. The answer is yes. So like adding license files to the client, I need to do that. Mitchell, I like the idea. It's a very Mitchell idea. Any REST APIs that use internal API only middleware should really be password protected or firewall protected. If the entire REST server is only available internally, then relying on the firewall is fine. There's some internal and some public, then we need to rely on authentication, not a pseudo firewall. Yep. That'd be a good idea. Yeah. Consider separating all the botline code base. Yeah, no, this is not going to be great. If anything, it'd be used Lerna. The game server cluster master has a REPL but doesn't pass arbitrary commands to the children to be evaluated. It may not be a good idea to have a command on the cluster master that, or maybe a good idea. Yeah, I'm going to cancel this. I still think this may be a good idea, but I'm never going to, well, never do it. I'll just say it's not important. Chat needs to be cleared whenever matches join. Game server should cache super tokens. Refactor SPMP router. Does that even still exist? No, it doesn't. Guess we don't need to refactor it if it doesn't exist. Probably need to change handle MMQ status. I don't think this exists either. Stop cramming everything into headers. Only auth and version information should be there. Didn't I change this? I know this to be a good practice now, so at some point I started doing that. We just had to search for .set. Token. You know what? I don't care about any of this. Let's do it this way. This, and then Control L a couple of times. And then we paste it over here. Yeah, I guess a couple of times is not good enough. Okay, so here we go. So anywhere that we have set BL token, we just remove that line. There. And now here are the cases. Oh, apparently that's all we ever do. But for some reason on these, 6 cases, I have it split across 3 lines. And for every other case, I have it on 1 line. Hello, Beat. What do you think of VS Code and its plugins for ES6 versus Sublime and its plugins? So I haven't used VS Code since day 1. Day 1 is the only day that I used it, and I wasn't very happy with it. Of course, it wasn't very feature-rich then, so I just gave up on it and figured, I'll try this again in the future. And I never did. And the reason why is because I'm happy enough with Sublime, so I can't really make that comparison that you're asking me about. But I think VS Code's gotten a lot better from what I've heard in chat. Is it there already? Yeah, you're right, Wraithy. I should add it there. People ask about VS Code, Atom, Sublime, etc. a lot. Either from the viewpoint of starting to use an editor for themselves, or why aren't you using it? I should add both questions. Hey, G240. Tab. There we go. Had to get to the chat box. Also, thanks to whoever followed. I don't know why the name isn't showing up in chat. Godly Reaper, there it is. Okay, so let's fix this. This is pretty minor. We search for this and then a new line. How do we do this? There we go. And all of these are the same, right? Yes, they are. So we just do it this way. Join, delete. There. Now, every single instance of set should be followed by these lines, right? Yes, perfect. Done. Aha. Power Sublime. Okay. I've just used VS Code while working on Angular too. I wanted to see if it's worth my time trying Sublime. It's worth your time to try it, definitely, because it's free and you might like it better. But in general, I try to steer people away from Sublime despite that I use it, because I don't know what they have planned for the development of it. If you look at the last beta release, it was September 2016. It's been not quite a year, but close enough to a year without any new release. I don't know if there's a blog here. Yeah, there is. But yeah, the blog post was in September as well. I feel like you probably shouldn't place your trust in something like this at this point and go with something that's being actively developed. Does it have TSLN? I don't know what. Oh, lint. Oh, yeah. I use ESLint. So if I make a mistake or something, let's say I do something like this, context equals 5. I did not use X anywhere. It'll highlight it and say no one used vars at the bottom. Error, X is assigned a value but never used. So yeah, that exists. Yeah, so I think I did this. Update node, that's done too. So I should probably check that in. Clean up some code. Haven't been around for some days, but I saw the change clear all removes chips. Is there a warning if you save a defense without any chips placed? Are you saying you have the ability to place a chip like I have here, chips 1, and I just haven't placed a chip? Because no, there's no warning. I probably should add a warning for that. I don't even own any chips. Oh, that's another thing to consider. Okay, you know what? I'll write that in Polish. If you own a chip and could place a chip in your defense, we should probably warn you when you try to save that you haven't placed a chip, since chips are pure upside. And Tim, I don't think it's a bad idea to buy Sublime. I bought Sublime too. I think though it more just shows that you want to support development, because it's not like you get any new features. Or that you hate that nag screen, I guess. Alright, see you Pecos. Thanks for dropping in again. There's a warning if you have bots left, right? Yeah, there is. You're right, G240. And hey, Bolnock. Haven't seen you in a while. What's up? Game servers need to have a way of running such that they don't rely on a matchmaker. This is the large game scenario. Change from app manifest to service workers. Yeah, I'm gonna reject that. Hey, blind one. Is there shortcuts preset to choose from? In code, you can choose Eclipse like VS Studio like shortcuts. You can choose Vim shortcuts, or you can choose just sort of regular shortcuts. But presets, you could probably just find them online. Sublime, Eclipse shortcuts. Because it's just a key bindings file. So yeah, if you just take this person's, well, this is not a lot of them. Yeah, you could probably find them online. Do you often wake up on a streaming day and struggle to get in the mood / productive for the day? Okay, so I can answer the literal question of does that happen often? No, definitely not often. Does it happen sometimes where I'm like, oh God, I don't know what I'm going to work on today? Yeah, it happens. It's bound to happen, I think, for pretty much everybody. It's been almost 2 years of streaming. And yeah, there's some days where I'm just like, I'm not feeling it. Usually that leads to me taking vacation time that I didn't expect to take. That's what burnout is. A lot of database checks are done. Does this user exist? Should be middleware at the database layer. That way code is much neater. I totally think this is a good idea. I just don't know a good way to do this. I want it to be accessible from inside a transaction or outside of one. Maybe starting a transaction should be the first function of middleware. Consider having a switch from automatic scaling to manual scaling. Looking using nconf. What is this? EJ says hi on May 23rd last year. Okay. I don't think this is going to happen. Consider using async and await instead of promises. Yeah. Figure out how to set environment variables for the Ansible database scripts at a higher level than what I did. Man, so many of these items. How many have we put on this completed list so far? There are 136 lines. That's nice. It's like 4% of this file. Player colors need to be stored in the database. Yep, this is done. Add an admin API that tells me the usernames of each player in a game. I'm gonna cancel this. Fix this deprecation warning. I don't even know if that still happens. I'm just gonna leave that on here. I'll go from just managing this to-do list to actually getting stuff done in a little bit. I want to continue to just work my way up this list. We're actually, I think we're almost, oh, never mind. I just saw some pink in the mini map, but that's the real start of this is here. Yeah. Log to the console when a user activates their account. Cancel this. Make sure style sheets vendor style no longer exists. It isn't even vendor code. That's probably long gone. Let's go take a look. Public style sheets vendor all. Yeah, we got rid of it. Abstract and base. So if I'm still using material design, make sure I've included the license in the code. Yep. Gotta write this down with the license stuff. Consider changing hardware constants into numbers instead of human readable strings. I save space in the database and bandwidth to users. The bandwidth argument is pretty minor. Space in the database also pretty minor. So I don't think this is going to happen. I think this is really minor. If I were ever to normalize this in the database, then that may help. Hey, Catalan Web. Make sure on the game server that a player can only deploy bots if they have all the necessary items. Add a minify button. Okay, this is not going to happen. What I was thinking of here is, let's say you wrote some really expansive code. So you got something like this. You've got maybe 2 of these scripts. And it doesn't make sense to have 2 of them, but let's just say you had all of this code. So you do that, you hit convert to JS, and you got all your JavaScript code, and you're like, you know, I'm at the maximum amount of code I can have. I don't know how many bytes this is. It's 2,000 characters. So yeah, let's say you copy pasted this another bunch of times. Whoops. At that point, if you want to squeeze some more data out of this, you'd have to run this through an online JS minifier. Yeah, you'd have to do something like this. Compress. And then paste it back in. That actually might break this. Yeah. It minifies it in such a way that you can't even do this. I'm not going to allow you to do this though. I don't care. This isn't important. If someone is actually doing this, then it means that we should just increase the amount of code you can type into a script. Yeah, I don't care about that. Okay, so make sure any errors in Blockly, that is not done. Add a column to scripts for number of updates. Oh, that's a good idea. That is a good idea. Let's put this on the metrics list. Metrics, if we did all of these things on the metrics table, we would have another like 3 months in the game of stuff to do. Contains fewer than the number of people. Submit over pusher. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Implement this for almost every component. Not going to do that yet. Finish registration in register account has a bunch of to-do items. Register account.js. Finish registration. Oh yeah, it does. Oh, well, never got to that. How many lines are in the to-do file? There are 2,938. But I haven't removed the completed items here, and this accounts for about 150. So it's more like there's 800-ish. Oh yeah, this is going to be important. Well, we're not doing that now either. There's no limit to how frequently someone can chat during a game. Yeah, I don't care about that. If players are ever allowed to or forced to change names, then I need to go through all the replays. Yeah, sure. Something needs to validate that you have the chips that you say you have. That is now done as of this last week. It took almost exactly a year to get this item finished. Wow. Well, great. Throw it on the completed list. Yeah, some of these are very old. And they're all, I'm going through them, and if you take a look at these completed items, there are a lot of red X's here, which means they're no longer relevant, or I've decided not to ever do them. There are some check marks. These are things that just happen to have gotten done already. But yeah, most of them are just canceled items. When a player is deleted from the database, yep, make this report on game frequency. That way I know what the load is like at any time. Hey, Tolus. And Aku, thanks for following. If you're already playing a game and you try to find a match, then make sure we send you that match. Yep. Fix what I did with Modify Entity Life 2. Yeah, this is some refactoring stuff that's probably not relevant anymore. Hey, Kaisai. Wouldn't using something like Jira be a lot easier than this? I think easier is in the eye of the beholder. It could be easier than this, but maybe not. Plus, it's nice to be able to just copy paste things around. I don't think anything could match the speed of just moving items here. The process that's taking the most time is reading these items and figuring out, are they still relevant? No matter what I used for storing this data, I would still need to do that right now. Okay. So you can no longer attack yourself since you'll have the same ID. For now, prevent this from happening. Oh boy, no, this is fixed. You know what? I've fixed this by implementing the feature properly. Cut out typing in someone's name in the chat. Wow. Yeah, October 31st. Oh man. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna show you guys what things used to be like. I know many of you have seen this a bunch of times, but the way that this used to work, so botland used to be real time, which meant you had another player who was present in the game, and there was a button right there that you can see that was for chatting. Well, when I changed from real-time botland to the form that we have now, which is this asynchronous PvP, you had to click the chat box. So you'd enter the game, but no one would be there. You'd click the chat box, you'd type in the name of somebody who you wanted to attack, and it would download their defense from the server. And this was a way just for us to prototype, will this asynchronous PvP work? So this to-do item that I have written here is cut out typing in someone's name in the chat. yeah, that's been done away with. But wow, there has been so much work that's been done since then. It's just crazy to think about. Because now the way you attack somebody is you go through the matchmaker. So when you're on the main screen and you say you want to attack someone, you just click this button and it says, "Hey, I found a person for you to attack." You don't need to type in a name. This is what you expect out of a game, but you may take for granted that this is happening, and it did take a lot of work to do this. Stop the gear icon. Yep. You should be able to edit bots during a match. Yep. When you're the attacker and the game ends in a stalemate. This is probably still a bug. So let's remove these items from here. I deleted news footer from the UI, but I haven't deleted it from the code base. Nope, I did delete it from the code base. And news scroller. Oh, news scroller is gone as well. This isn't used anymore, huh? And what was the other one? News preview? News preview is never used anyway. Yeah, we had to delete those. You're saying to-do list is not very up to date with what's done? Yeah, that's definitely it. And that's why I was just mentioning this earlier with the 4Ds of do, drop, delegate, and defer. I'm going through and I'm just quickly seeing which ones have I done, which ones do I not need to do at all. And I'm finding that, yeah, there are a bunch of items that have already been done or that are no longer relevant. Since I don't have the sub for the emote. Hey, my uncle. It shows you as being subscribed. What would happen if you clicked attack and went into the matchmaker, but you were waiting to find someone? What? You went into the matchmaker, but you were waiting to find someone? I'm not sure what your question is, ProSam, but I'll kind of explain a little bit more about how this works. When you click attack, what happens is we call into the server. So we call join game. This calls find opponent on the server. The server is going to do two things here. One, it's going to check in the database you already have an ongoing match. If so, it's just going to return that to you. And two is if you don't have that, it's going to reach out to the matchmaker. The matchmaker will find an opponent for you, and it'll return that opponent back. During that time, you can't find another match. So if I hit, how would I do this? Yeah, here's how I would do this, I think. Actually, it's kind of hard to prove this. Yeah, you'll just have to trust me that that's what's happening. If you're in a queue because there was no one available at that moment. So, ProSam, that's not how Botland works, though. As long as at least one other person in the entire world has made a defense at any point in the past, you will have a player you can play against. So the one case where that won't work is when Botland is going to be uploaded for the very first time. The very first person to click the attack button may not find a match. Hey, Swine. Neato emotes. It looks like strong bad. It might look better if there wasn't a chat message in between them. that was pretty slow. How's it going, Swine? So I never deleted these things. Let's delete them from the code base. News preview. This is just never used anywhere else. Yep, never used. Okay, well, we delete this and this. We go into news preview. We delete this entire class. Delete. We delete this class. Delete. And then same thing for news preview. You'll never get it. This isn't even being used anywhere else. Hey, Monster CCX. Swine, out of curiosity, why aren't you just typing in the first line and then having the other line on your clipboard so that you can paste it in immediately? Hey, legit chat. Okay, so this should still build and everything, right? Yeah. That's cheating. Hey, Pickle. Because there are 4 different emotes. What? No, what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is this. Here are your 4 things, right? So copy paste this into your chat box, but don't press enter. Then copy this, then press enter here, and then paste and press enter really quickly. So basically, I'm not going to write out the steps for that. Oh, that's pretty screwed up, my uncle. That doesn't work. What are you talking about? Let me show you that it definitely works. Okay, so take a look. I'm going to type in these 2 as though we had... Alright, ready? There, see? No one was able to interrupt me there. Oh, your message was not sent because you're sending too quickly? Oh, it doesn't work for plebs. I see. Because you're a pleb. Hey, Clonic. Yeah, this is JavaScript. That's fine. I have to type it. Someday, Swine, when chat is slow, you can get it. Alright, let's get back to this. So these are now done. Oh, man. How do you approach integrating the REST API into your front-end API? Oh, front-end app. So I used a thing called Restify. And other than that, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. So in general, here's what happens. Let's say the client wants to do something like get how much in-game money you have. So it would call, I have this account server REST client dot fetch spot coin total, something like this. And then I'll put all this in one file for you. Yeah. Get user details spot coin, so here's what that looks like. And get user details calls into something like this. Whoops. So here's what the client side of this looks like. What the server side does is it's just going to expose an API that's users slash and then whatever your ID is. And it's going to give you a bunch of stuff from the database that you requested. And I'm not sure if that answers your question. So like I said, feel free to ask a more specific thing and I can answer that. Swine only mode. Alright, this is something I just made replays get deleted chronologically to avoid this complexity. Alright, yeah, no problem. No problem. I'll close this. Give me like 2 minutes, no chat. I'll have my bot subscribe. I'll have my bot subscribe to whoever this person is. Then my bot can type it out. Alright, Swine, you should stop trying for now. When we get to the point where defenses have a game version associated with them, we may end up invalidating a defense when we release a new version of the game. We need to know whether a defense is invalid, but we also need to update the matchmaker whenever this happens. This was October 18th. I don't think this is a reason anymore. Get title screen to look mostly like the PDF. This is pretty much done. Except for this. This part's not really doable. Not only do we need to make sure that we downloaded all of your information, but we need a WebGL canvas that isn't in-game, despite needing a lot of those properties. Yeah. I'm going to cancel this. But these things are done. When saving blueprints, make sure you're not using cosmetic items more than what you have access to. Nice, yep, this is done. Add a retaliate button. I never did this, and I forgot all about it, actually. Oh, wait, that's because I don't know if it's supposed to be a feature. If someone attacks you, I guess if it's in the last day, you should be able to attack them back. I think that'd be a really fun feature. Yeah, I think we should do this. Also, we shouldn't allow you to retaliate if more than 24 hours have passed since they attacked you. This might be a little bit difficult. Let me think about this. We need to know who you already played against recently when we fetch your battle log. Otherwise, this information won't be available. But that's something the database can figure out for you. So it doesn't change the fetch command, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. This isn't done. Make sure your attacks only use attack blueprints. Ownership is not all we have to take into account. Make sure your defenses only use defense blueprints. I'm nearly positive that if you make a bunch of bots with ultra killers, the attackers will get extra turns or something because they seem like they're moving too fast. I do not know if this is still a bug, but I'm going to cancel this. I don't know if this is still reproing, but it was many months ago. Make it so that you can select your own bots to see their information. Add a button to cancel out of editing your defense. Add a button to save your defense. Add a button to test. Create a footer that goes only until the blueprint selector. When you don't have any... I know what this stuff is. This is what used to be my roadmap to do that I just crammed into the to-do list. And then I started growing the roadmap to do. Control A, delete. Yeah, that would be fun here. Just not have to worry about any of this. Well, welcome back, Swine. Keep it up. I watch all your streams. No joke. All past broadcasts. Wow. That's some loyalty, Swine. Isn't it less appealing to watch past broadcasts, though? Because you don't get to interact with chat? But still, that's very touching, Swine. It's nice to know that people are out there supporting me. I appreciate the sub. Man, so every once in a while I'll be in someone else's stream. I'll just be typing, "Hey Mantis." And I have the verified check mark next to my name. I'll just type it in chat so you can see. I have that purple check mark. And I think enough people know on Twitch now that means you're a partner. Well, people have been asking me, who I've been interacting with for many months in other people's chat. They're like, "Oh, you're a partner now. Congratulations." And it's a nice sentiment, definitely. Don't get me wrong. But it makes me wonder how many people click other people's names on Twitch. Because I just compulsively do this now. Whenever there's someone in chat who I'm like, I know who Mantis is, but let's say I didn't. I would click their name and I'd be like, oh, there's their view count and there's their follower count. And I would know if this number is higher than like 3,000, that means they're probably a streamer. Wraithy. It works because your name is Gray. Get this. Looked like you were coming down from a spaceship. This is done. Whew, lots of these items are finished. I don't see viewer count or followers on people. That is only for streamers to see that. Wait, what, Swine? I don't see viewer count or followers on people. Huh. Is it cold? Yeah, it's a little chilly right now. Well, man, yesterday it went up to like 68 degrees Fahrenheit, which is not what you would consider to be hot. But this particular room was very warm. And I wanted to still be on my computer and watch Twitch, but it was just too hot in this room. So I went into the other room and I watched it from my phone. The problem with the other room is that we have, you can see how bright this side of my face is. All of our blinds are this very sheer white fabric. And that doesn't let me sleep in anymore now that it's bright enough outside. The sun just shines right through them and brightens up the entire room. So one of the things I've got to do is buy blackout blinds. But my wife is on vacation. I'm not sure if I should buy them without her input. Is that a pleasant surprise to return home to? Or is that more like, why did you pick these colors? So I need to be able to sleep, but I can't sleep in this room because it's too hot. And I can't sleep in the other room because it's too bright. And I even have a sleeping mask, like an eye mask, but the light comes through that and I wake up and the first world problems, I know, but I want to fix them. Oh, this has not been before 84. What? 84? Inside? That doesn't sound comfortable. No, my wife wants blackout blinds too. It's just, I think we have different opinions on what colors would look good. I prefer dark, like red and dark blue. I think dark blue would be the best. But she's more toward the green end of the spectrum, I think. I don't want that. So I should just buy the blue ones, and then what's she gonna do? Sell them? Ha! That makes it so you're not allowed to use cosmetic items unless you own that many. The client used to recline on the account server. Yeah, thankfully this is done. This was not a fun feature to do. Yeah, I have a sleep mask pawn. It just doesn't cover. Actually, you can see the sleep mask that I have in this video. But yeah, I use that every night. Light still shines through the. It just covers this part. See, get a clip of that, everybody. Let's make that an emote. That's why I should never touch my face. All right, refactor everything to do with update blueprint with game server, so it's only taking in params, or for all of these instances. I don't know if this is even a thing anymore. I'll just put this on the refactor list. Nothing duct tape can't fix. What is it? Is it this? Yeah. Tim, this is what happened the last time. I wasn't even making a kissy face here. I was saying ooh, and then someone took a screen cap, and now it's for, I think it's EJ, because I think he complained about having his mouse cursor in there, and now it's just forever saved. Too bad. I guess it's better than this though. It's still hilarious. So make sure that if you deleted a script as part of editing, that it removes it from any bots that are using it. Well, they are corresponding to blueprint, so yeah, this is done. Is this not the exact same item I just had right here? I think this got duplicated somehow. Right? This is even the same wording. No, it's not. Make sure if you deleted a script as part of editing a defense. Whatever. We're done. I don't care about this. Keyboard are you using in those hacking videos? They're so loud. Oh, that's a keyboard that I've only had on stream for maybe like 2 minutes. It's a mechanical keyboard. It's this one right here. It's got blue switches in it, so it's way too noisy. If I were to actually type with this on stream, it would sound like a machine gun. And I really mash keys when I hit them, so you don't just hear the click. You also hear them bottoming out. So this is what it would sound like if I were to type on this keyboard instead of the one that I'm using. I'm not going to use it. That's hideous. Is it a ducky? No, it's a rosewood. Rosewill? I always forget the name of it. Rosewill, I think. Use it, we like machine guns. Because you move the mic closer to the keyboard, I can almost hear myself think. I told you, I'm not going to use that keyboard. Someone asked about it. I answered. Tim, I'm glad you like those pictures. I don't think they're awful sounding. They're pretty pleasant if you're the one typing. But if you're not the one typing, I don't think they're pleasant anymore. I think all they do is remind you that you've got other people in your office with you or that you're watching an obnoxious Twitch streamer. Actually, for people who play games, when they do type on their Cherry Blues, I think it's fine. Because then it's variety, right? But if you're just watching me code or type to-do lists all day and you hear just clicking for 8 hours, you'd probably go insane. We want the ergodox. I mean, that's still right here on my desk. You know, I could compromise. I could type like some of the letters that I type on the ergodox and some of the other ones on a different keyboard. We'll do this. This is a test of typing on 2 keyboards. It's a fake ergodox. Actually, it's really hard to get used to this because I would have to hit if I was using the ergodox, I'd have to hit the enter key with my right thumb. I'd use my right pinky. This is a strange mental mapping that I need to have. Yeah. Not going to do it. This is not. Should be staged, refactor, export, defense, so just a direct function call. That's finally been done. Test this out by having 2 different bots, both of which just have move direction. Yeah, this is all done. Did implement the feature. It's pure undeniable truth. Oh, why not just code with a MIDI keyboard then and have it play a bunch of sounds? I think mechanical keyboards are more popular now. Like in the last 5 years, I think there's been a lot more just awareness that they exist and the different switches, and there are a lot of different manufacturers, and they're making their way into gaming keyboards too. I know Razer sells some, and probably Corsair. Keyboard is too loud and it's a membrane keyboard. You can probably try to buy a keyboard that's very quiet, but you're never going to remove all the noise. Actually, you probably could, right? Or most of it. There are those projection keyboards. If I just act as though there's a projection keyboard on my desk and I type, you can hardly hear anything, right? It also looks really stupid because I don't have a protection keyboard. It's becoming a trend. I'll never go back. It started with the Model M many years ago. Yeah, I like the mechanical keyboards too. I don't have a huge preference for what I'm working with exactly, as long as I can be fast at it. There's no way to do this when you're not in the game. When a game server terminates, we tell the matchmaker, but the matchmaker can't do anything and it has a bug in attempting to do something right now. Yeah, it's probably still a bug. Get bay by ID. It shouldn't be in setup react any longer. Oh, that's done. I copy pasted this. Yep, that's gone too. Prevent the blueprint selector from even showing during a replay. I'm pretty sure we did that too, right? Where are replays? Probably on Atom 1. Yeah, it doesn't even show. That's fine. Did you buy the current keyboard or did you have it already? So neither. My wife had it, and when I was trying to figure out how I was going to stream, the keyboard that I had was that really loud mechanical one I just used. And I think from my experience on Skype, just talking to one person, that guy was really annoyed when I would talk to him on Skype and I'd use that keyboard. So I figured I'll probably annoy a bunch of people if I use that. So I switched to the one that my wife had. Yeah, Capillara, I haven't answered that, and I won't be answering that. But also, hey, yeah. Okay, this hasn't been done yet, but I think I've written this down enough times, right? Max life. Yeah. Remove this. Should one be able to see how much the skill level changed per log? So something like attack plus 9? Yeah, that'd probably be helpful. Adam is married to the code. Hideo, I don't know how bothered I would be by that. I wasn't saying that I'm bothered by mechanical keyboards. It was that when I was on Skype, my friend was bothered by it. So Type 10, she's on holiday right now, which we call vacation in the US. I don't think anyone doesn't need an ergonomic keyboard though, Capillara. I think it might be, so almost every job nowadays that takes place in an office will probably involve some sort of typing, regardless of what industry you're in. If you're a lawyer, if you're a receptionist, if you're coding, obviously, all that's going to require a keyboard. And everyone has the same, they're all susceptible to wrist strain and hand problems. So I think ergonomic keyboards are for everybody. Why didn't I go on vacation? Yeah, I was to concentrate on Botland. She's going to be gone for another, at least a week. I didn't have that kind of time to spare. Also, I am going to be taking a vacation with her at the beginning of June. I wrote this in the schedule, but I don't remember the dates anymore. But I'm going to be going to New York City on June something. I don't know what. I don't know. Second-ish? Something like that. Why even nurses use keyboards? I think the point is, actually, even just barring whatever you do for your job, you're probably using a keyboard in your personal time. I don't think everyone's like completely using their phone for stuff. And there's no ergonomic phone keyboard because you have to use the software. Or the screen, I mean. But yeah. But I don't know why she had it. She had it. That's all I know. Ah, thanks, Type 10. Yeah, this this needs to be done. You're currently able to get... Oh, by the way, is this hilarious or what? I have a to-do list item that says add to a to-do list. I don't know why I didn't just add it originally. You're currently able to get information about your opponent when you complete a match that you shouldn't be able to obtain. Yeah. Yeah, don't really care too much about that right now. Make sure walls can't be placed. Walls aren't even a thing. If there's ever a keyboard shortcut for editing your blueprints, make sure, yeah, local database expired. Put an assert somewhere to make sure I don't ever get the defender's code as an attacker. That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Do you think there's added value when you use your keyboard, let's say 1 hour a day? I don't know. It's hard for me to say. I'm definitely not a medical expert or anything. I imagine that if ergonomic keyboards really help reduce your strain, then having it for even 1 hour a day is still good. But is it worth the money at that point? It depends on the keyboard. Also, it depends. I mean, as a student, you get a lot of things for way cheaper than you get as not a student. So, like I said, I don't know how my wife obtained this keyboard, but maybe she got a discount. Maybe it was who knows, a gift or something. I don't know why she got this. Ergo keyboards are not expensive, really? Yeah, I want to do this on this roadmap. Matchmaker feature. When a player has a bunch of invalid player IDs and we send in a match, it's possible we end up finding a match slightly far away. I don't care about that right now. You get bot coin even when you win an unranked match. It should probably only be given for ranked. Clean up pixie filters correctly. Here. Hey, Versace. White flat. So this was created here. Containerized sprite? What? Turns out I didn't need to containerize everything despite that I did. Oh. Man, this whole thing was just more complex than I ever wanted it to be. That's the list. Yeah. This is canceled. 90% sure Hideo is my new next door neighbor. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Well, what makes you say that? Also, you've heard Hideo talk. Shouldn't you be able to just figure out if his voice is the same? What keyboard switches does he use? Excuse me. Log how much a user's rank changes over time. Yep. Make sure people don't register. Okay, so at this point we're at least much closer to today. These are from 3 months ago. So they're probably not things that have already been done. So at this point I'm going to just mark these as finished. And now the to-do list is 2,700 lines long. So we just spent, what, like an hour and a half going through some of these items. doing some of them pretty quickly, filing some ones to do for today. We're going to have to do those too. Then I think chip test would probably be helpful. Test this in phase 0, test this in phase 1, and test this in replays. He said he programs in C++. Yeah, that's not Hideo. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking of taking an early lunch break because I meant to eat more breakfast and I just forgot. I'm getting hungry, but it's like an hour before when I would normally take my lunch break. But then if I were to take a snack break later, I would just take like 5 minutes probably. What do I do? And then when I come back after lunch, I'll start working on some of this stuff. Then these would all be completed too. Huh. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Also, I want to remind everyone about Diablo 2 tomorrow. So it's 11:40. My uptime is 3 hours so far. I do want to get this to 8 hours today again. So when I come back from lunch, I'll be back for about 4.5 hours streaming. Asyntonic. Yeah, I'm super excited. Why isn't EJ playing? EJ doesn't like games that use the mouse. He doesn't like clicking things. He'll only play Factorio because you just stand there and watch things happen. But yeah, Diablo, he said, is too complex for him, and it looks like too much fun, and that he doesn't like having fun. And hey, eat whales. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, so I'll go away for let's put 36 minutes here. It'll probably end up being 30 as usual though. But thank you guys for watching so far. I appreciate it. I'll be back after lunch. See ya. Hey everyone, I'm back. You just find. I was watching Twitch on my iPad and I can't find the iPad charger. Oh, here it is. It's buried underneath the ErgoDocs. Whoops, that was probably loud for you guys. Alright, there. Hey Lulong, haven't seen you in forever. What's up? I don't know if you're still here. You were probably not, considering that I was at lunch. Nope, you're gone. Okay, well, that was fun. Hey, bad hombres. And hey, Brendan. Yeah, so I want to do this somewhere. This will really help out if I ever regress some code and I don't realize it. Yeah. I should just have it be a real assert. Well, this ever happens. Oh, yeah. Let's do this. So here's what we'll do. We'll start with not removing private information from a defense. So we'll just not do anything in this function. Return. Then on the client, when we fetch anything, so join game, for example, import defense, we should know that this isn't yours. I wonder what the best way to do this would be. It's all in join game. What do we do here? Okay, let's try some things. So we have that import defense function. And we have whether there's an ongoing match, which will always exist when you're playing against somebody else. Yes. Perfect. So in this case, we'll say this dot ensure defender entities do not Ooh. Any reason you chose JavaScript? Yeah, I chose JavaScript because I didn't want there to be any sort of sign up time for botland. So right now the way that it works is you go to play.bot.land, you click register, you're good to go. You're playing the game. If I chose a game engine, if I chose other languages, it would be much harder to get that functionality. You'd need to download the game engine, for example. So with Unity, what happens is they bundle their runtime into the application. And that's some number of megabytes that I just don't really need. Also, I can just publish directly to the web. So that was the biggest reason I chose that. You need a YJS command. That's true. Add to FAQ. Why did you choose to rate the game in JavaScript? Man, so yeah, I think the rest of today, I've got some items that I put onto this to-do list that I want to take care of. So there are a couple of bugs to fix, some things to implement. I think that'll take maybe 2 hours, maybe. And then for the rest of the day, what I'll probably do is continue to just tackle some things from maybe this list or something else. We're going to try to remove as many extraneous bits of information as we can and tackle some of the quick things, because I just never spend the time to do this. The one time I do was in the Man versus To-Do streams, and this is good. So this is a more relaxing day than normal. When you import someone else's defense, the account server removes private information from it. However, to make sure this function exists, just to make sure that empty account server actually performed that task. So here's what we do. We get all of the Defender entities. And what are we not allowed to have? We're not allowed to have code. We're not allowed to have... should be blueprints as well. Let me take a look at this. What happens right now? We have ID... yeah, there's no blueprint here. The rest of this stuff is all fine. Where do we get rid of blueprints, though? There's somewhere that we should be deleting the blueprint ID. Blueprint ID? I thought there was. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently we don't ever do this. Same thing here. Do we never do this? Nope. Just doesn't exist. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So how do we not get blueprint IDs? I should forfeit this match. You will be attacking. That means that we got a response from this, right? Yes, we did. I don't get it. Well, how do we remove blueprint IDs? Where does that happen? Wow. Okay, let's just trace it through find opponent. Contact matchmaker for match. So we call create match and we eventually return the ongoing match. Oh, ongoing match knows to serialize it without blueprints? Nope. Serialized defense. Convert for attacker is what's called. Yeah, we get rid of this. Yep, cool. So then we need to make sure that we don't have these bits of information. Oh, antimatter tape. What did you get for $50? We need to get all of the defending players' entities. Get all defender bots. I suppose that's a pretty good way to do this. Oh, nice. Yeah, modular power supplies are really nice for saving space in your computer. So defender bots will go through each of these. They should just be an entity. And we say get component, code component, assert. Do we have assert here? Yeah. Assert is nil, code component. And same thing for a blueprint component. There we go. Let's try that out. Huh. Well, that's pretty good. Are they going out of business or what? So as soon as we go into here, we should see an assert. We didn't. Why didn't we? Oh, because they'd already been removed. We forfeit and then we do this again and then we see the assert. Nope, we still don't. Okay, I'm confused. Oh, I never restarted the account server. Ha, ha, ha. Now it'll happen. We still have to forfeit, I think. Yeah. Oh man, alright, I don't get it. Maybe there was no code on these things? No, that doesn't make any sense. Convert for attacker is maybe what we need to do. Does this function even get called? Hey, banana. No, this is never called. Wow. I didn't realize. Yeah, so this is completely unnecessary. So the only thing that is necessary is this, convert for attacker. But there's two different portions of that. Saved expanded defense, remove private info, and saved defense, convert for attacker. There will be private information for that call, remove private info. That part doesn't make a lot of sense. This right here. Code, waypoint, and blueprint ID. Yeah, what if we just didn't do this? Let's type return there and return from here too. Okay, so we click attack. Forfeit this match and try a different one. Still not happening for some reason. I don't understand why though. It has a code component right here. Are we just not calling this function? Oh, here's what we'll do. There. Yeah, DefenderBot has a code component. Excuse me. So now we need to comment this out, and we need to see, does it also have a blueprint component? That one, it doesn't seem to have, although I don't know why. We should get back a blueprint ID in there. Do we not? Waypoint blueprint ID. It's right here. So what? These bots don't have a blueprint component? Or did I get the name of this wrong? No, there's no blueprint component. What? There's no error either. I mean, the reviews aren't great for this, but they don't look terrible. Didn't last long until it died. Isn't modular. Wait, what? I thought you said you got a modular one. Huh. Well, I hope everything works out for you, antimatter tape. I'm trying to figure out why there's no blueprint component. We call import defense if is importing on defense, or if we don't have a saved expanded defense. Then we call this deserialized defense. Let's just put a breakpoint here. And let's forfeit this match and refresh the page. We'll track this down from the very beginning. So I click attack here. It breaks in. We eventually call into... So this will have blueprints, yes. So why are we not making blueprints out of them? Oh, because create from serialized data doesn't even check for blueprints. Physics, tilex. Blueprint ID, that does exist. Yes. So what do we do with that? Oh, we don't bother checking it because we have hardware there. I see. Oh man, antimatter tape. I'm guessing you can't return it. Usually with sales like that, you can't return it. How much did that cost? You said it was, what, 60% off of that price? And what was that price? That is $50. Okay. So you spent 20 bucks. Yeah, that still sucks because that sounds like a waste of money. But, oh well. Okay, this makes sense. So then what about in later phases? Yeah, let's just get rid of all these. Oh, okay. That's good antimatter tape. At least it won't go to waste. So this will take a long time. This bar is almost done filling up. There we go. And now, when we return to this, we should get another assertion. Yeah, it has a code. Oh yeah, it has a code component. Okay. All right, great. So then let's put this back in. It's not a huge deal if there's a blueprint component, but it still shouldn't happen. How does this work exactly? We just go through all the bots. Yeah, this isn't too long. I think this is a good change to make. This is just to make absolutely certain that I didn't do anything like terribly stupid here. Yeah, so assertion defender bot has a code component. Okay, so we tested both of these. Now let's make sure they work for sure. Oh, and in replays. Yeah. I didn't do that part yet. But now if we restart this, now we're going to remove private information from them. So it may not work this first time. Oh, it did work. Okay, good. So now they don't have a code component on them? Yep, that's gone. And if we forfeit and start the next match, uh-oh. Defender has a code component. What? They shouldn't. I just got rid of that. What does the code have here? Oh, they're given one no matter what, aren't they? Oh, man. Or I screwed this part up. Forfeit. No, I think it's going to happen no matter what. Alright, guys, thanks for following. Yeah, I wonder how I'm going to fix this. Because we make a code component no matter what. That's the issue. So what we need to check here is that we don't have code. And same thing here too. Or we could try to make sure that they only have figure it out as their code. I guess that part would work. So they'll all have code components, but if they do, just make sure that they don't have any real code in it. That's going to be a little bit weird. How does one charge with melee? Charging with melee is automatic. So if you're here and there's a blank space and there's an enemy here, and you say if will melee hit, this is gonna, what this will do is you'll automatically move from here over to here and attack at the same time. That's what charging is. Hey 11 kazoos. So yeah, you don't need to do anything special for this. this isn't really for the client to test, I guess. Or we need to put this in ways that we check, and I don't know. I think this will be tough. So you realize bots. We make sure they don't have code or a blueprint ID. This comes from Save Defense. We have a Save Defense though. And we deserialize it right there too. Yeah, so I guess what we could do is this. We could say if not is importing own defense, save defense dot assert private info was removed. This is a much smarter way of doing things. And then the same thing over here. This would be saved expanded defense. And as for the attack, you don't really care about that. So then this can be done away with. This can be done away with. This is for the client to verify that private information actually was removed. This is pretty silly. This. Cool. Yeah, it's pretty simple, but I guess it needs to be done. So we do the same thing over here. We go through each entity and we call get component We should probably put some messages on there. Hey, images. First, the positive tests. Let's go through this. Step 1, we just attack. We shouldn't see any asserts anywhere. I don't care about that one. So we click attack. Cool. We click forfeit. Next battle. Cool. We need to lose the first phase. And then reset. Uh-oh. Entity.getComponent is not a function. CPU wasn't created. That means you would have hit another assert though. And no, I don't think you missed anything, Tim. Oh man. Here it is. Entity is just an array. That's not good. So these are really the components, not the entity. And I need to make sure that none of these are code. Okay, fine. Assert false. There. And we don't need to do any splicing, so I guess it doesn't really need to happen this way either. For each entity component. And these are proper objects. That's the part I don't totally understand here. There. That's a pretty simple function now. Oh, nice, Tim. Oh, yo, it finally works? Oh, that took forever. I'm going to refresh the page and see. Is that a better Twitch TV problem? Yeah, that's nice. That was a pretty obnoxious change. It was especially annoying because the way I used to, let's say I needed to type a command a second time. So someone asked, hey, can you B-paste something? And then someone else asked later, hey, did you ever B-paste that thing? What I would do is I would hit up on my mouse and then enter on my mouse. And now I couldn't do that when that wasn't working. Oh well. Hey again, noob. Is Twitch acting up? I feel like it's always acting up in one way or another. But I don't know about that in particular. Connect, attack, attack. No assertions. Yeah, those are all from before. Okay, so then we need to test this for real. So let's try this out. Remove private info. We're going to return from this, and we're going to return from this. And now what'll happen is the client's going to fail. So we click attack. And it says code is not equal to code. Yeah, all right. That's just a bad message, but in general it's working. And then this doesn't let you continue on though. It just totally breaks. Probably shouldn't do that. Especially because at this point, this means that you have a very easy way to go in and see exactly what the enemy's code is. So right here, yeah, we have their code. But this is because I commented out the remove private info. Okay, so we need a way to forfeit this match, or we just start a new match. Doesn't matter. Okay, cool. Looks like it's working. Great, so let's put in some real messages around these. Code component was not removed. Saved expanded defense. Good. And same thing here. Great. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. Let's close out of all of these tabs. Hey, null pointer, how you doing? Excuse me. Component names is defined but never used. Sounds good to me. Yeah, this all looks pretty good. Okay, so fix up private info code. So one, removed a dead function and unused function from the server. How's botline going? It's going really well. So if you check out what's online right now, the changes from the last 4 days are almost all user-facing changes. So all the changes that you see on this list. And they're working pretty well. There are some little pieces of feedback that I need to address and 1 or 2 tiny bugs. But in general, this is all working. Like I said, since it's user-facing, that means that you'll actually be able to tell that there's a difference. The server as it was unused, and 2, asserting that private info was actually removed from saved defenses when importing them as an attacker. Okay, cool. Oh, and then test this in replays. Oh, I forgot to do that. How does this happen? Also, does it even matter for replays? Where would this get saved? Yeah, I guess it does matter for replays. How would I check this? How would I check this? When we watch a replay, we call fetch replay, set up arena for watching replay. We get the replay here. So this journal is going to contain a whole bunch of different entries. I'm not sure the best way we would even check. We can't just search the whole thing for the word code. Because what if you named a bot code? Then you'd find that. It could be as the replay is playing out, make sure that we don't have code saved in it. What would it be like to even save code? And how does this work on the server? Because somehow we emit this correctly. I just don't have any idea how we do that. It's going to be tough. Yeah, there should be no code components. Do you ever need to send the code over to other users? Nope. No, and that's one of the core tenets of Botland is you should never get another person's code in the game. Because if you got their code, then you would have their strategy. And if you have their strategy, then there are a couple of things you can do. One is you can simulate the entire game offline and figure out what's going to happen. And two is you could be them in future matches, and that's not a good idea. So what I wanted to do is make sure that replays don't contain code information. And yeah, there are a couple of different ways I can do this. So solution number one, anytime a bot is created while in replay mode, ensure that code is never defined. I think this is the best solution. Solution number two would be something like search through the serialized replay journal to see if code is ever specified. All right, I like that solution. Let's take a look. Do we have like an is replaying? Oh, but that won't be here. Oh, we check his code right there. That is going to be on the client that we need this. Okay, so I think one of the first things that we'll need to do, because this should be simple, we should just say assert is nil params.code. Code was defined during a replay. But this needs to be if we are in replay mode somehow. We don't have anything for that, do we? There's this. What is this set to? If this is true, it means that you are potentially not even a player represented in this match, you're just watching a replay. Yeah, this is exactly what we want. Oh, but not really. It needs to be if you don't own this bot. The owner is necessary, right? Yes, in fact, it's the only necessary thing. Make sure that bots don't have code if you're in replay mode. Technically, no code is needed at all during replay mode, but it's okay if it's there for your own bots. So we need to get the owner here. Hey Moshmouth, how's it going? Not owner.equals whatever your player is. my player. This should be it. This should be exactly it. So we should be able to watch replays totally fine. Let's also go back to the account server and restart this. We should be able to watch replays, but if replays ever had code in them, then that's when things would fail. So I need to figure out a way to get a replay to have code in it. Hey, Kahitar. I don't know how to do this, though. Because I don't know where it gets removed from a replay. Something has to remove it. Let's look through the journal itself. When I click this button, we get a replay. Entries, create entity. Oh, thanks, Kahitar. Welcome back. 3 months. That's new badge territory. Although you don't have your sub badge showing anyway, right? Huh. Well, still, thank you. I appreciate it. My sub count's been relatively stable for the last couple months. Oh no, there it is. You have your badge there. Yeah. So create entity. How does this work? Create entity. Oh, no. I was just talking about you had your hi friends message. It showed your Twitch Prime badge, but then you can see the next message you typed had 3-month subscriber. So yeah, I was wondering why your badge wasn't showing, but I don't know what happened. Maybe it was a lapse in subscription for a bit. Okay, so create entity. We don't do anything specifically for this, but something has to route this, and we need to figure out what. Send entity to player. Ah, here we go. Names of components not to serialize. Look at that. So we don't send over code. So what if we just got rid of this? Then we restart a game server cluster and run another game against this player. Yeah, okay. So we log in as Adam2 and just forfeit this match. We're playing as Adam1. We're going to win this match. There, done. And now we should be able to see code get saved directly into here. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. Is there code in here? There it is, original code. Name, code, yeah. What happened here then? It should be this code right here when we call create bot. Maybe I'm missing something. No, that breakpoint doesn't even get hit. That's why. Uh-oh. It's probably some deserialized entity or something like that. Or we replay it in a different way. How does this work? We call this from here, create entity. And not deserializing it. Yeah, then that's what we have to modify. This doesn't even exist in this class. Great. So we would write a wrapper around this. Okay. Gotta be careful about this. that override here. This is a thin wrapper around the parent class to make sure we don't try deserializing an entity with code during a replay. So what we have to do is const entity equals super.deserialize. Then we need to make sure that it's not owned by you. So basically all this stuff. So get your player. It's not going to have code, I suppose. So get component, code component. Assert so code on a bot when we were not expecting it. Okay, and we need to get the owner as well. So if is entity owned by player. So if this entity is owned by someone who's not you, and it has code, and you're in replay mode. Although really, if it's not owned by you, you should never get code for it, no matter what. Let's try just this. I don't think it matters that you're in replay mode. Let's try that. So, did it work? Can I read property get component? Oh, I forgot to return it. Okay. Close. Let's try now. Oh, what did I do? I didn't click the replay. There we go. Got code on an entity that isn't yours. Yeah. So that means that these bots have their code in the replay, and they shouldn't. But if I were to go watch an older replay, this works totally fine. And if I were to go attack someone, it would work fine. Yep. Got code on an entity that isn't yours. What? What? That shouldn't have happened that time. So we couldn't attack. Oh wait, no. The reason why is because of, where is it? Oh man, I just removed some code I shouldn't have removed. There. What was it? Names of components. This. Okay, let's try that. This should fix it all. So now when we try attacking, yeah, now everything works fine. But the replay for this is going to be screwed up. So if I log in as Adam9, oh, wait, no. If I log in as Adam and I go look at that match, whatever that is, select ID from matches, order by ID. 16. Debug main.onWatch replay. 16. Aha! It is a problem. Okay, great. Then we should have fixed this. So let's try this. Let's try this now from scratch. We go to attack. We play out this match. So we are playing as Adam. Oh, whoops. I didn't give them any code to attack. Okay, I meant to put down these bots. There we go. So you defeated Adam 7. So now if we go watch that replay, so we watch number 17, you do not have an auth token. Oh yeah, that's right. Can I read property get ID of null? Uh-oh. Oh, because you don't have a player? Easy. Now we try watching the replay again. And this time it'll work. Nice. Nice. Okay, cool. So we gotta check that in. This should actually cover pretty much all the cases. And all this is, it's just some extra defensive code. So we don't need any of this here. We should just comment it, deserialize entity. Yeah. This is a thin wrapper around the parent class to make sure we don't try deserializing entity with code during a replay. With code if you don't own it. Yeah. This ensures that, among other things, among other scenarios, this ensures that replays won't contain code. Note that if this assert is ever hit, note that if this ever fails, it means that users will already have access to others' code. Yeah. So we really should have a test for all these situations, but I don't have them yet, so this is the next best thing for right now. So now that we've got that, if we go check that in, ensure code is removed during, on the client, I'm now asserting it's removed from entities that you don't own. This affects replays. Affects more than just that. Alright, next, add a retaliate button. I think this is a really, really important feature to have because it's one of the few ways that you'll actually have interaction with other players in the game other than just attacking and defending. So you click this and you have a replay button right now. Problem is, I don't know if this is that important to do right this instant because we need to add another button that is retaliate. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to do this just yet. So add another button. Okay, wait. Here's some questions I have. Should you only be able to retaliate if the attacker won? And how long should you be able to retaliate for? What do you guys think about this one? In Botland, if someone attacks you, you can choose to retaliate within a certain amount of time if you haven't already played against them. What should be the condition for retaliating? You should always be able to retaliate. You should only be able to retaliate when the attacker beats you. Is there any other case that there might be here? I don't think it makes sense, but only when they lose would you be able to retaliate. That doesn't mean anything. It's either always or only when they beat you. Yeah. So what do you guys think? I think I know what I'm leaning toward here. But still, I could be swayed. Yeah, I could be swayed. So remember, for those curious, when someone attacks you, regardless of whether they won or they forfeited or whatever, you will see a replay here. So you'll see that button to see what actually shows up in this match. And you'll see a retaliate button. So we're talking about the condition for the retaliate button. So 3 people said you should always be able to do it. 5 people said you should only be able to do it when they actually beat you. Fazil, thanks for following. So the scenario here, if you were always able to retaliate, that might mean something like this happens. Player A attacks player B. Player A loses. Player B gets the option to retaliate and beats player A again. And I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, I was leaning toward this originally. Only when the attacker beats you. I guess we change it to revenge. So add another button next to replay when you lose the match. It's a risk that the player assumes when they attack someone. The thing is, that's the only way you can play the game right now, though. You just click attack. And it's not like you have a vendetta against somebody else. You just got matched with them. That was it. I think retaliate is better than revenge. So retaliate to me indicates that they attacked you and you're attacking them back regardless of whether they won. Revenge to me indicates they attacked you and they beat you. And now you want to get revenge. I wonder what Jason mocked up in this document. Yeah, he called it revenge. I think that's fine. Only show the revenge button when you've lost. So we'll put that straw poll in here. Yeah, right, that's what I'm saying. Retaliate doesn't matter if they won or not. You could still retaliate, but revenge to me is more like they beat you. Oh, you were responding to 11 kazoos. Okay. All right. So only show the revenge button when you've lost. Yeah, I think that's good. Only enable the revenge button if you haven't already played against that person. And then there's this bit right here. The reason for this was because let's say you have this scenario. Player A attacks player B. Player A wins. And then, like, 10 days pass. Player B clicks revenge. So, I don't know exactly how I feel about this, but if you... Oh, darn it, I need to do something else here. Make sure players can't exploit the revenge feature to target arbitrary players. Yeah, so in this case, if 10 days passed, player A might have gone way up in ranking in the last 10 days. Excuse me. And then for player B to be attacking player A, is it really fair at that point? That's why I think it's got to be within a day. Yeah, I think that's the only reasonable thing. Also, yeah. Thanks, Bad Hombres. I thought you were just making a pun, but it was something I typed. If you haven't already played against it, cool. And then only... Should we hide the button if you... Maybe it's always enabled and you just get an error message. What are your productivity tips about using Conemu? So the number one productivity tip for Conemu is set a global shortcut so that you can enable it from any program very easily. And for me, I set it to Win Alt X. And the reason why is because on my keyboard, I have to make my fingers like this and I just press them down and there, I have activated this. So it's really easy to do that. Other than that, there's not really anything else. One of the things I really, really want but can't have is right-clicking and saying close or kill tabs to the right. You can say close all, and you can close the current one, but you can't kill all the ones to the right of this. I don't know why they haven't done that yet. Other than that, it's just tabbed command prompt for me. Excuse me. So, clicking the revenge button when you've already recently played against the person should show an error, and clicking the revenge button when too much time has passed since that person attacked you should show an error. Why'd you get a gift? Oh, you pointed out Revent to me. Okay. Well, here's the whole feature. In order for me to know this, we need to be able to search through the player's match history and figure out, was there a win against this player in the last day? And there are two potential things that can go wrong there. Yeah. We need a database query probably at the time of clicking revenge that checks, has player X won a game against player Y in the last 24 hours. And then this would be when you click the button, probably have a query that says combine this in the next task that there's just one revenge API. So you click the button, we probably have a query that says have I played against player X recently? So let me think about this. Last 24 hours, I think last 24 hours is a pretty good way to do this. Is 24 hours enough time in a non-real-time game? No, not really. Because I was thinking about this too. If you don't play every single day, there might be a player who beat you, but who you can't take revenge on. Also, revenge is a little bit weird how this works. But it's not the worst case scenario, I think, if you can't take revenge on someone. It's also not the worst case scenario if I end up increasing the number of hours it takes for you to be able to do this. Revenge feature looks like the one from Clash of Clans. So I haven't played Clash of Clans, but it is probably very similar. From what I understand about Clash of Clans, this is the same style of PvP in that when you attack someone, they're not present during the match. So you see their defense, but if you stood here for 10 hours, it's not like you're holding somebody else up. Hey, BBS computers. What about X ranks above? I am not sure what you mean by that. So what the revenge feature is, someone else attacked you, so you can attack them back. There's no way for you to attack them back unless they attacked you first, in this case. So, not with revenge at least. So I'm not sure what you mean by the X ranks above thing. Microtransaction increase the revenge timer. It could return either of these errors. Or it would set up a match against this new player. Oh, there's another thing you need to do. Make sure you can't get revenge on someone if you have an ongoing game. Revenge anytime you log if they're within a certain rank. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that could be a way to do this too. Problem is that I don't really have ranks in the game right now. I have ratings. Like, yes, by having ratings, you could rank all of the players. But I don't know if there are, let's say, 50 players in the game. Being player number 35 versus player number 25 is probably unfair. But if there's 50,000 players in the game, rank 35 is really close to number 25 at that point. So then it would be fair. So I'm not sure exactly how I'd balance that. But for right now, I think just doing it as time-based is probably okay. So there's got to be a query that ensures all of these things. When you press revenge, call out to the account server. What happens if they attacked you but they didn't win? Yeah, okay. So we need to do these things. Even base it on rating. Yeah, and unfortunately, like I said, I don't know really what the rating differences are going to need to be yet. Because, like, you start with a 700 rating. And if you look at the ratings in Botland right now, you'll see... Why does this keep changing? Yeah, so here are the ratings in Botland right now. Someone with a rating of 2,000 is at, like, the cream of the crop, the very top of this list. And then it keeps going down and down and down until you get to the 700s. And you could technically be lower than 700, I guess. But I don't know if anyone is lower than 700. So yeah, I don't know what ratings we would have to pair against each other. Probably need to do some number of standard deviations away from your rating. All right, see you, Tim, and good luck on your stuff. And hey, John, and Batman, and Waxy. Time-based sounds good. Gives an incentive to come back to the game from time to time. I don't know if it's really an incentive, though. So here's the thing. There will be a revenge button, sure. And so when you see, oh, Adam 2 beat me, I could attack them. But if you don't ever click it, it's no real difference from just clicking attack down here. And now I'm playing as Adam 9 instead of Adam 2. Like, what do I care? I guess there's some personal aspect to fighting someone who already beat you. But that's about it. Would there be a possibility to have revenge on someone who already paid back? So, I don't know what that scenario is exactly, Quaswell. I guess it's something like this. So, player A attacks. Player A beats player B. Player B now has a revenge option. You're saying that player B ignores that option and clicks attack only to be randomly paired with A anyway? In this case, yeah, revenge would stop working because you would have already played against this player in the last certain amount of time. But I think this is fine. I don't think this needs to be the most well thought out feature. I think it just needs to exist at first. If people are like, yeah, 24 hours is enough, then I can increase it. And I think that's about it. You could award someone for getting revenge by more rewards or something like that, so you're encouraged to use that mechanic. Yeah, that's true. I could definitely do that. And that way it would be an incentive, and then by having time on it, it would give you an incentive to play the game for your in-game incentive. So that's something to consider. I probably won't do that at first, because I don't know if I want to do that yet. The Mushmouth, everyone's been beating me in this game. If you look at my last many attacks against me, Antimatter Tape defeated your defense. Cucumber Hull defeated your defense. Defeat. And then finally, 3 weeks ago, I beat somebody. Does revenge give you rating? Yes, it does. Okay, I'm not actually going to code this right now. So, the only issue I have with incentivizing revenge more than attack is that, like I said, there's no real difference between the revenge button and this button. So if the way you would play the game would then be like, oh, gotta click as many revenge buttons as I can. And that way I get more rewards than I would have gotten if I just clicked attack. I don't know how I feel about that. Also, what's funny to me is So many people are using the steamroller set because I made it free. So here's steamroller foot, steamroller torso, ladybug head, steamroller foot, steamroller everything, steamroller head, steamroller foot. Couldn't it be used as an exploit for farming rating? Now, there's no exploit for farming rating. I mean, like I said, if you had a million revenge buttons over here or 0, you can always just click attack and find someone to attack. That wouldn't change anything. Hey, Devena, is it possible to have revenge ping pong? No. No. And that's what this part is. If you've already recently played against that person, it would show you an error. So if you click revenge twice in a row, the first time it'll work and you'll play a match. And then the second time you get back to that screen, it'll be like, sorry, you played against this person too recently. Or they haven't played against you in the last 24 hours. Don't criticize I didn't criticize it. I'm just saying, I think it's funny that everybody used the steamroller parts. It makes sense. I like the pink bot. Alright, so we're going to table this for now. Let's go with these couple of things. Oh, I see Batman. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, that shouldn't be doable. So assigning an array like this is not even valid, and then this is also an issue. So, time to go to the software validator and figure all of this out. Hey, Dibs. Did I type prevent another time? I typed prevent, but not revent. Okay. This code is getting converted into this. Array.length equals 0. Let's search for length in here. We should find something. Here it is. This node is simply array name.length. Yeah, that was the problem though. Name. Haha. Haha. This dot escape arg? Escape arg. Let's try that. Does this work? You do something that a player can only click the revenge button one time in an hour? Yeah. I don't mind something like that. It sounds to me like if you're trying to maximize your gains from the game, then every hour you'd need to log in, which I guess is kind of how mobile games try to get you anyway. It's the Farmville style of success. Gotta water your crops. No, I mean, I wrote this code. I vaguely remember what it does. Oh, I signed into play.bot.land. Yeah, I don't even know what happened there. You need some time-based events. Well, I'll write this down as an idea. Add as an idea for later. Revenge could be something that gives more rewards than normally attacking. But you could be limited to X revenges per hour. Yeah. Yeah, I think it should be considered, definitely. Okay. So what was I going to do with this? So we'll log in as Adam. We'll immediately edit the defense. We'll edit the first blueprint. So we click this. We also set logging enabled. What else does this do? Nothing. There. Okay, cool. So we put in this code. Where's the code? Here it is. And we hit prettify and update, save, and then refresh the page. And what we should see is the converted code here. Yeah. So now here's what it gets changed into. It's still wrong. Oh man. No. Array name. Yeah, this is just wrong. So the array name that we tried typing is array1, and when we do escape arg on array1, it just turns into array1. Why is that? Oh, there's an escape function. Whoops. Oh, there we go. There's no arg that belongs here. Revenge doesn't give more rewards, and you can click revenge all the time. You can select who you play against if enough people beat your defense. So this is true regardless of whether it gives more rewards or not. That's the first part of this. So this part doesn't really matter. This part though, you can click revenge all the time and select who you play against. That's true, but there are a couple of limiting factors here. One, you only have so many replays in your log. And so there are only so many revenge buttons. Escape arg returns arg, great escaping. Oh, so arguments don't need to be escaped like that. It's only when they match with a built-in or something. There's some very strange rules around this. So there are only so many revenge buttons. And the second thing is you can't repeatedly use revenge on someone. Did I just see you using this dot something enabled equals true when one line below you have a set something enable button function? Yeah. This is just for the sake of testing. This is logging. So if I set the logging enabled by default, it'll print this out. I'm not going to keep that change in there. That was just so that I could test this. And it should be working now. So we click this button, it breaks in, we get this code. Oh, it breaks in twice. Alright, does this look good now? Shouldn't there be a limit on how many attacks you can do in a certain amount of time? Because otherwise people will play a few hours at first if they're hyped, and then they won't come back to the game for a long time. No, I didn't want this to be the kind of game where you have stamina or energy and you can't play the game because you exhausted your stamina. I don't like games like that, because what happens is the game needs to be very expertly paced so that new players get to the point where they're like, oh, I'm having fun, I'm playing the game, but not such that they hit that wall and they're like, oh, time to wait 5 minutes until I get one more stamina point. So I didn't want that to happen. This is just like any other game. If you play for a few hours and then your hype dies down, then your hype died down. Yeah, it's no different from playing like Overwatch, for example. Okay, this stuff's all wrong. But this is now correct. So that's good. We just got to figure out these undefines that get there. Otherwise, I guess you'd be calling code. Could probably crash the server. So those undefines, where are those going? Set array. I don't even know where this is. Here it is. Arguments, expression.write, all this stuff. The thing was that you were going to play a lot early on anyway because of the revenge thing. Revenge thing that had only the limit of battle logs in it. You're going that kind of game. I'm not sure I understand this message. So there are two ways to attack someone. One is the revenge button, which we just talked about pretty thoroughly, and two is just the normal way, which is the matchmaker picks someone around your skill level and you play against them. So regardless, if revenge wasn't even a feature, you'd still be able to attack people as much as you want for the entire day. I think it's capped to 500 games per day. I think. And that wasn't meant to be like a stamina or an energy kind of cap. That was more meant to be like a, if you're playing 500 games a day, you're probably botting. So we should probably cut you off. Also, of the games that you can play up there, you can only get rewards from, I think, 25 games per day or something like that. So after you've won 25 games, you're probably done reward-wise for the day. Then you could do missions, I suppose. Yeah, so yeah, we'll have to see how this stuff works in practice. All right, so we got to take a look at this because this is definitely breaking. We have a node. Oh, great. I remember how annoying this stuff is to debug now. Because we need to say something like this here. ESCodeGen.generate node. Not available. That's weird. Node doesn't even show up with anything. Yeah, it's definitely weird. But I'm going to array1 0 equals left. So what is this stuff? Array name. Oh, darn it. Nothing's gonna work. Actually, that did. How did that work? What is array name here? How did this happen? Convert array assignment. We escape left.object.name. Wow. You can make it unranked, no reward, no experience so that people could train. No, I don't think that's a good idea because of this scenario. So player A beats player B. Player B gets revenge. Then player B, so Hideo's suggestion here is player B now gets a train against button instead of get revenge against. So player A changes their defense now that they've lost. Player B can now train against the new defense with no penalty. I don't think that's a good idea. Because then if player A ever attacked you back and then you attacked them back, then now you know how to beat their new defense sort of for free. I don't think that's good. I could make it unranked or no reward maybe once and then prevent you from doing it. Oh, and okay. Yeah, but then Hideo, wouldn't it be in my best interest to always modify my defense with just very minor changes every single minute even? Like, if I knew that people wouldn't be able to train against me, then I would probably write a bot that just does this. Edit my script and put a comment here, V1. And then edit my script, put a comment V2, then V3, then V4. And so my defense is changing every single time. It's Diablo 2. I also kind of implied you'd keep track of defense. Okay, Mr. Implications. I don't think it really provides a whole lot for the game to be able to train against other players like that. I think that if I wanted to allow that there'd be a different way of doing that. But I don't know what it would be. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I think that'd be too much work for such a thing. Well, there are ways I could do it. I just don't think it's worth doing exactly. It's like I could make it so that you could customize the theme of your code editor, but it's just not really worth it right now. Okay, so part of this that didn't make any sense is array1.length. This gets passed in where array name wasn't escaped. And I don't know who should do the escaping here. Also, does escape check to see if you've already escaped something? No, of course not. Is that executed on the client and the server? It's executed on the client so that you can figure out whether your script is valid before calling the server, but then the server also executes it, yeah. So it's executed on both places. And the reason why it's executed on the client is because of this. if you have an error, you need to know where your error is. Otherwise, you wouldn't know to fix it. So you do something like, oh, let's try calling the eval function. When it tells you, oh, there's a mistake here, you should know what you should be doing instead. In the end of game screen, add a button, add defense to my presets, so you can train versus it and save the exact defense and script, and we're allowed to have 3 custom presets. Yeah, so that idea of having multiple defenses, I think that's interesting, but that brings a lot of extra complexity. And I do want to do that feature at some point. But right now, you have one defense. So if you delete a blueprint, it just gets removed from your existing defense, and there's no question about what's happening. If you could have 3 defenses, then deleting a blueprint may invalidate one of the defenses that you're not looking at, in which case you should have some management around that. Yeah, I don't know how it would look exactly, but it would add some complexity. And also, I feel like it's a cool feature to have, but it's also probably pretty confusing for players, even if we manage that complexity. It's like, wait, why do I have 3 defenses? Which one is visible right now? Which one isn't? Like, what are the cases where I even want more defenses? It's probably something you'd have to unlock as you played longer. Do you have any good resources on learning shaders? I don't really, and I wouldn't say I've learned shaders, so I don't know if I'm a good person to ask for that. However, there are some sites like Shader Toy that let you try this out right in your browser. I do suggest looking through something like this. The other thing that's kind of nice is that these are open source. What is this? Tron shader. I didn't expect there to be sound on this. Move with WASD space for turbo. What the heck? What am I supposed to be doing here? Del to restart? Why is WASD not working? I don't understand how to play this game apparently. Oh, move with the arrows. Oh my god, I misread that. Okay, I see. What fun. The CPU is probably set up to never lose, but also, here's their shader that they have. Doesn't look too crazy. The possibility to save the exact defense I just played against and in the attack test mode. I see what you're saying, Hideo. Yeah, I see, but I think the scenario for that is not all there. You'd want that so that if you lost to that defense, you'd be able to figure out how to beat it for next time. But I don't want you to do that. I want you to say, wow, that's a really cool idea, and maybe never see that again, and maybe you have to figure out how to beat it next time. I feel like that's part of the strategy aspect. All right, so where should escaped names happen? No, it's not that I don't want you to win. It's that I don't want you to have these sort of guaranteed wins. I feel like the more you can practice ahead of time, the more you can figure out, oh yeah, here's how I'll do it. It's sort of like, imagine if I gave you a jigsaw puzzle and I said, okay, you've got to complete this puzzle in under 10 minutes. And I say, but you can practice it as many times as you want so that you can get good at it. Well, of course you're going to practice it a bunch of times until you can do it in under 10 minutes comfortably, and then do it when it really counts. I don't want that sort of thing to happen in Botland. I feel like you build up this tool set of how to beat other players, and if you can use that tool set with a new defense that you haven't seen, awesome, great. If not, then you lose. Yeah, that's fine. So you can see how powerful your new attack is compared to the last attack. Yeah, and that goes kind of hand in hand with what Hideo was talking about, that I don't think you should be able to do. I don't think you should be able to find out what's the most powerful. If you want to try reconstructing it yourself, then you can do that. But otherwise, yeah, I don't think it's something I'm going to support. So array name, we could check to see if something's been escaped already. It's probably the best thing. Unless you're, no, that's not a good idea. EJ. This is some kind of new advertisement that I'm not used to. Usually you're talking about Atom or GitHub. Now we're talking about taco kits. What am I supposed to believe anymore? The already... No, I guess this shouldn't be escaped. Unescaped array name. Because it'll be escaped in this function. So then this other one should do the same thing. So anytime we call this, which is only here, we just don't call escape. Oh, we need to escape it with the function parameters though. Oh my god. I take this all back. The escaped array name. Because we can't escape this stuff unless we have the function parameters, right? So at no point will this actually work. Oh, I didn't think about this. Okay, I should control Z out of everything that I've done in this file. So this does need to be fixed. But we need the function parameters in order to do this. There. So convert empty array assignment is now going to be changed to escaped array name dot length. There. So that one should be done. The next one that needs to be done is the other array assignment. Array assignment. This one. Because we can't escape this too, unless we pass in the function parameters. Expression dot, yeah, let's just pass in the function parameters. In which case I should do it that way too. Fine. I changed my mind on all of this. Okay, hey Raimi. The unescaped array name. Well, I settled on how I wanted to do this eventually, at least. Because otherwise, this definitely would have been a problem. We couldn't have escaped this correctly if I didn't use the function parameters here. I would need to explain why, but this is going to be pretty tough to even explain. So we just passed these things in now. There we go. Okay, let's try that stuff. Who knows if this is going to work. So we click this button, and what do we get? I don't see anything in here. Oh, I need, no, what? Yeah, what happened to the logging here? Oh, I control Z'd everything. Sometimes. It's working for me. Why do you guys let me type things like that? Someone needs to call me out. This needs to end. Okay, so we're still getting bot.undefined. I don't know why that's happening, but that's where we're going to need this. Because I got to figure out why is that undefined. It's probably left.property.name. It probably doesn't have a name because it's a number here. This is going to be pretty tough. This is what exactly? Yeah, raw. Oh, man. Expression.left.toString. What is this? Object. That doesn't help me. ESCodeGen.generate expression.left. ESCodeGen is not defined. Kidding me? Well, I think we have to use that. This isn't going to work. This is only if it was a name. Yeah, we need to skip this stuff. We can't just say that the left is okay here. Because it could be anything. It could be an expression. And I haven't done anything for this. I don't know what I was planning here. But the plan has failed. So let's try this. To do validate the left expression. So how do we do that? And also const code equals escodegen.generate expression.left. Let's try this out. Array 1 0. Well, no wonder. It's expression.left.property that we want. I've made a terrible mistake. There. So this should just be the number 0. Let's try it. Yep, there it is. The number 0. But this could be anything. It could be an expression, and we need to validate that. And we have this somewhere. I just don't know where. Legal node. Then we need the depth and parameters of all this stuff too. Depth. God, it's a wonder I wrote any of this code. It's not really working that well. What does this do? Does it return anything? Legal equals. And if that fails, then what do? We return false at the end, huh? Okay, well then this needs to return that. If not legal, return false. Otherwise, return true over here. And then there we go. Perfect. I am Spurman. Silly Diablo. Who made that username? Was this account just registered? No, whoa. 2014. Who is this person? Oh, wow, well, whoever they are, they've been in chat for 7 hours. Hi, Silly Diablo. I'm apparently calling you out of lurking. I apologize for that. So parent, do we even have the parent node in here? Yeah, actually we do. It's called node. And then the node itself is going to be expression.left.property. But what is going to convert this? That's the part I don't understand here. They're traveling to the past. Ooh-wee. Okay, so let's close out of this stuff. Let's change one of these to... also, none of this matters. Just do it this way. So sum arg. We should test out all of these things. We should say sum arg plus 1 and does not exist. It's going to be really, really challenging. So we can save that, and now we test this out. So step number 1, this is going to be equal to, okay, good, we have ES code gen. So we go watch here, and we want this for this node. I don't understand why this doesn't exist, but it doesn't. So the property here is 0. So this thing's going to fail. Hey, Vengo. So I'm guessing Silly Diablo's in here. Whoops, I didn't mean to type that a second time. Oh man. Okay, dibs. There we go. So we need to set whatever the escaped version of the expression is, which in the case of a number is going to be just the number. In the case of a variable, though, is going to be different. And how we escape this is going to be different. I think this is why we should just disallow everything to do with arrays. Or eventually write this so that it's sandboxed properly and then takes forever to execute. Won't that be fun? I think we need to escape expression.left.property based on what type it is. Because I don't know what happens here for the numeric types, but I had something stuck in my eye. Sorry about that. But for the non-numeric types, you definitely have to escape it. So this just won't exist. Then we could just say code right there for now. Identifier. That's not even the case, though. Type identifier. I need to figure out what this looks like when you have a variable. So let's take a look. This is set to an identifier called sumarg, but nothing validates this. Property.name, and we just escape that. I guess if we don't allow expressions, that could work. What about the next one, though? This has a left and a right. Yeah. This just won't work. Sumarg plus 1. We need to run this recursively. And that's what ensure legal node does, but it does it without escaping anything. And it's not until... where does this stuff happen? Okay, let's try this maybe. But isn't this what ensure legal node does? is expression. This is so challenging. Okay, let's try just this one. Let's see what happens. We hit update, we save it, we go back into that, we edit this. So what we have here is the binary expression. This is equal to sum arg plus 1. But what we want is for the left property to be escaped. And I don't know what happens right now, but we need to figure out what should happen. So what is the type of this? Binary expression. That goes to this right here. Cool. So now we call ensure legal node on the left side and the right side. The left side of this is going to be just sum arg. Yeah. But nothing escapes this, and that's what I don't understand. Convert add expressions. Oh, man. Ensure legal node. This is just an identifier, right? Yeah, identifier. So we go down and do identifier. Oh, all identifiers are legal. We just need to escape them later. This is bad. This is really bad. Something had to have done this, and it's not working right now. Okay, so what I need to figure out, how a equals b plus 1 changes into bot 1 through 5 dot a equals bot 1 through 5 dot b plus 1. I have a feeling this comes from assignment expressions. Oh man, it does, doesn't it? Okay, so let's go back to that then for a second. So we just say a equals b plus 1. We take a look at the logging, and yeah, it's executor.add, but they're all escaped here. Left is update. We want left to be equal to a. Here it is. So left and right are a and b. Yep. Clone deep. Oh my goodness. Convert add expression. New node, node left. This got escaped already. This code, it's just crazy. At this point we have right is still set to B. At some point what I do here is I change it so that it's set to the escaped name, and it's right here apparently. I just don't know where. Type is what? Binary expression. Is this where we escape things? Left is so ensure legal node does it. I see. So if we call this recursively enough times, we eventually get to the point where ensure legal node is called on an identifier which escapes the name of it. Goodness. Apparently ensure legal node is what escapes B into blah1 through 5.b. Guess we're going to set a breakpoint there. So what was left equal to here? We set a breakpoint for left.name equals B. And then we run through this again. And again and again and again until we figure out what's going on. So here it is. Something in here. It must have to do with, yeah, type identifier. That's when we escape it right there. Found it. Okay, cool. So that's because we call into this right here. Wow. Yes, Furt man, we gotta banish you now. Ramey's right. Hey Spurman, I have a question. I'm not actually considering this. I just want to know what your answer would be. If I removed you as a moderator, would you still come to the stream anymore? I haven't ever planned on doing this. I just wonder how that would change the dynamic of things. Now the question is, why isn't this happening for the array expression? Hey Kesha, trick question. Please don't. This is all I have. Okay, fine. So ensure legal node is done on this. Oh, this is a wrapping node. Is that why this is a problem? Why are wrapping nodes even allowed? Oh, that's not good. Where does this get set to true? And is type binary expression? Okay. I'm still super confused. Yeah, I think so, Hideo. I definitely noticed that too. It's always kappa kappa. I think Spurtman is planning something. A coup, a mutiny. I don't know. Something big's about to go down. And Spurtman's going to be at the heart of it. Seems like a great place for unit tests. Oh, I have tons of unit tests around this. I have all of these tests because, yeah, this is a crazy amount of code that needs to be verified. I have 800 lines of tests written for this. Unfortunately, this is a particular case that I just never implemented, and I always thought, oh, I'll do it eventually. And now is the eventually. And it's very frustrating. Hey, 3D Extended. I'm doing well. And Profane and Remeral, thanks for following. Why is the focus on me all of a sudden? Hey, Calic. Good evening to you too. Okay. We got to stop this when it gets to ensuring that it's a legal binary expression. Although everything so far sounds totally fine. The part that doesn't sound fine is whatever happens in here. This, some arg. How does this not get escaped? What is this? Type identifier. It has to get escaped then. Right here. What? Why is it so some arg? Alright, let's put a breakpoint here. Left.name equals some arg. So I currently have compiler construction at university. Are you interested in some material about this? For this, not in particular, because the way I've been doing things here has thankfully been working so far. And if any of this fails and it starts to take a week or two to fix things, I will probably completely change gears and just put all this stuff inside a VM, which I don't want to do because I think it'll make it take a lot more time, which would probably just undo botland at that point. Hey again, young coach. So right here, something in this is going wrong. The type is set to identifier. That is as expected. Oh, maybe the function params. Oh my god, this is never a problem. Oh, I called it some arg for a reason. Because some arg is written right there. It's so painful. I was investigating something I thought was a bug, but it's not a bug. Oh god. Okay. Yes, thank you, Tolus. Yeah, I only just realized that. Zakachin, how big in megabytes is the whole project in production? So you can actually just check that out for yourself if you want. Go to play.bot.land. I mean, I can just answer this question for you as well. If I go to play.bot.land with a network tab open, where's network? And I hit refresh. So in order to get to the login page, it's 2 megabytes. And then when you go past the login page, it is another 2 megabytes. So the whole thing is 4 megabytes right now. This is pretty good, maybe. It's a good GIF. Okay, so we need to try this for this one. So we get rid of this, put this here, it breaks in, and does not exist should be changed. Oh, it does work. All of this worked this whole time. So then we don't need to escape anything. I just need to figure out what to set this thing to, which is probably... the code generator from that? Did I say GIF? I don't say GIF when I read GIF, so I don't know why I would have said it then, but if I did, I slipped up. The GIF police are going to come after me now in 24 frames per second. Okay, here's how we want to change this. So validate the left expression. Then I think we want to use code exactly as is here. It's going to be tough. You did now. You got me. So what happens if we just type this? Oh, wait, we already have it typed there. Well, well, well. Looks like I've outsmarted you, code. Here it is. So is this correct? Here's our input code, and here's our output code. So input and output. Turn off the highlight. Oh, no, I didn't. I must have missed something, though. Oh, if I'm ever interested. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you, 3D Extended. Okay, so this array.length equals 0. Then set array. Oh, this is correct. Up. Oh, man. Okay, I think I did it. Oh. All right, so let's try all of the code now. Are you ready for this? This. Oh, wait, the plus is wrong. Right? That should have been add. Yeah, that's not add. The rest of this all worked fine, just not that part. So now we have this as our output and this as our input. I'm very... Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, so all of this is working now except for this one line, and that's quite concerning. Yeah, we need to figure this out. This line should not be failing like that. No, don't break it. I don't care about this. Right, did the rand int part work too? Executor.randint. Yeah, it did. It's the one thing that isn't working, and I got to figure out why. Deleted replay. Yeah, I wiped out I changed the game version. So this is expected cucumber owl, which, by the way, your rating is insane in the game right now. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're cheating by using that strategy that you shouldn't be using, but you are head and shoulders above everybody else. So good job. No shame. Oh, good. Superman remembers my quotes. Yeah, so this is the only part I have to figure out still. Let's try it out. So the node that we have is, let's see, left is some arg and then +1. Yeah, so this entire thing should be considered a binary expression. Yes. And it's an addition. So we go into binary expression. And then this stuff, convert add. The part I don't understand here is this is the one that's an addition expression. But nothing runs on this. Binary expression of a node. Huh. That probably means that if you ever type something like a plus b... No, this doesn't make any sense. I don't understand what's going on yet, but this needs to be converted into a proper add expression, and that is not happening right now. This is if node.type. It's the parent's node type. So close to figuring this out. Where does this come from? Node. Binary expression. And a left and right are nodes. Yeah. Something else needs to call convert add expression. Okay, so the answer is that it was, and that sum arg was just a param. So new problem is this. Array1 sum arg +1 doesn't get escaped to array1 add sum arg1. I don't know why. It's a binary expression, but ensure legal binary expression checks left and right to see if they are add expressions, which they're not. Their parent is. Wait, what, Mushmouth? Are you saying you're in here somewhere? I don't see you in these things. That doesn't mean I don't have something on you somewhere. I do, in the advertising list, right here. This is from 17 days ago. Isn't that syntax perfectly valid? It is. There's a deeper problem here. So there's a lot of stuff that I have to try to correct from botland. Let's say you do something like this. A equals high, A plus equal A. This is valid JavaScript, and it's valid botland code as well. But you can see what this does. A is high here, and then at the end of this, it's going to be equal to high, high. And then at the end of this next line, it's going to be high, 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 high. And so on and so forth until this thing just keeps expanding and expanding and expanding. So every time you do this, the length is doubling. And I need to stop this from happening because that means you're going to consume all the RAM on the machine. So every time you do an addition expression, I wrap it in my own addition expression and make sure that you're not adding two strings to be too long. Find your quote, trust in the power of randomness. The problem is this works for, let me take a look at this. This works for something like this, I'm pretty sure. If we say A equals B plus 1, I think that gets converted correctly. Yeah, it does. Executor.add B and 1. So why does that happen, but mine isn't working? That is a good question. I'm probably passing in the wrong parent node. Depth expression not left. No, I don't know. Gotta figure this out. Ensure legal binary expression. This has to be getting called. And there it is. And the node that we have is a left of an identifier and a right of a literal. How in the world does this work? Because this isn't doing anything. Right? Did left get converted? No, undefined. And right is undefined. I don't even know why we're setting these things here. Doesn't make any sense. Convert add expression. This doesn't even return anything. Why would I do that? Only when the right side something is doing this. Oh, well, let's just put a breakpoint on convert add expression. Duh. Duh, guys. It's obvious. All right, here it is. Assignment expressions are what do it. Okay, all right, I understand this. So this is not coming from, oh man, all right, let's take a look. Hey, Sardonic Demon. I'm making a game called Botland, and you can actually play it right now. I will give you a very brief demo of the game. So in Botland, your goal is to protect your CPU if you're a defender, or to destroy the CPU if you're an attacker, and you do so using bots. I have a bunch of bots right here. They've got some parts on them. And you can also write the AI for your bots. So when it comes to actually playing a game, you're not interacting with the game with a controller or anything. They're playing out a scenario you wrote ahead of time, essentially. So mine are set to move close to enemies and shoot artillery. The ones in the back here you can see aren't moving at all, but they'll use repair every once in a while, and they can teleport to enemies and start using melee. Excuse me. Of course, I'm going to lose this in the end anyway. Oh, wait, no, maybe not, because these guys only have long-range weapons. Aha! It all worked out in the end. So yeah, if you want to play it, you totally can. Can I make a sticker? I might want to officially do that someday, but I guess nothing's stopping you right now, as long as you're not trying to sell them as though they're your own. Oh man, hang on. I have the hiccups as I'm trying to cough. I'm going to mute my mic for a second. All right. Yeah, I think that's fine then, Mushmouth. Hey, VRTXT. All right, take care, Amy. This is just going to get more and more ridiculous. All right, this room is finally warmed up. Going for max RAM. Makestickers.com, I see. So when you type something like a equals b plus 1, the assignment expression is what converts it. So I think that in itself is a problem, because every binary expression should convert itself if it detects that it is this thing. This would fix a lot of problems. Let's take a look. This shouldn't matter whatsoever, because addition expressions are binary expressions, right? Yeah, it's a binary expression with an operator of plus. Huh. So silly me. Why did I not ever do this correctly? Legal. Make sure the if has properly converted. We shouldn't need to do this. Yeah, we should be able to delete all of these things. Okay, let's be very careful about this, and then we'll test it out. But I'm pretty certain this is going to work. Chat's gone bonkers. But I keep streaming if Ramy gets unmodded. There are only 2 people who can unmod Ramy as far as I know. Me and Ramy. And no, I would stop immediately if Ramy unmodded himself. I don't think I could bear to go on. So the solution here is to have binary expression check this for itself, not for children. And then everything else can just do this correctly. Yeah. So let's test this. Test this with if statements afterward. If a plus b. So right now if you do that, if a plus b, blah, blah, blah. Let's try this out. If 1 plus 2. There. What does this do to your code? Yeah. If executor.add 1 comma 2. That's correct. We need to make sure that that's still the case after I'm done mutating this code. Time to mutate. So everywhere that we call this needs to pretty much change. Why are there messages deleted in chat all over the place? Oh, rabies. Uh-oh. Slash unban the mush mouth. Slash points take Ramy 1. Your mods are out of control. Yeah, you bet. I unbanned you, Mushmouth. Use some deterministic finite automaton to tokenize the code. That's the way we have to do it. Yeah, something similar to that. So I'm using what's called an abstract syntax tree for JavaScript, which for those of you who don't know what this is, it takes code that looks something like this. So this is saying while b equals 0, then do all of the stuff you see here. It's tokenized though in the way that it forms a tree. So this is your abstract syntax tree. So for JavaScript, something like a equals b plus 1 is an assignment expression whose left is equal to a and whose right is equal to a binary expression whose left is equal to b and whose right is equal to 1. So what you're saying is I'm assigning a to b plus 1. Oh, and operators. So what I do is I go through this entire syntax tree for all of your code and make sure that the nodes are valid and they get mutated correctly. And what was happening that's wrong here is that I'm being a dope. Init, test, and update. We shouldn't have to do any of these things. So test this for for loops. We shouldn't need to do this either, though. Shouldn't need to call this from basically anywhere that we were calling this. The only place we should have to call this is here. This dot convert add expression node. Yeah, and even that probably shouldn't be done, but only binary expressions can be add expressions, I guess. Oh, I see why not. I don't know how either, Rami, but Void Dreamer figured it out and unmodded himself. And I think Mike did the same thing at some point. Okay, let's refresh. It's possible this just works right off the bat. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? So let's try it. Oh, look at that. It worked. Okay, so then we should run through all of our tests. Hopefully they all pass. Perfect. Although who knows what that's testing. And then we put in all this code just like how it used to be. Let's close out of this. And what did this get converted into? So in the end, does this all look correct? Here's our source code. Here's our output. So check time to make sure we don't have an infinite loop. Then set length equal to 0. Set 0 to left. Set sumarg to right. Add sumarg1. Does not exist. Yeah, that all looks fine. Let's try some extra bonkers stuff here. Let's do this. Whoops, we gotta close that for a sec. This plus rand int 0, 3. Does that work? In fact, let's cut out all these other ones since I don't care about those. That gets converted to this. Set array1 executor.add does not exist to rand int 0, 3. It's working. Wait, why did you do that? Why did you fall on your sword? And it worked. Wait, guys, I have a solution. There. Oh, we saved it, guys. We saved it. Thanks, everyone. What? No. What, and Barry, you wanted the streams to be over forever? Is there anything here that checks to see if you can have... No, it just checks to see if things are valid. We don't have anything for binary expressions, and either way, we don't check to see if these things get executed a certain way. We should probably do that. Wait, code execution test. What's this? Oh, what is this? Oh, man. Okay, I gotta add some tests here then. Yep. Yep, total anarchy. Okay, next up is to write some tests. Write some tests around binary expressions to make sure everything gets escaped correctly. So basically, do something like this. Update equals function. We say something like if b plus 1, b equals b plus 1, c equals true. So C equals false. Then make sure that B got escaped correctly and that C got set. Yeah. What time did you plan to do this array stuff? Well, pretty much never 3D extended. I was hoping I could just keep putting it off until people stopped asking about it, but that didn't happen. You guys are too persistent. I know that sounds like a joke, but it's not a joke. I actually was hoping no one would care. But didn't end up going down that way. So we really don't need to do this stuff now. This is much simpler. Much simpler. And I'm very glad I came up with this conclusion. Wait a second. Oh no, that's right. Okay, good. Alright, see you, Rami. Don't forget, there will be a stream tomorrow in 24 hours. I will started playing. Which, by the way, guys, do you remember what the problem was last time I tried streaming Minecraft? I tried using Discord. Was it that I couldn't hear you guys or that you guys couldn't hear me? Because I know there was a problem, but I never figured out how to fix it. So what I did instead is I had this really wonky setup for Discord. Yeah, the stream tomorrow is this, which I wonder if I should update that. I don't know why I ever thought to do this a different way though. Okay, that should fix this bug. What about this bug? Because there were two I wanted to do here. Assigning an array like this is not valid. It doesn't even give you code warnings, and it should. I don't think this is even true. Is this correct? Array.length equals 0. Oh, I see. It's not valid from a user code perspective. And it doesn't give you any warnings. Does it matter? I don't think we couldn't hear Discord, only you. Okay, that was the issue then. Do you ever plan on doing Minecraft again? Minecraft is tough because if you're playing vanilla Minecraft, everyone's played vanilla Minecraft already who wants to play it by now. It's been out for long enough. And there's no real goals. So the last time I played Minecraft, I did Sky Factory. And what was nice is that not everyone's played Sky Factory. So it was almost totally new. But yet having some experience definitely helped. Would I do Sky Factory again though? I don't think so. I might do Minecraft for something like just a sort of mini game kind of event. Do you know about Coding Game? I've seen advertisements for it, but I don't really know about it. No, Zakachin. You still want to play vanilla Minecraft? Hideo falls asleep watching Minecraft streams in very little time. This will escape the part in brackets, e.g. array 1 a plus b will turn into array 1 Oh, wait. Coding Game, maybe I have heard of that. That was what Hardly Difficult was doing, right? Where they just give you a task and you have to complete it. It's less of a game and more of coding competition, I guess. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that sort of thing doesn't really interest me, though. Botland is that, but without the competition aspect. And I don't mean the game, I mean the code base. Like this bug, for example. Why would I compete writing code for a game when I should just solve this bug? And when I get done with that, solve this bug. And when I get done with that, tackle this item. So it doesn't sound like it'd be that fun for me. And where am I from? I've only mentioned where I'm living. I'm living in Washington State, but where I'm from I haven't said. It's a couple of planets over. Okay, so then this code. Do we ever use this differently? Also, do we even need the function params? We do, yeah. So where else do we do this? This is dangerous. It appears as though I never ever do this. Wow. So this probably means that there's an issue if this is the one place in the whole code base where I'm doing this, right? I guess it's because we convert this node in this particular way. What if we just said expression.left? Oh wait, that might work. Yeah. What if we did that? What if we just said expression.left.property here? You don't think Botland has a similar concept to what they're doing? So my answer to this is it's similar in the same way that Tetris is similar to every other game involving blocks. Like, they have similarities, that's for sure. But no, I don't consider them to really be that similar. I think coding game is more, this is only for coders, and your goal is to just solve straight up coding problems. Botland is a game that isn't necessarily just for coders, and the problems you're solving aren't code problems, they're game strategy problems. Okay, and no, that doesn't work. This is object to object. We need to say exactly what this should get converted into. That was wishful thinking. And yet we can say expression.right here. So why does this not work? Expression.right. Yep, you got it, Wraithy. And expression.left. Oh, maybe I just should have said that instead of expression.left.property. Does that work? I really hope this works, because then I will not have butchered what I was trying to do here. No, it doesn't. Can't figure this out. Oh, because I have type identifier. Oh, right, of course. What the? Maybe this one? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, I think it worked. Yeah. Except for this didn't get escaped. Why not? Oh, because that needs to be property, not expression. Right? This, I think? Otherwise, we'll get the wrong thing. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, I did it. I think that does it. Oh, good. Good. Now, we just be incredibly careful. Let's test some things out here. Hey, good idea, Co. Let's try a couple of, like, if b equals b plus 1, then for c equals c plus 1, d equals d plus 1, e equals e plus 1. We remove all of this. Actually, let's make one of these be equal to some arg plus 1. You think it was a wise idea to put this task off? Yeah, I think there were more pressing things. So this is where you have severity and priority of issues. This has a pretty high severity, and that you just can't use certain features without it. But yet, its priority is pretty low. So that's why I think it was important to put this off, because there were just more higher priority features. The first programming language you learned, and if you go back, what would you have learned? I learned one of the variants of basic first, and I don't think I would change that exactly, but when I got into learning real languages, I would have probably tried to learn those more formally. Because for many years, I had what I would consider to be a very hacky education around this. And I had bad practices that I didn't know were bad practices. This was before there were a lot of resources out there. Like GitHub definitely didn't exist. So I would write code like this, like A equals E17 or something like that. And literally just have single letter variable names and not realize it's a bad idea, and like hard code indexes for something. And there were just a ton of things I did wrong. And it's because I wasn't formally learning. So when the program worked, I thought, oh, cool, I programmed it correctly. But yeah, there's a lot more to it than that. So where do we verify this? And why have we not... Where do we check that this is legal? Expression.right. Do we check that? And did this thing ever work? I can't see the idea. So this is right. This is right. This is right. And this is right. Yeah, this all looks correct then. And we have a check time call inside of the for loop. So that's all fine. The only part I don't understand then is how does this work? If we type something like array1 5 equals eval evil, how does it detect that this is bad? Where does this happen? Oh, because it's an assignment expression? Oh. Okay. We just validated the left side above. Third argument will be entirely what the user wrote. Should have already been validated to make sure that it's legal in a parent function call. Assign all properties from converted node back to the original node. Oh, this is just insane, the amount of stuff that has to happen here. Also, every time I say converted node, I guess I can do this. Only 2 places. Yeah, pretty crazy. Also, there's actually a lot of places where I modify things. I used let when I should have been using const for a lot of these things. I'll fix that in another commit. Use const in more places. Any linting issues, any test issues, speak now or forever hold your peace. Yeah, nice. This was pretty crazy. It's almost magical when all of this stuff works though. A lot of time has gone into this one single class here, this software validator. Yeah, good. Oh, I don't have that rule, Wraithy. Yeah, do you mind figuring out what it is for me? What was the problem? I wasn't here when you began working on it. I'll explain it in just a sec. Let me finish typing this. Then I'll write it out to you. So fix bug around validating array expressions. So in user-defined code, if you had something like array1 equals or the part in the brackets wouldn't be validated. Also, I'm pretty sure array itself wouldn't be escape. I fixed both of these. Binary expressions are now in charge of converting themselves to if they contain addition expressions. Okay, cool. Thank you, Raythi. I will take a look at that. Okay, so the way that this works, Token Guard, there's a lot of code that has to run in order to convert what you have here to what gets run by Botland. So for example, this is the most basic code you can have. It's an empty update function. And what it really gets converted into is you see down here bot12345.update, and then there's an executor.checktime in here. So you might wonder, wait, why does this happen? Well, one is we namespace all of the bot scripts so that you don't have access to another bot's code. And two, we put a checktime call in here, which is an idea I got from the V8 engine. They put checktime in function calls and in loops in order to figure out if you're exceeding a timeout that they might have. So I inject those in the exact same places. So when you write code like this, array1, something like first plus second equals third, what happens here is your code gets converted into this. And just ignore that this broke in. Update equals, there's the checktime call. We have a set array, which is something you never even wrote here. And this is to make sure that you're not setting a part of the array you're not allowed to access. And then there's add, which is again something you didn't write here. You wrote just a plus sign. And the add call is to make sure you're not concatenating strings to be too long. And then we escape all of these things, but only if they weren't already arguments. So if we put first in as an argument, let's say, now this, whoops, I changed the wrong thing. If we put first in as an argument, we get this as our result. So now you can see first didn't get escaped. So it knows that it's a function parameter. This was all just a crazy amount of work. This is like 2 months I probably spent on this one class. I'm glad this was even reported. All right, so then use const in more places. Let's try this. Prefer const. This is going to be tons of issues. Interesting. So destructuring. Ignore read before assign. What's that? Just use fix for that and review the changes before committing? Yeah. I still want to put this in my ESLint config for next time though. So destructuring, we'll say all here and ignore read before, just ignore read. Nah, let's just do that. And then let's run the linter. This is probably going to be hundreds of errors, which is why Hideo is suggesting you just use fix instead of eating his dessert. Yeah, 286 problems. Yeah, are all of these that issue though? Alright, I know this might take a little bit of time, but I want to just make sure that we're only looking at one kind of issue now, because I know this could search for multiple. Yeah, let's just do it this way. Dessert is getting ready. What is it today? Is it Black Forest cake again? Alright, so prefer const. We'll delete every single line that contains that. Yeah, that's every single problem. So yeah, we can run fix on this. So how do you use this with dash dash fix? ESLint. Actually, let's just take a look at my whatever GL does. So rma.txt which GL. Gulp lint. Who would have thought? Okay, where does that exist? It could be this. It's not this. No, it's the one that's in this directory. Lint. Here it is. So we use these as all of our paths. Ooh, sounds good. Man, I bought strawberry ice cream and it's bad. Well, it's not bad. I guess it's sort of like what they say about pizza. Even bad pizza is still pizza. But it's not enjoyable. I've never had bad strawberry ice cream before. So we want to call this on paths. So I guess we could just do this. And then just pass in dash dash fix. So let's try that. That just work? What? Is that seriously all it takes to do this? Linter runs that fast? No. Didn't do anything. I think I should have said dash dash fix first. Didn't even give me any errors though. I think that's a bit weird. I have no idea what's happening. Yeah, I clearly can't figure this part out. What am I doing wrong here? Please note that when passing glob, it'll be expanded by your shell. You have to quote your parameter. Use double quotes. Oh, whoops. Oops, something went wrong. Where does Mocha come from then? That's weird. ESLint is installed locally. So I think it's installed globally. Yeah, it is. Hey, Kaitai. Node modules dot bin slash ESLint. Couldn't I just do this? Okay. What's in here? Nothing? What? How did it autocorrect this then? Oh, ESLint.cmd. There we go. Okay, got it. So then I put in the rest of these things. While that's running, do I have anything about ESLint here? No. To run ESLint manually, make sure to use the locally installed version, e.g. node modules / bin / ESLint -- fix path 1 path 2. Okay, that's not exactly what I expected, because it doesn't seem to fix these things. Hey, Bash. What? 2079. Yeah, use const, sure. Why didn't it fix it for me though? Oh, maybe these are the 60 that it couldn't fix. Oh, so if I were to just lint now, it would find only 60 errors, not 286. Okay, that's pretty reasonable. I don't think it ignored the fix. I think there were certain ones where it couldn't make that change for me. Okay, never mind. I don't know what's going on, because now it's only found 2 problems. It's as many as possible. Well, it certainly changed a lot of code. Oh, I didn't know you could do this. Although that does make sense given the documentation I read. Yeah, all of these look good so far. Oh, I should have never done this. That's fine. These shouldn't be done. We should try running everything, of course. We'll be streaming for a while. Hey, first. Yeah, another couple hours. It's only been 6 hours so far. Just gotta look through all these files. I know it's tedious, but this is really all I can do to make sure that I didn't screw anything up. Thankfully, it's incredibly simple to look at these and just see that they were fixed correctly. And better than having to do this myself. Would have taken quite a long time. Doesn't this have a shortcut for next file? I actually never looked into that. Let me take a look in a second. Is there something up here? Yeah, I don't know about that. And I know now would be the time to look into that. Next file diff. See if Google says anything better. Yeah, I don't know. I don't find this very tedious to do though, because I just had to press escape, down, enter, and go to the next one. So it's not too bad, especially because all those buttons are on my mouse. so I don't have to move my hands at all. Yeah, all of these were done correctly. Almost done. Just a few more files to go through, although there are lots of different instances here. And then in this gulp file, a bunch of line endings were changed. Oops, I put a period at the end of that. I didn't mean to do that. What? My computer just freeze? Oh, there it goes. Maybe it's just next change when it's on the bottom switch next file. No, that doesn't happen because I would have accidentally done that at some point. I mean, I can try it out in my next diff. So these were just slightly more difficult to do, so it didn't auto-correct them for me. Okay, I like that. I wonder what other ESLint rules I should configure that I haven't already. Wait, maybe not that one. I didn't commit without a comment. I think you might have misunderstood what I did. I just deleted the period off of that last one. And the newest thing that you might have thought was a commit was just me opening this dialog and then closing it. I didn't actually commit. No useless constructor. Okay, we'll stop with that for right now. Yeah, so we need some tests around this stuff. So you know what, really, this should just be part of the last commit too. So the only diff between these two is going to be, yeah, these two lines. If you're ever curious. Wow. Yeah, thanks, Hideo. No, it definitely looked like that, Mitchell, because me closing it looks very much the same as me committing and then having it close itself. So then this, should this give you a warning? Do I even have warnings in the code right now? What gives you a warning? Warn. Warning, here it is. So there's very few of these, I'm pretty sure. Collect user defined functions. You defined a function more than once. Is that it? Is it the only warning? Yep, that's it. So if you define a function more than once in botland, you'll get a warning, and that's the only thing that gives you a warning right now. Let's see what that looks like. But you can still save this code. Yeah, you can. Because this is technically not wrong. It's just not a good idea. So we'll make it be a warning when you do something like this. And the warning is that you can't initialize arrays that way. I just prevent you from doing it. And yeah, they are, EJ. I think when you get to the point where you're comfortable with shaders, you can do a lot of really cool effects. But I feel like getting to that point is lots of weeks of work. Hey, Alparental Han. Prettier ESLint. Yeah, I think if I were using prettier, this would help. It's interesting. Mr. Jin, do you really want to be called MG? I don't think it's overkill for Breakout. I think it's a good way to learn shaders. So where do we get this? Convert array assignment. There's something that checks to see that we're assigning to an array. I don't know where we do that. Member expression. That's not. Ensure legal array expression. Wait, why does this happen twice? An array expression. Oh, this is confusing. Yeah, we're going to call into this code. So we'll put a breakpoint here. Well, I guess up here. And then I've just got to be careful about making this a warning. I don't think it's going to be too hard to do. Well, maybe it will be. So the right in this case, literal, left, literal. What was the code that I had? I don't even remember. Oh, there it is. I shouldn't name it right and left. That's confusing. Software validator, what is that? That's to make sure user-defined code is correct. The reason why it's called software validator is because hardware is things like lasers, missiles, and software was the code that you write. JavaScript, Blockly. So we should change this to be first param and second param. And then hit save and go back into that, and it should break in. Yeah. Okay, so what is in right? Ah, the array. That's right. I wonder what happens if we have a binary expression around this. Let's test that out in a second. So we know that we are assigning to something, and we know that the right side is an array, but it could be a binary expression that contains an array, and then we would just do nothing, I guess. This would probably totally break at that point. In fact, let's try that out first, since that's more concerning than a warning. Node type not allowed. Array expression. Oh, wow. Yeah, array expressions are only allowed on their own. Whew, interesting. I don't think if people were making halting problem jokes. Also, I think I wrote this back when I was working on the prototype of the game, which was before I was streaming. And then I rewrote lots of this to make it, well, to fix bugs and to make it more relevant. Okay, so that's not an issue. In fact, we should have something testing to make sure that's not going to be an issue later. Should not allow arrays. What else? Should not allow arrays. And it shouldn't allow array addition. Oh man. So what do we do when we have variations of this stuff? Do you have any part of the game that's not open source, or is it all closed source? I think you asked the wrong first question. I think you mean, do you have any part of the game that is open source? In which case, no, I do not. It's all closed source. And I know that might be weird given that I'm streaming this. You might think, wait a second, we can see your code. It's not open source though. But I feel a lot more you have to do than just put code on your GitHub to really meet the spirit of open source. And this project doesn't fit that. So yeah, it won't be totally open. So variation 2. Okay, fine. So should not allow arrays variation. We're going to say this is array1 equals, how do we check this? Yeah. Oh, nice, Super Jumbo James. Did you get the grade back already? Also, as for these things, we have let code equals blank everywhere. If we just change this to const code, then it should remove all of these. There. So let's run the test. And then let's try to get that warning working. It's probably going to be a little bit tough. So this part is fine. We delete that. And then Lenore, thanks for following. By the way, I think people have been figuring this out on their own. But when you follow, you get a link from my bot. It's totally valid. You should click the link. Have fun. It's not spam. It's not the WannaCry virus. So we get into this. And the right has some elements in it. And we ensure that it's legal, but you don't ever use those elements. So we say convert assignment node. I guess the node itself, delete node key. What? Oh, that's pretty crazy. But we have, what, expression dot write elements. Hey, Chris. Yeah, this is a little bit weird. Where do we check this? Just node.elements. So we know that it's the right side of this. Okay, so what we would change this to is whatever this function is, convert. The only node type we allow for this is something where the right side is purely an array. If it's not purely an array, that's fine from an execution perspective because we're about to gut the node. But from a user perspective, you may not realize this is happening. So we'll warn you. So to do, if this is anything other than an array with no elements, warn the user that their code will be wiped out. Okay, I will be right back. I need to use the bathroom. Yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, hey, I'm back. Hey, binary block. Let the fets begin. So I wanted to fill up this water a little bit more. That always takes a little bit longer. So in this case we have node dot right. I don't understand why this happens. Node dot expression dot right dot elements. And that will be its own array, which should be size nothing. Drying out the state by filling that bottle. Alright, see you, Mitchell. And oh, yeah, no space if you're trying to cheer. And if you did copy paste that, how many zeros did I type? That'd be $50,000. I don't think that's possible. I think you can only cheer, what, $100 at a time? And even then, I'm pretty sure it gives you a chance to take it back when it's that much money. Oh, thanks, M. Perry. Thanks for the $50,000. What a generous cheer. So if not is array elements or... Alright. Thank you, Mitchell. Elements.length not equal to 0. Then we log a warning. So you are declaring an array with a value existing value. I don't know how to say this. Declaring war, wait, what? Hey guys. So you were trying to declare and initialize an array in one line. What this is going to get converted to, so if you write this code, update equals function, array1 equals 1, 2, 3, what it's really going to get converted into is this. So basically, anytime you try assigning to an entire array like this, it wipes out its contents. This is invalid for botland. Your array will be wiped out by doing this. Initialize it to instead. Okay, let's see if this works, because this is super weird. It'd be pretty nice if it worked. Let's take a look. So here goes nothing. Yeah, cool. You are trying to declare and initialize an array in one line. This is invalid for botland. Your array will be wiped out by doing this. Initialize it to an empty array instead. So if we do this, it's valid. If we do anything else, we try setting it to 1, it's invalid. Cool. Cool. It's working. Spur woman. Well, EJ, there's one crucial piece of information missing, which is that you don't know if this is the same girlfriend he's talking about. Maybe he broke up with Spurt Woman. We don't know. But either way, say hi back to whoever Spurt Woman is now. Oh, what am I doing? Marlo, thanks for following. So that's working fine. And this. Unexpected debugger. That's why we check this stuff. Hey, Grill Artist. How you doing? She's still her? Okay. Well, hi, Spurt Woman. The only node type we allow for this is something where the right side is purely an array. Regardless of what the user typed, we're going to act like they're setting this array to empty braces. So if they didn't type exactly that, then we're going to warn them. Okay, cool. Talking hard. Okay. She said white? What is this, Russian humor? Alright. So warn user when declaring and initializing array. We wipe out the contents of the array regardless of what they typed in the declaration. So I figured we should warn them when that happens. Okay, cool. Add a software validator test. Also fix linting issues. An outdated version, thanks for following. Now if only updated version would follow me. Write some tests around binary expressions to make sure everything gets escaped correctly. This is pretty challenging. And yeah, let's do it. What was that distance calc called? It's the Manhattan distance? Wow. I'm so sick of that happening. It pops up a map when I type in Manhattan distance and gives me my distance literally to Manhattan. Does Google do that? Manhattan distance. No, Google doesn't do that. Well, fine. Alright, test rate and time. So these tests are all passing, we already know that. But we have to add some tests and make sure that they're testing the right stuff. So let's close out all of these things. And chat is getting more and more active as the day goes on. Yeah, no problem. 3D extended. It's really helpful for tile-based games like this. That would just be adorable. EJ and Hideo going to Chipotle together. Hideo complaining about the food quality after eating his delicious apple pie. So how do we test this? We need a way to access variables afterward, which means we need to know what the namespace is going to be for this code. I don't know where we do this. And do we have a framework around this? Well, yeah, we kind of do. We have the arena test framework. Run code for bot. So we create a bot that actually has this code. That's kind of smart. Kind of. So should it escape variables correctly? Are you really going to do that, EJ? So here's test case number 1. We say if b equals b plus a, or b plus 1, c equals true. We have to be incredibly careful about how we do this, though. So before we run this, we need to verify that c doesn't exist or is false. That b and c don't exist. Then run the code. Then to do verify that b and c still don't exist. In the bot's namespace. I guess this should be set to something like, well, b plus 1 isn't really fair, right? Maybe a equals 1, c equals true, c equals false, c equals 0. Not really. What happens when you type this? B equals b plus 1. B is not defined. Okay, so that's not even doable. How should we do this in such a way that we exercise escaping in expressions like this? I guess we just put a variable before this, a equals 0. Still don't exist in the global. So verify that a is 0. B is 1 and C is true. Yeah. Okay, so global scope. This should be simple enough. We say assert is nil global dot A, B, and C. And then we get the bot's namespace, which is, heck if I know how to do that. That's in the code component somewhere, though. Yeah, we could. This isn't too bad. Do we have a way to get a namespace of something? Get dot star namespace. We do. That is not the function that I want. Get bot specific. Yeah, that's before creating it. No. I mean, it would work. We want to get the one that actually existed here, though. Get component ID, get bot specific namespace of that ID. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. No. Yeah, no, this is bad. I want something in entity util that just gets the actual namespace. Get bot. Hey again, Endurin. You're up pretty late. This is get actual bot namespace because there's another function called get bot specific namespace. It gets what the namespace should be set to based on what ID we're assigning. This function gets what the namespace was set to based on a bot's code component. Well, potentially a string. It might not exist. So this is a really simple function. We get a code component. If it exists, we return code component dot get bot specific namespace. Oops, didn't mean to press that button. Cool. Otherwise, return null. You shut it, Spurt Man. I run my days. Namespace equals entity util, which we don't even have, of course. So we just put this here. And there we go. So let's print this out. Let's also run that. And let's not even run code here. Let's just do this and see what happens. It should just print bot 0, I think. Oh, no. B underscore L underscore ID1. I remember how that works. Yeah. What am I working on? Well, I made some changes to how arrays get defined in user-defined code in Botland, and I made some changes to how binary expressions get converted when they're add expressions. So in just for an example, in plainer terms, if you say b equals a plus 1, what's really happening is you're saying b underscore l underscore dot I, what is it? Whatever was on the command line there. Yeah, dot id1 dot b equals the same thing plus 1. Actually, it's this. So this is what your code gets converted into. And I want to make sure that this is really what your code is getting converted into. So I'm writing a test for it right now. So we have the namespace. Now we need to verify that these don't exist in the namespace. So assert is nil. Oh, this is harder to do, isn't it? It's something like get namespace a. A, B, and C shouldn't be defined here either. Then we run the code for the bot, and it still shouldn't exist in the global scope. But it should exist here, and they should be set to a particular thing. So now we do assert.equal. So A is 0, B is 1, and C is true. Let's try that out. It'd be pretty nice if that worked. It didn't. Oh man. Alright, let's try printing out the namespace. Something's going wrong here. Global dot, I don't know, get global namespace. Alright, see a 3D extended. Take care. Oh, there it is. And yeah, all these are set correctly. So I just need to get this in a slightly different way from what I did. Does Git work with multiple parameters? I don't think it does. I think there's a default at the end. I need to get the full path to this thing though, but I don't want to form it myself. I don't know if there's a good way to do that. Yeah, you just say path. Is there any other thing that I can do here? To path, what is that? It converts value to a property path array? Does Git take in an array? Can path? Oh, it can be. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I didn't know about this. So where else do I have global.star namespace in here? String value here. Yeah, that's correct, I guess. So the way I could do this is like this. Get namespace. So this would have to be global namespace A. Perfect. What's the reason you're working on this task? I'm working on this task because I'm worried that this could regress in the future. There's a lot of very careful things I've had to do in order to run user-defined code in Potland. And there is no new feature here. Today was mostly just working on to-do list items. So one of the to-do list items that I just tackled was a bug. Previously, if you typed this code, what it would get converted into is this code down here. Now, there is some transformation that's happening. So set array instead of an equal sign, but undefined was being passed in for all four of these things. Then if you take a look at this, array equals an empty array, it was correctly setting its length to 0, but it wasn't using the mutated array here of bot12345.array. So there were a bunch of bugs, and I just fixed these. I want to make sure that they stay fixed. Now, why is this not working? Apparently, this doesn't work how I expect it to. LD equals require load dash. So if I have an object of B colon C colon D colon high, I feel like I did this wrong. Yeah, I did this wrong. There. And I say ld.get A, B, C, D. Yeah, that worked. So what did I do wrong here? Get global. What's even failing? Undefined equals 0. But I checked this. Underscore.get global namespace. What am I doing wrong? A is 0, B is 1, and C is true. Oh, wait. Wait. No, I don't get it. I thought I had it for a second. Yeah, happy Saturday to you. I'm still in the past over here. I can't tell what I'm doing wrong, and this has to be very simple. If this line prints out this object, then how am I not getting... What is this equal to? Let's start with that. Oh, we know it's undefined. I didn't type anything wrong, did I? Global namespace A. Does anyone see what the problem is here? Because this should be really simple. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. This line is printing that I have an object A0, B1, C true. And then this line fails. Get global namespace A. The only thing that could be the case is that this is an old version of Lodash. We should test that. I never even thought of that. LD equals require Lodash. And then we just copy paste these things in here. Oh no, they're the same version. No, this should work. What am I doing wrong? Okay, let's try something else then. Let's try this. Test equals get global namespace. We print out test. We print out test.a. I don't know how that could fail. Do you have a namespace.a instead of an array? Namespace is a string, so I can't do namespace.a because that'll say that a isn't defined in the string thing. Oh, thanks, why not? Or why not the great? Let me take a look, this is 0. What am I doing wrong then? Oh, I could do that, EJ. But why is this code not working? I'm not necessarily looking for how do I fix it, because there are a couple of ways, or well, not how do I fix it. I'm not necessarily looking for a workaround. I'm looking for how to fix this specific code. Because this should work. Why is this? What's going on here? Very strange. What I don't understand, maybe this is just how this works on a global object or something, but this worked over here just fine. Huh. Okay, let's try this. This is the part I haven't tried. Is if we say property equals B, and then we say ld.get a property cd. Oh, that works. Yeah, is global different? Global. No, even that works. Oh, what? It just doesn't make any sense. I'm doing everything as I would expect it to work over here. Global namespace and then the A property on that. And we know that exists. Think it's an issue with Lodash? Change your property D to 0. Oh, interesting. I didn't think about that. No, that works. Uses a value not equal to null. No, not equal to null is only undefined, and null would match that. So it doesn't matter if it's 0. But yeah, okay, let's take a look. Let's see if these other ones work. For some reason, does B work here? Is namespace a bad variable? So B is undefined, and I'm guessing C is undefined too. No, because you could see this line of code is printing this out. It's saying that there's this object here. So we know for certain that get global namespace is working. How const can be for? Hey, Melinda's. I am not totally sure what you're asking. Maybe, is it how am I using const? In which case I'm coding in ES6. If you're asking what's the difference between let, var, and const, you should take a look at this. Man, yeah, I don't understand what's wrong here. This definitely exists, and then test.a exists. But then we can't. Yeah, I should just debug this code and figure out what's going on, because this doesn't make any sense. Get global namespace A. Or we could just pick B here, it doesn't really matter. And we'll put a breakpoint right before that. Oh, I should print that out too. Yeah, so it's printing undefined. So let's break in. We will run the tests with a debugger. Where do I run the tests? Lunas, I'm still not sure what you're saying. I'm not sure if you're asking a question or if you're stating something. So we just go into this code here. Object is global. And in this object, we will have the namespace, which is B underscore L underscore ID. Where is that? Here it is. Oh, Oh, namespace already has a dot in it. That's why. Oh, okay. I get it. Yeah, so I can only do this without using the array version. So here's what I really had. I had something like this. ld.get global. So A, B, C, D. This works. And it says hi. But if I say property equals A.B, and then I replace the first two with just property, it won't work anymore. Yeah. All right. Yeah. That explains it. Great. Well, we can get rid of all the debugging around this. So then I wonder what's the best way to do this. Because I either do this with string concatenation or I do this in 2 steps. I think we do it in 2 steps. I think that makes the most sense. So bot vars. And that way we can just say this. There. I think this will work. So let's test that out. No, Malunas, if you have a question, I don't mind answering it. I just didn't understand what you were trying to say. Hey, it worked. Okay, great. Now we just have to run this test another like 8 times because we have it working once. But this was testing an if statement. I need to test it with for loops. I need to test it with arrays. Is there a better way to do this? I honestly don't know. Also, this was not even the right test, was it? Yeah, no, this never would have worked. I think, all right, here's what we should have done. She said starting bot vars equals get global namespace. This should be set to nothing, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe an empty object. I'm not sure what it should be set to. Either null or an empty object. Let's find out. Yeah, an empty object. Okay, so that's fine. So assert that that's an object. And then we move this here. And what we want to get are these. Perfect. Yeah, so that should be doing the real test that we have. Got it. Nice. So let's test it in a for loop now. You have const and a value doesn't change in your code. Const you have for a changing number. How's that possible? So I think what you're talking about is this, Maluna. This is that the pointer isn't changing. So if you say something like person equals name Adam, and then you say person.name equals Bob, this is valid. But if you said person equals name new reference entirely, this is not valid. So const is referring to that person can't change, not the object that it's referring to. And you can verify this yourself by going into node, type something like const a equals 5, and then a equals 6. That's invalid, assignment to a constant variable. But a equals name Adam, a.name equals Bob, console.log a. Oh, whoops. I need to name these all B at this point because of the last line that I had. There, you can see name is Bob. So I did change it. So yeah, that's how that works. So escape in a for loop. So this is where things are going to be a little bit more challenging. We say for B equal, oh, this is going to be tough because we need to actually run this for loop. Yeah. I don't know how to write this so that we're testing everything. That's not your for code using in const. Oh, the for code. I don't know where you're seeing that, but chances are it's the same general thing. Okay, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Maluna, that's just something that's allowed in ES6. And they mention on that page that Wraithy had sent me. There. Control Z that. Yeah, here. Where is it? Yeah, this. I gets a new binding each iteration. So that's how this works. Okay, so what do? We want to say something like this for, I guess, just some assignment. It doesn't really matter what. So B equals A plus 1. Then we have some operation that continues here. We'll say C equals, or A equals A plus 1. And then an increment, or no, this would have to be a comparison. We'd have to do something like this. A is less than 2 and A equals A plus 1. And then A equals A plus 1 again. Or C, B. I don't know. This is going to be tough because we had to test some very specific functionality here. Okay, let's try that. First of all, I don't even know what this should be. What will this work out to be? Invalid left-hand side in assignment. Oh, do I have to put this in parentheses? This should work. Yeah, good, perfect. That's what we have to do then. This is super confusing though. Oh, hey, OJ. Okay, so A, B, and C are null. These are all null. Then we run the code, and what should A and B and C be set to? 1, 2, and true. Okay, sounds good to me. Let's try running that. Why are you using A equals A plus 1? So, Maluna, this is a really involved answer, but suffice it to say, what I'm testing right now is user-defined code in my game. So when you are playing my game, you're actually writing code in it. And you might say something like this. You might say A equals B plus C. This is what you've written. What it gets converted into is an add expression. So you write this. It converts to this. Bot 123.5.a equals executor.add bot 123.5.b plus a comma bot 123.5.c. So what I'm doing is I'm testing to make sure that the plus here gets turned into an add expression. So I need to test this specific thing in very specific parts of the code base. So no one's probably ever going to write a for loop like this in all of botland, but if they do, they shouldn't be able to bypass any of the restrictions that I have. Totally. Okay, so going back to this did work. Cool. And then the only other thing we need to test is for an array assignment that the same thing happens. Just gotta be careful. So in an array assignment, so the code that we're gonna have is gonna be this now. We're gonna say array1 equals an empty array, and then array1 0 equals B plus C. Excuse me. Or this would be tough. Why no plus plus? Subject to automatic semicolon insertion. Oh. Yeah, interesting. Never thought of that. Oh, Maluna, if you were writing something that let people code C++ into your game, you'd have to worry about something like this too. Hey, Leve. Okay, how do we test this one? So global.array1 is not going to exist, and global.a is not going to exist. And then we make sure the same thing, array1 and a also don't exist here. And these should still not exist. And these should be, this is harder to do. Get this 0 is 1, and a itself is 0. So everywhere that we have a, we should move this up. I look different today, illuminated. It's much brighter outside. I have the blinds shut too. I really want to get blackout blinds all over the place. Oh man, undefined equals 0. I am not sure what this is. Oh wait, we never get botfars again. Wait, we don't need to. Okay, let's try this out. Something's going wrong here. Set array must not exist. Oh, it's just nothing. Is this not valid code? Do we even create the bot? I would use an engine, Malunas, because otherwise you're going to end up rewriting a lot of what other people have already done. Dark Adam. Leve, do you want to play? You're welcome to join us. But you'd have to be able to play at exactly that time, because I already coordinated with 3 other people. Okay, I don't know what's going on here, but maybe this code isn't valid. Let's take a look. Yeah, you should try Unreal Engine. I believe they use C++ for that. So this is valid, it's just not working. Oh, you have a lot to juggle? Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get it all done. So here's what's happening. We have a set array call. Does this even work? I don't think I've ever tested set array. Wait, this doesn't even exist. Oh my god. I never even wrote this code. I never wrote set array. Well, it can't be that hard to call it, right? I mean, at its core, it looks something like this. Array index value. Array index equals value. I think that's it. Alright, take care, null pointer. And yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow for Diablo 2 if you want to join in for that. Even if it's just to watch. Live, how did that happen? This is still not working. I wonder if this is even getting hit. Set array was called. Excuse me. Yeah, it's not getting hit. Oh, because... Oh, I know why. Because first of all, set array is not what this should be. It should be executor.setArray. And second, man, I'm sorry. I can normally mute my mic before I cough, but now let me just hang on a second. Okay. Yeah, null pointer, no pressure about that. Diablo is definitely not for everyone. I'm just going to be hanging out anyway. Vey, this sounds like you're doing stand-up comedy in chat. what to do if I'm not good with Photoshop. I want to create an easy game. You could look up assets that already exist out there, or you could hire artists. So let's see, software validator. Array assignment. This, we have set array. Not anymore, we don't. This dot escape set array. No, what am I doing? Escape built-in. We have to know that this is a built-in though. Yeah, there's no problem doing that. Let's just call this dot escape. And then let's go make a code API constant. Built-in functions. Now we can't override this. God, that'd be terrible. Set array. Hey, Koti. Then does this just work? No, not quite. Oh, come on. I'm gonna figure this out. Hey, Snipe. What does this get converted into? Yeah. This is correct. Set array, array 1 at index 0. The combination. Oh, is there no add function? No, there has to be an add function, otherwise everything would just break down. Yeah, there's an add function. Value. But nothing's calling this. Doesn't that mean the array needs to exist? The array never existed. Oh, that's the issue. The array never existed. You can't just set length of something that doesn't exist. Shouldn't it be executed outside array? You're also, yeah, you're right about that. And Tolos, you impress me at how you can find this stuff. But yes, that's correct. And that should have been done from here. We know that it was a name of a built-in. Escape. Does escape call escape built-in? What is this equal to? An empty array, so we wouldn't ever call escape built-in. Oh, except for I'm calling this. Oh, whoops. Yeah. I see. Fisher Arts, thanks for the follow. And that still doesn't work. Alright, let's try this again. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Hey, hang on a second, guys. My wife is calling, and she's... Hang on a second. All right, I'm sorry about that for not having any notice or anything. My wife, like I said, is on vacation. She's in a totally different time zone. I don't know when she'd be able to call again, and she doesn't have a roaming plan or anything, so she just happened to have Wi-Fi and called. So, but yes, I'm back. Let me read what I missed in chat. I should really keep track of what time I come back at so that I can figure out who won and then just start giving out points. We should automate this process. I'll write this down. Come up with an automated process for voting on what time you think the timer will be at when I come back. I think that'd be fun. I really do a lot of spam. Okay, so going back to this. Please make that DM only. It can't be that bad. I mean, look, I take what, 4 breaks per day? Usually like 2 bathroom breaks and a lunch break over the course of 8 hours. And today I happen to take an extra one for a phone break. So it would only spam chat 4 times over the course of 8 hours. I don't think it's that bad. Your game test server is hosted on? Okay, let's test this. So is this getting converted correctly is step number 1. I don't actually know if it is. So here's the code we're getting. Executor.set array, array1, 0. Oh, it is, but we can't do this step because we don't have array1 getting set anywhere. Oh man. It wouldn't be anywhere in here, and it wouldn't be anywhere in there or there. Yep, just nothing sets this. Okay, there are a couple things we could do. It's gonna be kind of annoying to do though. One is whenever we see you create a bot, we could just create this array for you. Wonder where this happens. Set up bot global code. We could do that. What language? I'm using JavaScript for everything. What? Expected. What? Okay, let's close out of all this other stuff for a second. Because something very weird is happening right now. This is the code I'm trying to run. So let's do console.log running code. Does it even get to that point? Oh, wait. Yeah, it's this. This won't be nil. This will be an array. Why not change .length to that? That is another way I could do that. There was a reason why I wanted to do it the first way, though, but I don't remember what it was. Yeah. Only votes until the 6-minute mark are valid. Yeah, that's a good idea. Thanks, Endorn. Is it breakout token guard? Okay, so let's set this back to nil. Is nil. We'll go back into the code execution system and we'll set array1 to nothing. Then we'll go into the software validator and instead of setting an array to nothing .length, where does this happen? Here it is. So it says .length equals 0. What if we change this? Did I write a comment for why we do this? When you declare one of your allowed array variables to be a new array, we need to convert it from array equals this into array.length equals this. We do this so that you can't infinitely fill memory by saving off a reference in another. Oh man, oh yeah, that is definitely going to be an issue. Wow. Hey, Fozzie Lambda. It should cost 1 point and remove all of your points if you lose. Also, I probably need to split the prize if many people guess the same number. You need to spend 10 points to join the guessing game and the winner gets all the points. How about you need to spend 100 points and I get all of the points? Okay, so we had a specific reason for doing this. So we do need to keep it the way that I had it. So we would put this back to how it was. And then this would change back to how that was. And then everything should just work. Hey, it worked. Nice. And we tested a couple things by doing that. The problem is, I don't know what set array was supposed to do. Presumably it was supposed to be more than that. Yeah, here. Real length equals 0. Ah. Yeah, I wrote down all of my logic here. Oh man, it's a good thing I thought of this. If you read through this, you'll realize I have a brain and I use it sometimes. You know, this could lead to me messing with you guys. I'll just come back at really odd times, like 3 seconds remaining. Then people get really extreme with their votes, and I'll just walk out and then walk right back in. 2 minutes, 57 seconds left. But Hideo, the thing is, there aren't usually many conversations happening during that time. I agree that during like random breaks, like the bathroom break or something, but during the lunch breaks, I've been coming back from lunch the last couple of weeks, and there's not a whole lot that I have to read through. It's just whatever people happen to have been talking about. And they can still talk about those things. The guessing will only last for, 20 seconds or something? And then I'll just cut it off. So this is what I wanted this to be. We need to do that. So real length. Iterate over keys because people could do something like this. So array.length would still be 0. We don't have to do this though. We can just do size. But how do we know? How does size know what to use? If we say, what if we do this? We say A is an array, so array equals this. Array 0 equals 1. Array 1 equals 1. ld.size array. It's 2. Great. Perfect. Next, I say array banana equals 1. And I do ld.size array. Ah, it thinks it's 2. That's wrong. Yeah, because this is still taking up memory. So we'd have to do ld. The size of the keys. That is very important. Very important. So real length equals size of keys of array. Iterate. So we have to check how many keys are in the array because people could do something like array foo equals 1. So array.length would still be 0. Get rid of that. And if the length is greater than or equal to 100, then return. Otherwise, set the value. So I should make sure you can't have more than 100 things in an array. I need to write a test for that. All right. Crafty. Very crafty. So this number 100 we need to store somewhere. Left pad as a dependency. It's probably a nested dependency somewhere. Export const max user defined array size equals 100. When a user tries to set an element in an array, e.g. array1 equals 2, it gets converted by the software validator. I cannot type. To be set array1 2. That way we can prevent them from infinitely expanding the size of arrays. So this is going to be an array, at least potentially an array. We need to make sure it's only ever an array. What if you call set array with something that's not an array? Because yeah, there's nothing stopping you from calling this with an entity, unless I prevent you from calling that function. I have escape built in. I need to figure out how this works. Yeah, this is pretty simple. So then we need to get rid of this. Who is he talking to? Talking to you, Fuzzy Lambda, and only you. Never give users access to this. They could use it to modify entities. Hey, Nakata. Okay, there. So we should make sure that you can't ever call set array. That would happen in the software validator test. Alright, see a token guard. Should disallow calling set array. If they could call set array, then they could change the properties of objects. So update equals function set array array1 0 0. How do you cut half line and do it on the next line? I think you're talking about doc blocker. Okay, see you, Blueberry King. Yeah, take care. So is this working still? It better be. It is. Okay, good. Yeah, and we should make sure you can't call, well, you could call this on an object. There's nothing stopping it from being that. I guess it would have to be an array. Do we have assert here? Assert is array array. This should be, how does this work? When you say ld.isArray, how does it know this is an array and not an object? Hey, Pathfinder. It's instantiated by botland code to be an array. Even if you use it like an object, isArray will still return true for it. What we're doing here is making absolutely certain that you're not referring to something that was definitely an object. You're not injecting properties into Objects you shouldn't have access to. Here, MCs. You should check its prototype. So I don't really need to, because if you somehow got an object here, it shouldn't screw anything up. This is just extra guard code, where if someone managed to do this, it wouldn't be such a big deal. Okay. So yeah, we run the test again. Array.is array, which is... Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah, that's fine though. So all of these tests should be passing. Okay, cool. Hey, that gaming dragon. What are you even working on? I'm working on a game called Botland. And again, I'll give you the super quick rundown of this. But for more information, you'll have to watch the video. So in the game, you are either an attacker or a defender. Your goal is either to protect or attack this CPU. You do so using bots, and you write AI for the bots. So that's the super fast explanation of the game. So playing the game doesn't involve manually interacting with it, because you've written bots ahead of time. Man, these are some sweet colors. And I like the reversed ones too. Those actually look good. These bots. Okay, so next we need to write a test to make sure you can't have more than X things in an array. So should not be able to store more than a certain number of items in an array. So how do we run this code? How do we even do this? I don't know. I don't know if for loops are working. I think they are. Let's try some code. For I equals 0, I is less than 1,000, array 1, I equals I. Well, that code works, so let's try it. There we go. So we make sure that, wait, this won't work though, will it? Yeah, it will. But how does set work? No, if you already have more. Okay. Yeah, I think that should work. So we make sure array 1 is not set in the global namespace. That's not really necessary. What's the name of this to-do list program? Just an add-on. It's called Plain Tasks, and yeah, it's just an add-on to Sublime. So then we get this, run code for the bot, assert this still doesn't exist. And then here we allow the first 100 values to go through. So here's what we do. We say times constants, which we better have. Yes, constants dot max, we'll say index. So array 1 equals this. So array 1 index should be equal to index until array 1 goes beyond the size of this. So we actually should do this very differently. We should say this. We should say attempted size of array equals this times 2. Then we put that in as the attempted size. So put this here. But it's not going to work to that size. So now we go till this. And we say if index is less than or equal to constants.max user defined array size, then this should be equal, otherwise it should be null. And I may be off by 1 here, I'm not totally sure. Because this may be a less than and not a less than or equal. So let's just do stringify index and also stringify array. and we'll find out. How does the game store all the information? Upgrades for CPU per account? Is it stored in the database? Yeah, so I did a little diagram. I need to update this diagram actually. Because let me show you my new diagram that I just made. You guys haven't ever seen this before, but it's not that exciting. Okay, I don't know how to show you a picture of this. Oh, wait, never mind. I figured it out. Wait for it. There we go. So here's the new diagram. Whammo. So this one looks much better. So yeah, the database is in the cloud, and all you have access to is a load balancer, which proxies everything you ask to the account servers. The account servers validate everything for you and communicate to the database as needed. It was not made in Paint. When selecting a chip to place, a chip follows a cursor. If when having a chip selected, you switch to test mode, the chip is still selected and follows a cursor. It doesn't happen in selecting bot. That is some hefty account servers. Well, they communicate with a lot of different things, but they scale pretty well. So I can just spin up more of them. All right, let's try it out. Run. Yeah, undefined equals 100. So this should have been less than, not less than or equal to. I like it, Spurman. All right, nice. So yeah, what this just proved to us is that we have an array of only size 100 because that's all we were allowed to store. Now we should also try messing this up by putting in extra weird parameters. I've always wondered how load balancing works between multiple servers. There are generally 3 strategies that you apply. One is round robin, where you just say, hey, I have servers A, B, and C. I want the first request to go to A, the second to go to B, and so on and so forth, and you just keep going around and around. The second is based on load. So you could actually like check CPU or memory of the machines in the back end. So let's say A is at 90%, B is at 80%, and C is at 70%. You can say, hey, the next task should go to C. And the third can be some like IP based or something like that, some kind of solution where you say, okay, everyone whose IP is an even number goes to A, and odd number IP addresses go to B. Or you do it based on parts of the world. You could also have sticky sessions so that they always go to one that they've been to before. But those are the general strategies I think you might use for load balancing. Yeah, so this is working. We just didn't test this with anything fancy here. Could you set that up based on locations also? Yeah, you could. You can do whatever you want. I mean, you can always write your own load balancer. So typically, if you're using a load balancer, though, the common algorithms are going to be something like that. How would you write code for that to even work? You should look at something like Nginx. This has a lot of code for that. There's also HA proxy, high availability proxy. And there are a bunch of existing implementations that you don't even have to mess with. So if you're using AWS, you just use their load balancer, everything's fine. Okay, so we should test the same thing. How do I do this though differently? So we could make another bot, and in that other bot we try putting in weird items like strings, I suppose. All right, see you, Endurin. Take care. Maybe see you tomorrow actually, if you're going to join for the Diablo 2 stream, although it's going to be pretty late for you. This runs 2 tests. For bot, we will try putting twice as many elements in an array as we're allowed, but all elements are sequentially stored and are just numbers. For bot 2, we'll try putting twice as many elements, but the elements are not necessarily, well, numerical indices. For bot 2, we'll try putting twice as many elements, but the elements are not necessarily stored sequentially or numerically. Yeah. So we'll say max size allowed equals constants dot max user defined array size. Max size allowed. We put this down here. All right, so code for bot number 1 was that. Code for bot number 2 is going to get a little bit more complex. So here's what we say. This same thing, but now we have very different logic. So we're going to say something like this. If I is even, we'll try storing it. So if I%2 equals 0, then try storing it at array I divided by 2 as just a number. Otherwise, what are we going to do? I don't even know. What is hacking your lights? When people follow, they get a link to control my lights. The link looks something like this. It says time allowed right in the URL. So people say, I can change this to whatever I want. And then when I try changing your lights, it'll give me that many seconds. But it doesn't. It only ever gives you 45. And it's counting on the server. So if you refresh this page, you'll think, oh, I've got a bunch of time left. And yeah, you can still change it for now because 45 seconds haven't passed. But as soon as the server sees that 45 seconds are up, then your time's up. Can't do anything. Array 1. So you want to store this as a string. I don't totally know if this will work. This is gonna be tough. All right, thank you, Hideo. And hey, Deazoid. So that'd be 2.5 hours ago. Wait, what? No, that was fair what Endurance said. This was at 4:24 that he said it would be 2.5 hours ago, and that would put it at about 2 o'clock, which I think is pretty fair. And thanks, that Gaming Dragon, for following. What controls the actual lights? You can check it out there. And by the way, since you both have tokens, you'll be stepping all over each other if you're both trying to control it. So I want to do this in a reliable way, but I think doing that's going to be tough. So basically, we're going to do something like this. At 1, we're going to store array, or I guess it's 0. We're going to store array 0 equals 0. At 1, we need to store this at I divided by 2, though. Why am I doing it this way? I want to store this at weird indexes, not at... Maybe go from -50 to 50, or we just pick a bunch of... Yeah, OneNote is free. I'm not sure how best to test this, because we want our array to look something like this in the end. It'd be like 0 goes to the number 0, then there'd be a string 1 that goes to the number 1. Maybe we just multiply everything by 100. Yeah, that's not bad. So if it's even, then we'll divide by 2. That's fine. And if it's odd, then we will make it a string of multiplying it by 100, or just adding in, yeah, multiplying it by 100. Let's do that. I times 100 equals I. Sure. Okay, let's see if this is even valid code, because I have no idea. Attempted size of array should be an actual number, so let's just set that to 5. And then let's paste this into botland and see if it complains at me. It did, but I don't know why. Unexpected end of input. Did I forget closing curly brace? Yes, I did. So now it works. Cool. So just put another closing curly brace there. Google's mining your data. I mean, OneNote might be also, right? And yeah, Nakarta, you were correct. Well, you were close enough to correct, where I'll give you a point. Okay. So global.array1 shouldn't exist for either of these bots. Then we get namespace 1 and namespace 2. Bot vars 1 and bot vars 2. And make sure they're both objects. Run code for both bots. So here's bot vars 1. Why does Java make it so difficult to move objects in the JPanel? Hey Ryan. And I don't know. Because life is painful. So bot 2 array 1. All right, so what do we do here? We go through index and we run through the exact same code that we just had there. We could actually just tab this incorrectly. Nothing's stopping us from doing that. There. That looks pretty nice. I suppose we could do the same thing here too. So we need this exact same logic. Oh, and only half of these will get stored. Okay, so this is the case where they should get stored. So if I%2 equals 0, assert that bot2 array 1 index divided by 2 equals index. Otherwise, assert that this plus index times 100 is equal to index. Okay, who thinks this is going to work? I definitely don't know, but let's try it. It didn't. Bot was deployed at a different x coordinate. That's interesting. That was actually correct, by the way. So we need to say dot coords 1, 0, just somewhere else. Oh, that still didn't work. Should not be able to store more than a certain number of items in an array. It's, I bet, this thing that's failing, right? So if I got rid of this, the test would pass, but then we're not testing anything. Okay, well, let's stringify this. Bot2 array 1. How did this get saved? 0, null, 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 null. What happened? What did happen here? What is set array getting called with? I hope that works. So this is going to spew a whole bunch of stuff out. We need to go up to the top and figure out what's happening here. So an empty array set 0 to 0. Perfect, that worked. Then an empty array set 1 to 1. That worked. Oh no, this isn't correct. We need to go to the next one here. Yeah, empty array set 0 to 0. Then set the string 100 to 1. Oh, wow. What's going on there? It made 100 null? Oh no, it set index 100 to 1. Wow. Wow. Why do arrays work this way? So wait, if I do this, and I say A0 equals 1, and then A quote 100 equals 1. Huh. Never would have expected that. Yeah, never would have expected that. Okay, well, what do we do? Maybe we can use set. So let's try that same thing here. A0 equals 1. A100 equals 1. Okay, good. So if we do ld.set A 101. No, this is bad. This is really bad. This is not what I was expecting. Uh-oh. So, oh man. Okay. What happens out of curiosity here? How would I even test this? If you say A equals 0 and then A 100,000 or like a very large number equals 1, does this totally expand the amount of memory used on my machine? So we're at 7.2 gigabytes. If we do this, we're still at 7.2. So I don't think this is actually making... No, there's no way. We would definitely have exceeded the amount of memory on this machine. Yeah. Or maybe not yet, maybe with a few more zeros, but still, we'd see some change here. So no, this is only keeping storage for that many items, but then I'm guessing the size of the array is something much larger. Yeah, it is. There are a couple of things we could do here. One is we could prevent you from using anything outside of the indices 0 to 100. The other thing that I'm curious about, though, is what happens if you say A 1.1 equals 1? Why do strings get converted to numbers for array keys? I don't know. Okay, so problem. A equals 1. A 0 equals 0. A 100 equals 100. Isn't that fine? It's only if someone's being malicious, intentional or not, that this would happen. Yeah, but that's the thing I'm trying to account for, is when someone is being malicious and they're like, hey, I want to crash this machine, how do I do that? And they end up making an array that's crazy, then I don't know if this is a big problem though. So the issue is that they only stored 2 elements, but the size of the array is now 100. It's not taking up that many bytes, so I don't think this is an issue. How does this get stringified? JSON.stringify A. What? No, that's not possible. No, that's really bad. So A is a new array, A0 equals 0, A 10,000 or some very large number equals 0, JSON.stringify A. Yeah, it actually, oh boy. Hey Mario. This leads to JSON.stringify A spewing all of its values, which could lead to a lot of just strange behavior, I think. Yeah, this isn't exactly man versus to-do, but the day, I think today has been a good day. I've taken care of a lot of things that I wouldn't have taken care of and just added value where I could. Just use in or for each. Well, I don't necessarily have to stringify this value. What I'm more concerned with is, let's say I later add in a print function and a user can call this and I say, like, they're like, oh, I'll print out my array, right? And then this crashes the server. What if you set array 1 and array 2 to objects? Yeah, that would fix this probably, but then you'd have access to an object, and I wonder what you'd be able to do with that. Probably not much more than you could do with an array. Just reduce all provided array to a sanitized one, although code relying on indexes would fail if you remove all the holes. Yeah, well, Toulouse's suggestion of making it objects would also probably work. Because from a code perspective, you don't really care whether they're an array or an object. You care whether the APIs that I give you are working. And I convert all of your APIs underneath anyway. So what you think is an array doesn't have to be an array. Or what I do is I check to see if you're only ever using these sequentially. Hey, right on. So solution number 1 could be switch from arrays to objects. Solution number 2 could be when calling set array, make sure the index is only ever exactly size keys array plus 1. Right on, I don't know where this came from either. So it sounds very random to me. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah. I guess I really need to think of what are the user scenarios. What user scenarios involve... Alright, see why not. Thanks for the bits earlier. All arrays anyway. Well, there are a couple, but they're all obscured for right now so that you don't even need to do this. I guess it would be if you wanted to manually filter these yourself, and you wouldn't be setting values in an array for that anyway. So I don't mind having this work very strangely for you, because the UI is not going to let you do this. You'd have to type this into JavaScript. And if you say something like find entities, this is a wrapper around find in range. This returns an array of entities. Yeah, so these are the cases where you're using arrays. You might want to iterate over it yourself, and iterating over it should be totally fine, as long as you could call .length on the array, which you probably can't. So I think forcing them to be numbers is not such a bad thing. This has to be a number, otherwise we don't allow it to work. But in order to not allow it, we'd have to give you a warning when you tried passing in a string. Prevent issues where you do array 0, and then array.length would be this has to be a number, and I guess we're going to say it has to be the next available number or any of the existing numbers. Yeah. Oh man, all right. So assert is number index. Assert that's an array. You're actually allowed to do this if assert index is greater than or equal to 0 and index is less than or equal to real length. And wait, these can't be asserts. This would just need to be an if statement. Yeah, none of these can be asserts. Well, those kind of have to be. Okay, this one then would be if index is less than 0 or index is greater than real length plus 1, then return. So we only allow you to overwrite an existing value or add exactly to the end of the array. Well, this is crazy. So let's see what this does. This is just going to bail out when we try setting all these weird values. Excuse me. Let's try running the test again. So the first one works fine. The second one, try setting 0, 0. And what happens? Undefined equals 64. Wait, what? Won't the end of the array equal real length? Oh, I'm not sure about that. You're probably right. I just was going to leave it to my test to figure out what it was supposed to be. Let's get rid of this stuff. Hey, in vain. Yeah, number plus 1. What's going on here, though? That this is building up all the way to the number. What is going on there? Huh. Yeah, so when the length is 0, you're allowed to insert at 0 exactly. Yeah. I wonder what was happening there. This is failing at just an arbitrary point. What is going on? Oh man. I don't follow what's happening. This code was just insert at 0, whatever that number is. And we get to the point where somehow this is set to nothing. Wouldn't that fail for an empty array though? The size of this should be 0. So if index is less than 0, which it won't be, or index is greater than 0, which it won't be, that should be fine. I'm not sure why this is failing though. Yeah, very strange. Also, we didn't even need that open. We should get rid of all this code 2 stuff. How can the index ever be less than 0? So arrays in JavaScript don't work at all how you think they would. You can do this, and it just turns into an object. That's not like how Python works, where it would pick the last element in the array. Yeah, time for the debugger, you're right. Well, how do we even do this? We need to put a breakpoint here. Basically need a breakpoint in set array. Which command line tool is that? You probably just saw me using conemu right there. Thanks, Adeo. So let's try running this. Restart this. Great. So it breaks in. Our array is nothing. We're setting to 0, 0. Let's take a look if that stuff works. So far, so good. Yep, yep, yep. And then array index equals value. So at this point, the array is set correctly. So at some point, this is going to fail. Oh, it already failed somehow. Oh, because of a timeout, probably? Undefined equals 1. I'm guessing it timed out. Oh, wait a second. Maybe... No, that doesn't make any sense. I was going to say maybe it's timing out all the time. We'd have to turn off timeouts for this stuff. It's going to be pretty hard to do. What is rem? Rem is remark, which is the same as this, which is the comment character in batch. Yeah, I've got no clue. I don't know what's happening. We could up the code timeout to like this crazy number if we wanted, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. Chrome inspect. So it should break in here. Good. And then we get to our set array call. That worked fine. We get to the next call. And now this is 0, and we're trying to set 1 to 1. And that works too. Surprise, surprise. So it's once this gets to about 60 that it starts to fail. But it's not always the number 60. It's anywhere from 61 to 68. There's like a 70 in there every once in a while. So let's stop somewhere around here and see what's going on. Do the arguments ever look wrong? No. So far, this is working. I don't understand why this failed to begin with. Because right now it's working fine. It could be the code execution timeout. It just wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, this all worked totally fine. And now what, the test passed? No, of course not. I don't understand why it failed though. I think you're right, maybe the size and keys take too long to run. That wouldn't make any sense. Both size and keys should be O of n, and taking too long to run in this case would be more than 10 milliseconds. So to check the size of a length 100 array would be, it should be super fast. So let's get rid of this debugger here, and let's try this out again. It could be that it was hitting the code timeout. It's not like that's impossible. What is the assertion failing? It's saying that one of the, hang on a second. One of the values in the array was undefined. So that works. That works. That works. This is taking 62 milliseconds. I don't know why, but yeah, that must be the issue. Weird. Is it because of stringifying arguments? That's probably it. If I just cut this out, I guess everything works. Yep. Oh man. Yeah, so it's failing because of how long it takes to print. We should change the code execution timeout. That's ridiculous, by the way. Note, this test can fail if you have lots of standard out because you'll hit the code execution timeout. Although we could have checked that by making sure we didn't catch an error. I don't know how we do that. We check its punish time or something. There's punish time, and we check to see total time elapsed. Code timeout hit. Is there a better way we can do this? I don't know. It does get set in the code components cooldown though, so we could just print that out. Let's try this. In order for this to work, we need to get its code component. You're right, Hideo. I'm a terrible person. Code is just lowercase code. Whew, let's try that. So what we get is a cooldown of 700. When we have all of this nonsense spewing out here, we get a cooldown of like, what, 7,000 or something? Yep, 7,700. So what we need to make sure of is that the code execution time gets set back to the default tick time, which should be part of Arena. Assert.equal code component dot, was it just cooldown, is equal to Arena test framework. Is there a get arena? Yeah, there is. Bot must have hit execution timeout. This should just be part of the arena test. If we say run code for bot and we're not expecting it to hit the timeout, then yeah. Alright, well, we know that this is working. We need to test it the other way, where we try setting elements at weird indexes. So here's when we comment these things out again. And the only things that'll be set are going to be from 0 to 100. And that's just because of how this thing works. So we just do this. If index, how do I even do this? No, it's going to throw an error, right? No, it's just going to return. Whatever, let's just try this. I think it'll have the numbers 0 to 49 stored in there, if I'm correct. Wait a second. We need to get rid of this. Doesn't have anything. Doesn't have anything. If I%2 equals 0, array I divided by 2 equals I. This should try setting the 0th index to 0. So it can't have nothing unless... No, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's put this thing back in and we'll just increase the code timeout again. No run code for bot2? Oh. Where did my test go? Can't see because this is where my webcam is on my screen. Still crazy TODOs. Hey, Starboy. Let's try running this again. Okay, so this time it's just set to 0. That actually might be correct depending on how I wrote this function. It could have been written as... No, it wasn't. Okay, so how do we test this? It was only called once. It's called exactly once. That means that there's something causing this to bail out here. Hey, Dodge Whale. I'm using JavaScript, Starboy. Assert. Oh, yeah, right here. What am I doing? This is an assert, so it'll just break out of all of your code. Well, we might want that to happen, for all I know. I don't really know what the expected behavior would be. But for right now, this is breaking out of everything. So all we'll do is we'll try setting the first one. So then let's simplify this code to just this. If I is less than 20, then array1 I equals I. Otherwise, array1 I equals I. Strings won't work. Oh, hey Tim. Thanks for the host. How'd your stream go? So here's what we do. We have some amount where we actually try setting numbers. Const index at which we set strings. I don't know. I'm not coming up with good variable names right now, and that doesn't really matter. So if this is less than that, then this should be set correctly. Ooh, let's try that. It failed. Because why exactly? If I is less than 20, otherwise, oh, whoops, this should have been an else. Yeah, I'm definitely not. Thank you, totally. Got all socket connection stuff. Wait, so Tim, I don't know if I've asked you this before. What kind of game are you working on? Actually, I'm not even sure if I knew it was a game. Hey, Sean, haven't seen you in a while. What's up? Oh, hey, it finally worked. Okay, well, this kind of turned into a nightmare here for all of this stuff. There's a lot that I didn't want to have to do that I ended up doing. Hey, code execution timeout. From doing what? I'm just trying to run the test normally now. I wonder if it's these asserts. And I wonder how long it's taking to hit this. So elapsed time, let's print that out. Oh, top-down racer. Okay, cool. So it says 9 and 1. So the first one is taking 9 milliseconds to run. I wonder why. Probably has to do with caching of something. Because yeah, as soon as it takes above 10 milliseconds, that's it. Everything's over. Hey, Programmer D. Oh yeah, I read about that, Tim. At least I think so on your stream. God, I'm so confused right now. I'm like trying to keep a bunch of details. Oh man, Sean, that sucks. Yeah, you should try to relax over the weekend if you can. So we need to modify this. Do we have anything about hitting the timeout? This is bad. All right, let's do this. Original code execution timeout equals constants.back. So after running each test, we could just set it back. Well, cool, Tim. Yeah. So that before each test, why is this? Assignment to member of namespace. Oh, we're not supposed to do that? Yeah, I guess we should have functions for this, but we'll just ignore that for now. And then we do this here. Long running code. It takes about 10 seconds to run in Chrome. Let's just set the code execution timeout lower here. Equals 10. Anywhere else that we do this? No. So for this particular test, I don't know why this takes so long, but it seems to. So let's set this to 100. It never takes 100 milliseconds. And there. Now if elapsed time somehow goes up to 11, which we could make it do pretty easily by just in set array putting console.log anything. Now all we care about is does it go more than, yeah, there. And it didn't break, so we're good. Great. We really should bake that into the test though. Should ensure that running code for the bot doesn't hit the timeout without the caller having to do that. This will break certain tests that expect the timeout to get hit. And also, this, the array test, also the code execution test, array test, doesn't need extra logic around this. We should just probably have it set the timeout to much higher. We should just get rid of the timeout before calling into running the code. I think that would be the best thing to do. Okay, so this got really hacky. Note that you can only set elements at numerical indices. This is to prevent issues. Also, you're only allowed to set between indices. You're only allowed to set an index that has already been set or that is one higher than the last one that was set. So you don't have tests testing the timeout limit if you want to remove it. I do have one that tests the timeout limit. That's this. And this was a very interesting test to come up with. So it does this 20,000 times. It calls self and then keeps calling itself. This does eventually finish, but it takes 10 seconds to finish. So if you copy paste this into Chrome, I haven't done this in a while, let's see. So you copy paste this into Chrome and then you call the update function. Let's do this. We'll say console.log date.now and then update and then console.log date.now. Wait, that finished immediately. This is supposed to take 10 seconds according to this. That's curious. This test will fail on a faster computer. Well, I was thinking that there was no way it would get down from 10 seconds to 10 milliseconds. But it actually almost did. I wonder if this has that same behavior in Node. Yeah, or with a better JIT. Yeah, it might. I don't know how it could get faster though, but apparently it did. So let's try this. Oops, I gotta do it this way. Node. Then we call update. Yeah, wow, finishes almost immediately. Yeah, Hideo, that's what I'm planning on doing. That's what that to-do item is that I just wrote down. I just haven't done that yet. Huh, so how do we write something in botland? Actually, what am I doing? We could just write an infinite for loop, right? Let's test the check time call that's inserted into function definitions. Oh, God. All right, no, this test, we can't use for loops for this because this tests a particular case where we only hit the timeout using function calls. So I don't know how to do this. This is actually quite an interesting puzzle. How do you write a program? I guess you just simulate a for loop, right? But why is that not happening here? A++ is if A is less than 20,000 calls self. So this just loops itself 20,000 times. Why don't we just make this 200,000 then? Or 2 million? Why does any of this matter? I don't understand why I didn't just make that number much larger than it was. Can you use a while loop, or will that hit the same code as the for loop? I don't know if while loops are even in botland. While true. No, they're not. I don't allow while loops. So now we call update, and this should take... Oh, darn it, that's why we can't do that either. We can't hit the maximum call stack size. Oh, I don't know how we do this then. Temporarily set time limit to something ridiculously slow. No, so what I want to do here is I need to write a function. So here are the requirements. 1, write a function that doesn't use loops and takes forever to run. 1 second plus. 2, don't exceed the maximum call stack size. So you have if, function, and function calls, variables, and math operations, I guess. Yeah, and I thought I had this written pretty well because it calls 20,000 times and it does this repeatedly 3 is valid botland code. Yeah, that's true. But if you're avoiding loops, then almost anything's going to be valid. Something which would use TCO. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so that's where 3 does come into play, is valid botland code. Yeah. Well, I don't know. What we could do is this. We could say update equals function, or we could say this, blob equals, okay, here, we'll start from the very beginning. We'll go to something with low dash. So here's our function that we want, call self. Cool. So we have a function called call self. That makes sense. Now we make an update function that passes this blob. So update equals function. Oh wait, we can't do this that easily, can we? We'd have to eval this. Eval update equals function. Repeat this call self a whole bunch of times. That didn't work. I left off a closing. Repeat is not a function. Oh, it's low dash. Cool. So now when we call update, that hardly took any time, but if we call it 5,000 times, it takes a little bit more time, and if you do it 50,000 times, it takes a much longer time. And it doesn't exceed the call stack, it just takes a ton of time to do. But Banana, how do you do that without breaking the call stack size? The only way to loop without the built-in for and while would be calling a function. And if you call the same function repeatedly, you'll exceed the call stack size. I guess you'd need just a 3 levels of function. 50K JS code is too large. Yeah, it would be too large. So I need to bypass that temporarily in order to be able to call this. But yeah, this code is pretty bad. Doesn't Node have TCO? You can't use things from Node in botland code though. Also, I'll be right back. This is what happens as soon as the stream ends. I get into a schedule that nobody's ever heard of. All right, I'll be right back. Which node as an interpreter can or can't apply to the code you throw in it? Oh, tail call optimization. Is that what you're talking about by TCO? Oh man, I was thinking of this that you were talking about, code JavaScript, which happens to be made by someone whose name starts with T, I'm pretty sure. Where Where is it? I can't even find this. Yeah, TJ/co. I thought that's what you were talking about. Oh. Yeah, that's a node. But you should still be able, it still has to call the function. It just doesn't need to push a stack frame. I hate million levels. Okay, well, this is totally separate. We should do this later. Or we just set the timeout to like 1 millisecond. The point is, if this test passes 99% of the time, that's fine. If it fails every once in a while and we just have to rerun the test, I don't mind that. We should make it more resilient, but it's not super important yet. Okay, so let's go check this stuff in. Seems like there's no TCO. If you use const instead, I really need it. I need to expose a function that would let me set this properly, or ignore this. ESLint disable line. Does that work? How does ESLint disable line work? No constant. Is it just prefer const? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So make it so that code execution timeout has a function exposed that changes it. Okay, cool. So yeah, this is what we had to do. This is how many elements users are allowed to have in arrays when they're writing code. Man. Also, I don't need this original. I never set it anyway. Oh, after each I do. Never mind. I take that back. Although it should be before each that I do that. Why would I do it after each? And I shouldn't be the one to have to do this, but I'm not going to do this refactoring right now. We've got some tests. We should make sure that they all work. And let's go back to test main and get that code working again too. So we run every single test. Does it work? Yep. Add better support for arrays in user code. There are a lot of constraints about how you can use them. These constraints are comments right now, mostly in code execution system.js. I also wrote some tests on this code. All right, so not super happy with how this ended up. Why do you cancel the change of timeout before? If you end up changing it in the last test, it wouldn't be reset, right? Oh, I didn't remove it, I just moved it. So it used to be in after each, now it's in before each. So if a test, what would have happened before is test A would set timeout to, oh, actually I guess it wouldn't really matter. Yeah, it doesn't really matter how I do it. Yeah. Well, anyway, it still exists. Yeah, but why before? Like I said, it shouldn't matter too much. I guess if other tests ran, then it'd be a problem. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah. I see what you're saying. So this would have to be moved after each. There you go. Fix small tests change. Whew. It's crazy. Crazy. So do we just keep going? Another 16 hours of coding? Oh, I'm kidding. That's not going to happen. I think today was good. The to-do list is down to 2,729 lines. It hasn't been that low in a year probably. And sure, there's a bunch of stuff that I'm going to still need to fix, but it's been pretty good. Alrighty. I am going to leave you guys with Jen's Orbit. What is she playing today? Her stream is an advertisement for me right now. So I don't know. I think she's playing Donkey Kong Country. Well, thank you guys for watching. Tomorrow and actually, let's see. It would be about 20 and a half hours from now. I will be streaming Diablo 2. You should definitely come watch. If you're in the US and you played Diablo 2 before, you should come play. The reason it's for the US and really North America, I should say only, is because of ping reasons. But yeah, take care everyone. Have a great weekend. Hope to see you tomorrow. Bye.